Damn it. Can't a man get some sleep? You wouldn't know it from her current energy levels, but she was the one crying earlier. The woman's recovery time was astounding. 1 minute, she was in tears. The next, she was full of life. It wasn't like with men, who were more like rechargeable batteries. After one round, you had to sleep to get your energy back, right? Otherwise, not even Superman could handle it. I was not. Brooke pouted, refusing to concede. You were totally the one who cried first. Ouch, you're pulling my hair. Fine, I won't stoop to your level. Brooke huffed. Seeing as she was full and satisfied, she decided to temporarily forgive Jason and grudgingly curled up in his arms. Only then did Jason manage to fall back asleep. Meanwhile, in the study next door, Vivien stared at her phone, the unanswered call ringing in her ears, her face a mask of anxiety. If Jason had escaped, he would have answered. His car was still here, which meant he hadn't left on his own. Could it be? Did Mr. Sue really take him? Vivien's fists clenched. After a moment of hesitation, she spun around and hurried downstairs. It had to be. It had to be Mr. Sue took Jason. It couldn't be anyone else. She was going to find him right now. Seething with rage, Vivien stormed out of the house, jumped in her car, and sped toward the Sue family estate. At the same time, after a brief internal struggle, she sent a text to Clara. In her single-minded focus, the woman who is usually so meticulous with details had managed to misread the situation entirely. At that exact moment, Clara, waiting at the hospital, received Vivien's message. Jason's been taken by Mr. Sue. The moment she read it, Clara shot up from her hospital bed, a murderous glint in her eyes. That bastard Mr. Sue really had a death wish. Are you sure about the source? Clara's face hardened as she typed back, seeking confirmation. She found it hard to believe that Jason, with his cunning personality, would let himself be caught by Mr. Sue's men. He should have been on guard against him. There's no doubt, Vivien replied from her end. I saw Mr. Sue's people at the old mansion, and there were signs of a struggle. Jason's car is still here. He was definitely taken. And most importantly, I've called him over and over, and he won't pick up. He must be under Mr. Sue's control. That's why he can't answer. After all, knowing Jason, if he were free, he would remember how worried she'd be. He would have found another phone to send a message. Vivien had considered every possibility, except that Jason was passed out, recovering from a dose of cryotoxin. You saw this with your own eyes? Clara's expression grew a shade darker. She had only meant to fake a cryotoxin attack to make Jason worry about her a little more. Had her plan backfired so spectacularly, giving Mr. Sue an opening? That old bastard. Go to the Sue estate and wait for me. I'm on my way right now. Tell Mr. Sue that if he dares to touch a single hair on Jason's head, I'll wipe his entire family off the map. Once the source was confirmed, the killing intent in Clara's eyes could no longer be contained. She hung up on Vivien, snatched the handgun from the bedside table, and stormed out. Ma'am, where are you going? Ava cried out, completely bewildered. Without looking back, Clara's gaze remained fixed ahead. To save my husband. Ava's lips twitched. So now he's your husband? She thought. Talk about a quick change of heart. Wasn't it just a couple of days ago that she was insisting her relationship with him was purely transactional? Okay, I'm coming with you. But whatever she thought, she voiced her immediate support, scrambling to keep up. At that moment, Mr. Sue was leisurely sipping tea at his estate, completely unaware that Vivien and Clara were on their way, murder in their hearts. My, at this hour, that little bastard Jason should be good and dead, don't you think? Madame Sue sat across from him, holding her teacup with an expression of vengeful satisfaction. Mr. Sue, however, was frowning, glancing at his phone every few seconds. Something wasn't right. If his men had succeeded, they should have reported back by now. Why the long silence? He was starting to worry. Could those idiots really not handle a punk like Jason? His initial plan had been to hire someone from Echelon to kill Jason. But the Echelon operative, for some godforsaken reason, had refused the job. And the head of Echelon had actually approved her refusal. The thought still infuriated him. If these morons can't get it done, I'll have to up the price and go back to Echelon. A bunch of idiots, brains kicked in by a horse. He muttered, spitting a mouthful of tea back into his cup. Just then, one of his men burst into the room in a panic. Sir, it's bad. That lunatic Clara Sterling. She's forced her way in with her people. What did you say? Mr. Sue shot to his feet, his face a mask of shock. But before he could react, Clara was already there. An icy rage radiated from her stunningly beautiful face, her cold eyes promising death. With Ava at her side, she swept into the room, followed by a team of bodyguards who instantly surrounded the villa, sealing them inside. CLA Clara. What do you think you're doing? This is America. You know this is illegal, don't you? Mister. Sue was finally scared. The arrogant, composed man was gone, replaced by a panicked old fool. He knew that when a psycho like Clara Sterling truly snapped, she was capable of murder. Her brutal reputation wasn't just a rumor. It was only after marrying Jason and becoming pregnant that she had softened, making everyone forget just how ruthless she could be. But now, clad in a black leather trench coat, striding in like a storm, she was terrifying. The law. Huh. Hearing his words, Clara let out a sudden, cold laugh. Feel free to call anyone you want. Call the NYPD. I'll give you 10 minutes. If no one comes, I'll kill her first. As she spoke, she raised the black handgun and pointed it directly at Madame Sue's forehead. Don't kill me. Taking Jason was all his idea. It had nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. Madame Sue was no fool. Terrified, she immediately threw her husband under the bus. You bitch. Mister. Sue was furious. Was the woman an idiot? Why would she confess without being prompted? He'd always wondered how he, a man of normal intelligence, could have a son as dim-witted as Julian. Now he knew where it came from. Huh, good. You learn fast, Clara said with a smirk, then gave Ava a meaningful glance. Since she claims to be innocent, send her away. As for where to send her, Ava understood with a single look. You got it. She rubbed her hands together and approached Madame Sue, who was looking relieved. Ava led her to the edge of the family's outdoor swimming pool. Come a look at the fish. Clara, what in God's name do you want? Mister. Sue broke into a cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold. Back in Switzerland, his influence might have rivaled hers, but here, in her city, he was outmatched. A dragon, no matter how powerful, couldn't crush the local snake. And Clara wasn't a snake. He had to back down. Clara's gaze was like ice. I told you, you have 10 minutes. Hand over Jason or go join your wife. I really don't know where Jason is. Mister. Sue insisted, his brow furrowed. For once, he was actually innocent. He hadn't even laid eyes on that slippery bastard. But Clara didn't believe a word of it. As if on cue, Vivien arrived. Seeing Mister. Sue's denial, she was filled with a murderous rage. Who else could it be? If you say it wasn't you, then how do you explain your men at the old Sterling mansion? I don't care if it was you or not. Find him, or don't blame me for what happens next. You ungrateful girl, you. Threatened by his own adoptive daughter, Mister. Sue raised his hand to strike her, but froze instantly under Clara's icy stare. He felt utterly helpless, the wrinkles on his face deep enough to trap a fly. Was it Echelon? He ventured uncertainly. He had no idea, but he needed to throw someone else under the bus. He couldn't handle these two crazy women together. Echelon. At the name, both Vivien and Clara frowned. Mister. Sue, are you not even trying to lie convincingly? Vivien scoffed. Echelon has no beef with Jason. Why would they take him? Well, Mister. Sue's face twisted in a grimace. I placed an order with Echelon. It must have been them. Although the job had been refused, he didn't care. He just needed to get these two off his back for now. You place an order with Echelon? Vivien's face darkened. She wanted to skin the old bastard alive. That organization, Echelon, was relatively unknown in the mainstream business world, but it was infamous on the dark web, especially overseas. They were known for cultivating assets in various fields and taking on all sorts of contracts, including assassinations and kidnappings. Perfect training for their up-and-coming operatives. That explained it. Jason wasn't careless enough to be taken by Mister. Sue's men. Contact your Echelon contact right now. Tell them you want a meeting, Clara finally commanded after exchanging a look with Vivien. She had heard whispers about Echelon, but it didn't matter who it was. They were getting Jason back. Fine, Mister. Sue reluctantly pulled out his phone and dialed the contact number Echelon had provided. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang for a long time before Bianca, sulking in her gaming room, finally noticed the caller ID on her screen. Client. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Bianca's large, beautiful eyes. She had already refused the job. This client had the nerve to call again? He clearly wanted to die. She hesitated, then sent a message to someone. Last time you said if this client called again, I could deal with him however I wanted. Was that for real? A moment later, a voice call came through. Bianca, dear. A gentlewoman's voice cooed through the phone. You know, when I asked you to take that job, it was just to give you some practice. But the organization has rules. The woman, whom Bianca called Auntie, sighed before continuing slowly. Tell you what, you've already paid the deposit on this one. The client is yours to deal with. Just flush him. What? Bianca's eyes widened. Flush him? Did Annie mean she should stuff the client in a barrel and dump him in the ocean? Sounded reasonable. Thank you, Annie. I know what to do. She nodded, got up, and walked over to a rack of Lolita-style dresses. She chose a black one and slipped it on. Better to wear black. It wouldn't show bloodstains. Yes, that was a good decision. On the other end of the line, Annie mumbled to herself. The hell is that girl muttering about? She shrugged it off. Not a bamboo. Mahjong. Pay up, pay up. Don't you dare try to stiff me, Miller. After a clatter of tiles, Auntie's voice returned to the phone, full of earnest advice. Now, Bianca, dear, I meant you should be discreet. We are in the States, after all. But Bianca didn't hear a word. She put on her dress and headed straight for the meeting point. A few hours later, back at the old Sterling mansion, Jason was sleeping more deeply and comfortably than he had in days. He didn't wake up until the sky outside was pitch black. Brooke was lying in his arms. On the sheets, a small crimson stain caught his eye, and a vein throbbed in his forehead. Of course. Damn it. Jason pressed a hand to his forehead. This was going to be complicated. It was definitely Brooke's first time. He didn't know whether to be happy or not. If it hadn't been, it would have been easier. But if Clara and Vivien found out about this? Ugh. Setting aside the question of whether he'd survive. What if the shock sent them into premature labor? Jason was torn. With a heavy heart, he looked at Brooke, sleeping so sweetly in the crook of his arm, and helplessly lit a cigarette. As he exhaled smoke, he tried to figure out his next move. The rain outside had stopped. It was 3 or 4 in the morning. The woman in his arms seemed to sense his movement. She stirred, sleepily burrowing deeper into his embrace. Babe, you're awake, she murmured, her voice thick with sleep. Under the covers, her small hand clutched him tightly, as if terrified he would disappear the second she let go. Yeah. Jason's mouth twitched. He stubbed out the cigarette and nodded, his gaze falling on the red marks on Brooke's neck. He couldn't help but recall images from the night before, and his throat went dry. Damn, the effect of that drug had been way too strong. He didn't even remember being that rough. No wonder Brooke had bitten his shoulder. It was still red, but he had to admit he'd eaten his fill last night. The consequences were just a little severe. What are you looking at? You bastard, you're the one who did this last night, Brooke said, her cheeks flushing as she noticed his gaze. She pulled the covers over her head, but a happy smile played on her lips. I told you to go slower last night, but you wouldn't listen. Look, you practically broke the headboard. I don't know how old this bed is, but it's ancient, and I'm still sore all over. Humph. He had no idea how to be gentle with a woman. She'd never realized Jason could be so vigorous, but she actually kind of liked it. Though she was a little tired and her back was killing her, that was only at the beginning. Mentally, she was very satisfied. The only question was, could she be pregnant? She'd always been healthy. If even Clara could get pregnant, maybe she could too. If she had a little baby with Jason, what would she have to fear from Clara? Brooke's mind raced, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Beside her, Jason was unusually quiet. He didn't seem as happy as she was. Brooke's brow furrowed. Jason, what are you thinking about? I'm talking to you. Huh? Jason was pulled from his thoughts. It's nothing, he said, trying to change the subject. Are you hungry? After all that activity, I'm kind of starving. I think there's some instant ramen in the kitchen. Want some? As he spoke, he started to lift the covers, but Brooke's face fell instantly. Jason, she said, her voice suddenly cold. Jason froze. The woman's voice behind him grew colder. You're not thinking of skipping out on your responsibility, are you? Brooke asked menacingly, a hint of ice in her tone. A chill ran down Jason's spine. What? How could I? Am I that kind of person? Wasn't I? He thought. What happened to her, changing her tune? Didn't she say she wouldn't make me take responsibility? So that was all a lie. Although he had never planned on shirking his duty, this proved one thing. You really couldn't trust a word a woman said. I knew it. Just as his thoughts were spiraling, Brooke snorted behind him, her lips jutting out stubbornly. You just don't want to be responsible for me. As if I want you to be. Let me tell you, the line of guys waiting to date me stretches from here to Europe. I couldn't care less about you. Take responsibility. Don't take responsibility. I don't give a damn, she huffed, turning her head away in a fit of pique. Hearing this, Jason's eyes lit up. Really? Then I guess I'll be going. He turned his head and shot Brooke a smile. As he swung his legs out of bed, a roar came from behind him. Jason, you dare take one step. Brooke's eyes reddened, her lip trembling. Before Jason could even get out of bed, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She threw her arms around him from behind. You bastard. I tell you to leave, and you actually leave? You think you could just sleep with me and run? No way. I don't care. You have to take responsibility. I'm sticking with you. She pressed her face against his back, her hands locking around his waist in a shameless display. A complete reversal from the woman who had just been shouting that she didn't need him. Jason couldn't help but laugh. You were the one who told me to go. This woman changed her mind faster than the weather. But in that moment, he found this petulant version of Brooke strangely cute. She was like the Vivien he remembered from the children's home. A little proud, but fundamentally simple. And Brooke had a certain straightforwardness that was a world away from Clara and Vivien. When he was with those two, he always felt like he was walking on eggshells. With Brooke right now, it felt just right. If, from the beginning, she hadn't treated him like a simp, maybe there would have never been a Clara. All right, I'm not leaving. Can you let me go now? Seeing tears welling up in Brooke's eyes, Jason sighed and relented. Brooke was stubborn. Not unless you promise you won't leave me alone. Okay, I promise, all right? It's cold out here. Can you let me back under the covers? If I freeze to death, who's going to be responsible for you? After some more coaxing, Brooke reluctantly let him go. Jason slipped back into bed, and Brooke immediately latched onto him again, her face beaming. Babe, it's not even light out yet. Let's sleep a little longer, okay? Hold me. As she spoke, her cool little hand reached for him. Jason flinched. Wait, didn't you say your back hurts? What are you doing with your hand? Weren't they just finished? It doesn't hurt anymore. I want to sleep now. Did she mean actual sleep? I can't. I don't want to sleep. I want to eat. I'm starving. Jason struggled. His head was still foggy, and this woman wanted another round? She was relentless. Jason, seeing his refusal, Brooke grew agitated. We finally got together. Are you doing this on purpose? I don't care. Last time, at Vivien's house, she was talking about changing positions with you. I don't care. Whatever she gets, I get too. She refused to lose to another woman. What are you even talking about? Didn't we already try 2 new ones? Jason was getting annoyed now. Are you sure you want this? He was going to tame Brooke today, once and for all, or she'd keep pulling these stunts. The only problem was, he never carried condoms. Both times, he'd been without one. He'd already hit the jackpot twice. He couldn't possibly be that lucky a third time, could he? The odds were what, 1 in a million? As Jason pondered this, Brooke shrank back from his predatory gaze, but she still stuck her neck out. I'm sure. Fine. Your wish is my command. Jason let out a long breath. He got up, yanked the curtains shut, then turned around. Step by step, he advanced on Brooke like a hunter stalking its prey. What are you doing? Jason. Brooke instinctively backed away. As she struggled, Jason cupped her face, his gaze fixed on her ruby-red lips. Jason, you bastard. MMPH. Brooke's curses were muffled as the lights in the room went out again. Outside, the valve on the old hot tub seemed to have broken. Water trickled into the basin with a gurgling sound. Inside the room, Jason let a picture frame fall to the floor with a clatter. He was past caring. The mistake had already been made. He might as well see it through to the end. No matter what, the wrath of Clara and Vivien was inevitable. He might as well enjoy himself before the storm hit. An hour later, you bastard. I'm never playing with you again. You did that on purpose. Brooke glared at him, wiping a smear of milk from the corner of her mouth. Her face was flushed, making her look quite adorable. Jason found it amusing. Weren't you the one who wanted to try? Vivien never said no, you know? You can't let her outdo you, can you? He deliberately provoked. Brooke's face turned crimson. How was I supposed to know you guys were so depraved? Shameless. It's too embarrassing. All right, don't be mad. I'm going to make some ramen. You want a sausage in it? Jason got up with a laugh, threw on some clothes, and headed for the kitchen. He thought he was being considerate. Who knew that Brooke's face would turn an even deeper shade of red? Get out. I don't want any. You can eat it yourself, she yelled, grabbing the clothes from the floor and throwing them at his face. Jason pouted, looking innocent. Fine, don't eat it. What are you so angry about? How about an egg, then? He was being so thoughtful. Ramen with sausage and an egg was a meal worthy of worship among friends. You, get out. Brooke nearly exploded. I don't want you to cook. I'm not hungry at all. You eat it yourself. She'd had more than enough sausage and eggs for one night. Jason, unperturbed, turned and went into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Clara and Vivien, with Mr. Sue in tow, had arrived at the meeting point with the Echelon contact, an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. It did not look like a legitimate place of business. Sitting in the car, Clara studied the location, a strange feeling creeping over her. Who in their right mind would arrange a meeting in a place like this? A place like this seemed more suited for silencing someone permanently. Vivien had the same feeling, but she brushed it off as paranoia, her anxiety to find Jason overriding her caution. She followed Clara, dragging Mr. Sue into the warehouse. Neither of them knew that Bianca was crouched in the shadows, watching their every move. The client brought 2 women with him? What's he playing at? Bianca watched Mr. Sue and the 2 women disappear into the warehouse, frowning as she debated whether to press the remote detonator in her hand. She had chosen this meeting spot and planted explosives around the perimeter as soon as she arrived. But seeing two women, strangers, yet vaguely familiar, go inside, she suddenly hesitated. Something felt wrong. Better follow them and see. She crept to the edge of the warehouse and peered inside. Within the dusty interior, Clara and Vivien shot Mr. Sue a cold glare. "This is your meeting point? There's no one here. Are you messing with me?" Clara's voice was laced with killing intent. Mr. Sue looked uneasy. "Ahem. We agreed to meet here. Miss Sterling, please don't be hasty. I'll call her again," he explained with a dry laugh. He hadn't even finished his sentence before the barrel of Clara's gun was pressed against his head. "You'd better pray she shows up. Otherwise, I'll be relocating your head from your shoulders." Clara's chilling voice came from behind him, and a wave of cold dread washed over Mr. Sue. He quickly fumbled for his phone and dialed the contact's number. Ring, ring, ring. As the phone rang, Mr. Sue prayed, "Please pick up." That woman from Echelon had taken so much money. She wouldn't dare break the rules, would she? Ring, ring, ring. But the ringing wasn't coming from the phone in his hand. It was coming from just outside the warehouse entrance. Clara and Vivien froze, their heads snapping toward the door. Bianca was standing right there. When she saw Clara and Vivien with Mr. Sue, her expression flickered through a dozen emotions. She was certain she was seeing things. Why was her aunt here with Mr. Sue? And that woman, Jason's first love. In her hesitation, her phone rang, the call from Mr. Sue. Bianca's eyes widened. She frantically hit the power button and ducked out of sight. A second later, Clara and Vivien pushed the door open and stepped outside. There was definitely a sound here. They didn't see Bianca, but they were both sure they had heard something. Their faces darkened. Someone was following them. Someone from Echelon. "Ava, get Blackwing to investigate any suspicious vehicles near us when we left. And have this area sealed off. Don't let whoever's tailing us escape," Clara ordered, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Yes, ma'am." Ava acknowledged the command and turned to carry it out. Hidden behind a tree, Bianca heard every word and tensed. She took a step back, but her foot landed on a dry branch. Crack! Clara's and Vivien's gazes shot toward the sound. "Who's there?" Vivien's voice was ice. "Come on out. Save us the trouble. You can't escape." Clara's eyes were also locked on the spot behind the tree. The air was thick with silence. Bianca's heart pounded. "Auntie, it's me." She knew she couldn't hide any longer. She stepped out. When Clara saw her, her brow furrowed. "What are you doing here?" Vivien was equally confused. She thought she'd seen this girl before, in the security room at Jason's press conference. This was Clara's niece? What was her connection to Jason? "I saw you leave the hospital. I thought you were going to find Jason, so I followed you," Bianca stammered. Clara's face grew colder. "Did you see anyone else?" Her security team shouldn't have been so careless as to be tailed by a young girl like Bianca. There was something more to this girl. "I don't know," Bianca said hesitantly, discreetly sending a text to Mr. Sue. Inside the warehouse, Mr. Sue was drenched in a cold sweat. When he saw Bianca's message, his face lit up. "Echelon just replied," he exclaimed. "They said they never laid a hand on Jason." As he spoke, he watched Clara's and Vivien's expressions. Their faces grew darker and darker. They didn't touch Jason? Then why did he disappear? Vivien didn't believe it. Clara was starting to have her doubts. Bianca, however, latched onto one thing. "You're saying brother is missing? Where was the last place you saw him?" This isn't right, she thought. "I didn't take the job. Did someone else?" "At the old Sterling mansion. That was his last known location," Vivien said, giving Bianca a strange look. Without another word, Bianca headed for the car. "Then let's go to the mansion now. I'll definitely find a clue there." Her brother could not be in trouble. Clara gave her a long, hard look before finally getting into the car, a skeptical Vivien following behind. Back at the mansion, during the time Clara and Vivien were driving to the warehouse, Jason had already finished making the ramen. He hadn't added sausage or an egg, but he'd found some spinach in the garden and tossed it in. He'd also cracked an egg into the water just as it began to boil, letting it cook into soft wisps that thickened the broth and made the instant noodles richer and more delicious. It was a technique honed by years of ramen expertise. "Dinner's ready. Get up." He poured the noodles into 2 bowls, then called out to Brooke, who was still burrowed under the covers. "I'm not eating." Brooke was still sulking. "Not unless you feed me." "Feed you?" Jason laughed. "You want me to chew it for you, too? Get real. You don't lift a finger to help make it. And now you want me to feed you? You've got some nerve." He wasn't her simp anymore, though perhaps he was being a little unromantic. If you don't feed me, I'll starve myself." Brooke huffed, rolling over and wrapping herself in the blanket digging in for a battle of wills. But no sooner had she hidden herself away than her stomach let out a loud, protesting gurgle. She clutched her belly, a conflicted expression on her face. She was so hungry, but wouldn't it be embarrassing to give in now? Just as she was wrestling with her pride, she heard Jason's laughter from above. Still acting tough with a knife to your throat. Huh? Are you always this stubborn? Come on, Miss Lynn, eat up. He held the bowl of ramen out to her, a smile on his face. Brooke's pout instantly dissolved into a grin, and she began to eat ravenously. Jason took a few bites from his own bowl and walked over to grab his phone, which had fallen near the windowsill and gotten a little wet. The screen was now flickering. What a piece of junk, he muttered. Brooke, did you touch my phone? Brooke looked up, a guilty expression flashing across her face before she quickly shook her head. No, didn't touch it, didn't see it. She had deliberately kept Vivien's frantic calls from him. If she told him now, he would definitely be angry with her. She couldn't tell him. She wanted more time with him. Vivien had already had enough time with Jason, and she had taken him to a basement, something even Brooke hadn't done. She had to make up for lost time. No calls for me? Jason asked, suspicious. It didn't make sense. Knowing Clara, she should have tracked him down by now. Had she really changed that much? All right, well, let me borrow your phone. Jason was getting sleepy. He took Brooke's phone and, after a moment's thought, logged into his own account and sent a message to Clara. I have what we need. I'm exhausted, so I'm resting for tonight. I'll bring it to Dr. Luo at the hospital tomorrow. See you then. After sending the text, he handed the phone back to Brooke. Wash my bowl when you're done eating. I'm going to sleep. He'd had a long day, topped off with 2 rounds with Brooke. He was truly exhausted. Without another glance at her, he flopped onto the bed and fell asleep. He'd reported into Clara, so everything should be fine. Okay. Seeing him fall asleep so naturally beside her, Brooke suddenly found that the ramen in her hands had lost its flavor. She tiptoed around, cleaning up, and, after a quick wash, slipped back into bed. She took one of Jason's arms and wrapped it around her slim waist. Good night, babe, she whispered, gazing at the man she had longed for, now so close, sleeping so trustingly beside her. A look of pure contentment spread across her face. She had never been this happy. It was a feeling of completeness that no one else could give her. All she wished for was for this moment to last a little longer. Even an eternity wouldn't feel long enough. A crazy idea even popped in her head. What if she did what Vivien did? What if, while Jason was asleep, she took him to her own basement? It could work, right? But could she really hold him? Even Vivien had failed. What made her think she could succeed? And though she wasn't the most observant person, she could tell that ever since Vivien had locked him up, Jason's attitude toward her had changed dramatically. He despised that kind of behavior. If she copied Vivien, would he come to hate her too? She was terrified that all the beauty of today was just a dream, that she would wake up tomorrow morning and it would all be gone. Jason would go back to Clara, and she would lose him forever. Brooke's eyes reddened. She snuggled deeper into Jason's embrace, her gaze a turbulent mix of conflict and obsession. Finally, she bit her lip, leaned in, and gently kissed him. The fruity, tea-scented kiss lasted only a second. Brooke slowly pulled back, curled up, and closed her eyes in his arms. In the end, she had abandoned the idea of taking him to a basement. She couldn't bear to lose him a second time. She no longer had the courage to gamble, and she couldn't be sure she could hold him anyway. Her only hope was that he would be true to his word and take responsibility for his actions. The moment her eyes closed, Jason's opened, his gaze perfectly clear. After being duped by women so many times, how could he possibly sleep soundly in front of one? What he hadn't expected, however, was that Brooke would do nothing at all. For a moment, he didn't know if he was relieved or disappointed. I guess this is just karma, he muttered, pulling the blanket over Brooke and finally letting himself drift off to sleep. He had no idea that Clara was already on her way. It was now 5 or 6 in the morning. The light outside was still dim, punctuated by the cold, scattered neon of the city. Clara stared out the car window, an inexplicable unease settling in her heart. Jason. He wasn't in any real trouble, was he? She was starting to regret faking the cryotoxin attack. And now he was missing. Clara's brow was tightly knit when her phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Jason. At first, she thought she was seeing things, but the message was definitely from him. He found it. He's safe. And we'll meet at the hospital tomorrow morning? Clara read the message, her brain struggling to process it. She looked at Vivien. Didn't you say Jason wasn't at the mansion and wasn't answering his phone? Why is he messaging me now? Vivien didn't know what to say. He really wasn't answering before. Why don't we track the location of the phone he sent the message from? She held up her call log as proof of her innocence. Seeing the call log, Both Clara and Bianca froze for a second. If Jason wasn't answering his phone, where had he been for the last few hours? Could it be that he never left the mansion at all? The thought flickered through both their minds. But there was no time to dwell on it. Just drive. Let's go to the old mansion first. Once they were there, everything would become clear. Yes, ma'am, Ava replied, steering the car toward the old Sterling estate. Inside the mansion, Jason was sleeping soundly with Brooke in his arms, completely oblivious to the fact that Clara, Vivien, and the others had arrived at his doorstep. Jason's car is still here. The first thing Clara and Vivien saw when they got out of the car was Jason's vehicle. They both frowned and headed inside. Vivien hadn't closed the door when she left in a panic, so the three of them walked right in. The mansion was pitch black. No one lived here, and no lights were on. They made their way upstairs, where they noticed some bloodstains near the study door. Upon closer inspection, however, there were no signs that Jason had been dragged away. He really didn't leave? Clara's face hardened. She and Vivien exchanged a look and quickly found the bedroom where Jason was. The door was closed. With Vivien and Bianca present, Clara restrained herself and knocked. "Jason? Are you in there?" she called out. Jason, deep in sleep, faintly heard Clara's voice. Something felt wrong, and he jolted awake. "Jason? If you don't answer, I'm coming in." Outside, Clara was losing patience. Jason shot up, finally fully awake. Just as Clara was about to push the door open, Brooke stirred beside him. "Babe? Who's knocking?" she mumbled. The next second, Jason grabbed her in the blanket, shoving her entire person into the closet. "Don't make a sound. Clara's here. Just hide for a bit, okay? I'll come get you after I deal with her," Jason whispered, his face a mask of guilt. He quickly scooped up Brooke's scattered clothes and threw them into the closet with her. "Jason, what are you doing, MMPH?" Brooke started to struggle, but just then, the bedroom door was flung open. Jason slammed the closet door shut. A moment later, Clara's voice came from behind him. "Honey, what are you doing?" Clara squinted, her voice chillingly calm as she took into sight of the scantily clad Jason. Vivien's expression was frozen. "Jason," Vivien said urgently. "You're here. Why didn't you answer my calls? Where did you go? Do you have any idea how worried we were?" As she spoke, her suspicious gaze fell on the space behind Jason. "Why do you look so pale? And why are your clothes off?" I wasn't doing anything. I went into the secret room to find something and got exposed to a bit of a toxin. So I had to take my clothes off," Jason coughed, avoiding Vivien's eyes, his voice laced with guilt. "You were poisoned?" Clara, Bianca, and Vivien's faces darkened in unison. "You have to take your clothes off to deal with poison." They'd never heard of such a thing. Well, it's a woman thing, you wouldn't understand. It's the method to cure the cryotoxin. I got the formula. I was going to take it to Dr. Luo in the morning, but since you're here, you can take it now. Jason guiltily changed the subject, handing the documents to Clara while glancing nervously at the closet. He was terrified Brooke would burst out. Hiding in the closet, Brooke watched Jason interact with Clara and Vivien, her eyes turning red. She wanted nothing more than a storm out right now, but she was afraid. What if Jason got angry and refused to take responsibility for her? Brooke's eyes were red as she clutched the closet door, her mind in turmoil. Clara and Vivien seemed to sense something was off. "Why are you blocking the closet? Are you hiding someone in there?" The two of them started walking toward it. Jason's eyelid twitched. "Of course not. It's just, the toxin hasn't fully cleared my system yet. I'm a little tired. Why don't you two head back for now?" He tried to usher them out, completely missing Bianca, who was quietly approaching the closet from behind. Was brother hiding in there? Why is he being so secretive? Bianca's hand had just touched the closet door when she found herself staring into a pair of wide eyes belonging to Brooke. They both froze. "This, Brooke Lynn, what's she doing here?" Bianca was stunned. Then, a flush of red spread across her face, followed by a crazed look in her eyes. Brooke Lynn. She wasn't wearing any clothes. No wonder brother was being so cagey. They were. A rush of blood went to Bianca's head. She swayed, nearly losing her balance. A second later, a fierce, violent energy erupted from her eyes. "Brother, you, MMPH." She turned to glare at Jason, but before she could speak, he clamped a hand over her mouth. "What are you looking at, little girl? It's the middle of the night. You should be asleep. What are you doing running around with your aunt? Go home and go to bed." As he spoke, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he frantically signaled to Bianca with his eyes. Bianca said nothing, only struggled against his grip. Clara's and Vivien's faces were grim. Just as Jason and Brooke were about to lose their composure, Clara finally spoke. "Since you're not feeling well, you should rest. I'm going back to the hospital." It was already the middle of the night. As long as Jason was safe, letting him sleep at the mansion was fine. It wasn't like he was with another woman. And most importantly, he had been poisoned for her sake. See you in the morning, honey. Good night. Clara shot Jason a look, and then, in front of a fuming Vivien and Bianca, planted a possessive kiss on his cheek before turning to leave, satisfied. Ava watched from the side, her mouth twitching. Ma'am, what should we do about Mr. Sue? Mr. Sue? Clara paused. She had almost forgotten about him. Almost forgot about that one. She snorted. Since he loves spending money so much, tell him it'll cost $50 million to buy his own life. After that, you know what to do, right? She said, giving Ava a meaningful look. Doesn't Echelon do favors for people? It's only fitting to use his own money to buy his own life. This was America, after all. She could dispose of someone like Madame Sue, who had little influence, as she pleased. But for a man with Mr. Sue's status and background, it was better to use someone else's hands. Yes, ma'am. Ava's eyes lit up, mentally praising her boss's brilliance. She quickly turned to make the arrangements. Finally, Clara and Vivien departed, albeit reluctantly. The room was left with Jason, Bianca, and Brooke still hiding in the closet. Bianca pried Jason's hand away, her small face clouded with gloom. Ahem, Bianca, you should head home too, Jason said, trying the same tactic. Bianca's face darkened even more. Brother, aren't you going to explain yourself? With that, she yanked open the closet door. Inside, Brooke, wearing only a flimsy camisole, was revealed to them both. Jason was speechless. Brooke was speechless. She was stunned. She hadn't gotten a good look from inside the closet. Wasn't this the little green tea who had been harassing Jason at the university? What was she doing here? And what had she called Clara? Auntie? So that was it. No wonder this girl seemed so similar to Clara. It ran in the family. Excuse me, Bianca, but my boyfriend and I are on a date. What does that have to do with you? Brooke said, planting her hands on her hips and stepping in front of Jason like a protective mother hen. If you don't have any other business, maybe you can leave with your aunt. But Bianca's eyes were fixed on the red marks on Brooke's neck. Her own eyes instantly turned crimson. You, brother, look at her. Bianca cried, her voice cracking as she lunged for Brooke. What are you doing? Brooke pouted, dodging behind Jason and mimicking Bianca's high-pitched tone. Brother, look at her. Brother, as if she was the only one who knew how to play the victim. Jason thought he was going to be sick. Can you two please stop fighting? You're giving me a headache. Bianca, just go home. I'll come find you tomorrow, okay? He pleaded, rubbing his temples. I won't. Brother, you deliberately hid this from Annie, didn't you? She has no idea you're with Brooklyn. You wouldn't want her to find out, would you? She hissed, her tone laced with threat. I'm not going home, not unless you kick Brooklyn out. You. Jason's expression turned cold. Bianca, stop fooling around, will you? It's the middle of the night. Where is she supposed to go? Besides, was that a threat just now? He hated being threatened. Bianca's eyes flashed with hurt. Brother, I didn't mean it like that. Is that what you think of me? She just loved him too much. She wanted him all to herself. But now, other women were touching him again and again. Her patience had reached its limit. If only there was a way to make all the other women disappear. If only it were just her and her brother in the world. A frantic idea began to form in Bianca's mind. She didn't understand how things could have changed so much in just a few short months. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her hand slowly, subconsciously, drifted to the dagger at her waist. But in the end, she didn't draw it. Brother, I really don't want to hurt you. I really don't. I hope you can give me an explanation for what happened today. Come see me before 8 o'clock tomorrow night. She gritted her teeth, made her decision, shot Brooke one last venomous glare, and turned to leave. Jason frowned, watching her go. He felt a chill run down his spine. Steeling himself, he turned to face Brooke. You just going to let her leave? Not going to chase after her? Now that Bianca was gone, Brooke suddenly adopted a sarcastic, pouty tone. I thought you were so fond of your dear little sister, Bianca. What are you talking about? Jason clicked his tongue, recognizing her passive-aggressive tone. Are you mad? Oomph. Brooke snorted again, throwing a pillow at him. I'm not mad. You're just a coward who can't face the consequences of your actions. Why did you make me hide just now? And what about what you said? Aren't you going to divorce Clara? Are you or aren't you? How are you planning to solve this thing between us? I don't care. You have to give me an answer, she said, burying her face in the blankets. Jason's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to do either. But locking you in the closet was wrong of me. But Brooke, Clara and Vivien are both pregnant. I didn't want to upset them, that's why. As for the divorce, he had already promised Clara that if Vivien could keep her baby, he wouldn't ask for a divorce. The words were already out. He couldn't take them back. Jason was at a loss. He still had to go with Clara to CDR. Luo in the morning to see if her cryotoxin could be cured. He was afraid that after so many years, the poison had caused permanent damage. And on top of that, he had to personally accompany Vivien to the hospital for a checkup. While he didn't think Vivien was the type to fake a pregnancy to trap him, it was always better to be cautious. Clara, it's always Clara. What about me? Brooke started sulking again. She wasn't worried about Vivien. She figured Jason would find out about the fake pregnancy in a few days and get angry. Vivien was no competition. But Clara, she didn't believe for a second that Jason had no feelings for her. He was so obviously worried about her. Jason was helpless. Then what will it take to make you not angry? I can't deal with Clara and Vivien right now, but anything else you want, I'll give you. That was the most he could offer for now. Really? Brooke's eyes lit up. Really, anything? She stood up, her bare feet patting on the floor, her gaze slowly, predatorily, advancing on him. Jason suddenly had a bad feeling. Ahem, of course. A promise is a promise. He instinctively put a hand on his lower back, his throat dry. As if she could read his mind, Brooke giggled, her face flushing. She leaned in close to his ear. Then, let's have one more meal. He had to understand what she meant, right? She had wanted to say she wanted a child, a baby that belonged to just her and Jason. But she was afraid he would refuse, so she put it another way. But what she really meant was she wanted a child, a blood tie that belonged only to them. She knew he was a responsible person. Once she had this child, she believed that not even Clara could take him away from her. Ahem. Jason felt the woman's sweet, orchid-like breath on his ear and screamed internally. Didn't you just eat? She wasn't even hungry. What was with all this activity tonight? He suddenly felt that the matriarch's order to have soup brewed for him had a certain logic to it. He was suddenly craving soup. I don't care. If you want to stop being angry, you have to do as I say. Besides, didn't you say you were thirsty just now? Let me get you a drink. When did I say I was thirsty? Jason's mouth twitched. Brooke's face fell. Well, are you going to drink or not? Ahem. I'll drink. Though he was reluctant to admit it, his body was honest. It would be rude to refuse such a gracious invitation. So, when are you going to tell Clara about us? Brooke asked, a triumphant flush on her face as she looked down at him. After the babies are born, Jason said, feeling like a thief caught in the act. He felt that even though his relationship with Brooke was forced by the cryotoxin, and his marriage to Clara was just a contract, he was still cheating on Clara. It made him terrified that the two of them would suddenly return. Fine, I'll give you until then. After the babies are born, you have to tell Clara about us, Brooke said, compromising after a moment's thought. Jason didn't answer, just swallowed hard, his eyes sweeping toward her lips. What are you muttering about? Let's eat first. With that, he flung back the covers and dove into the bed. You bastard. Did you hear what I said? Hey, MMPH. Brooke's voice was smothered. Meanwhile, in the car leaving the mansion, Clara and Vivien sat with their brows tightly furrowed. Don't you think Jason was acting weird today? Vivien asked, breaking a long silence. Clara didn't speak, which was a silent agreement. He was acting weird. He seemed desperate for them to leave. Maybe it was just her imagination. Also, his eyes seemed tired, and the room had a strange smell. Was it the smell of the poison? Do you think he's hiding something from us? Vivien voiced her suspicion. Maybe we should. Go back and check. Go back. Clara frowned, looking at the sky and then at the antidote formula in her hand. She felt exhausted. Forget it. Just have some people keep an eye on him. I'm tired. I'm going back to the hospital. Maybe it was the pregnancy, but she was always sleepy lately, and her back ached. Just this short trip out had exhausted her. The hardship of being a mother was something no one else could understand. And it was so late. Her body was already weak. She had to think about the babies. She decided to go back and rest, to conserve her energy. Vivien, however, looked at her tired state with a flicker of doubt. Why were her pregnancy symptoms so different from Clara's? Clara was always sleepy and easily tired, but Vivien didn't feel any of that, just occasional nausea. Was it because she was still in the early stages of her pregnancy? A seed of doubt was planted in Vivien's mind. Just then, Clara's car pulled up to the hospital. You can go. Don't come looking for me unless it's important. We'll settle things between us when Jason is here. We'll discuss your pregnancy then, too. Clara rubbed her temples, her voice cold as she had someone open the car door. Though she felt some sympathy for Vivien's past, she couldn't bring herself to have a calm conversation with her. As for the baby, she hadn't made up her mind yet. Vivien looked at her. She had wanted to ask about the pregnancy, but seeing Clara's expression, she turned and got out of the car. She knew Clara couldn't stand the thought of her having Jason's child. The feeling was mutual. They were only maintaining a fragile peace. The conflict was far from resolved. They were destined to be strangers. Then we'll talk tomorrow when Jason is here, she sighed, closing the car door behind her. At the same time, in a villa in the suburbs of NYC, a group of diverse individuals sat around a table, the air thick with smoke, playing mahjong. A woman in her 30s, dressed in a red cheapao with curled hair and red lipstick, held a slim cigarette between her lips, lazily staring at the code displayed on a computer screen. On her cheek was a faint burn scar, visible only upon close inspection after restorative surgery. The people moving through the villa treated her with great respect. The woman, however, remained languid, her eyes fixed on the screen, a thought nagging at her. I hope that girl Bianca doesn't do anything too drastic. Of everyone in Echelon, she had the strongest killer instinct. She had taken the girl in because she saw a certain resilience in her, and she had pitted her. She never expected her to become the most bloodthirsty of them all. She wondered if Mr. Sue was still alive. Though she had wanted to get rid of him for a long time, Bianca was mentally unstable. She was sloppy after a kill. If she was going to kill him, she'd better not leave any evidence. Ping! Just then, a message popped up. The woman frowned. Then her eyes lit up with a smile. $50 million to buy Mr. Sue's life. Holy crap, that old bastard's life is worth that much? Quick, call Bianca and see if she's killed him yet. The woman, whom they called Echelon, grew excited and quickly dialed Bianca's number. Hello, Echelon. Why do you keep calling me? I didn't kill Mr. Sue. You don't have to call. I know my limits. Bianca answered the phone, her voice full of resentment. Oh, my dear, what nonsense are you talking? Do you think your Echelon is the kind of person who's blinded by money? That Mr. Sue only offered a pittance. We don't care about his money. Kill him. You must kill him. Do a good job, and Echelon will give you $500,000, okay? The woman laughed, exhaling a smoke ring. On the other end, Bianca was stunned. 500,000? Are you sure? Echelon was so stingy. She was willing to give her that much? Was she taking a massive cut? Or had she lost her mind? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Echelon promised. Bianca was still skeptical. I'm not taking it. Clara, just let Mr. Sue go. He's probably on his way back to Switzerland right now. That old fox is cunning. I can't handle him alone, she said. Echelon raised an eyebrow. Alone? Fine. I'll send you some backup. She lowered the phone and looked at a middle-aged man fussing with his hair nearby. Old man Jiang, got a job for you. 50 grand to take out a guy. You in? No way. I heard you say 50 million. You got to give me at least another 10 grand. The man protested. Echelon's face went cold. You don't do it. You're sleeping in my room this month. And I'll dock your salary from headquarters. No, don't do that. I'll do it. The man instantly capitulated, grabbing a weapon from the side. You never show any concern for your own son, but you perk right up when you hear 50 million. Ugh, fine, I'm going. With that, he walked out. A few hours later, at the old Sterling mansion, Jason, after a sleepless night of exertion, was still exhausted when he woke up. I'm heading out. You can get up whenever, he said, looking at Brooke still asleep in the bed. He gently tousled her hair before leaving. The moment he was gone, a resentful look flashed across Brooke's face. In such a rush to see that woman Clara, she muttered, dissatisfied. But a second later, her eyes lit up. She pulled a test strip from her purse and ran to the bathroom. A few minutes later, she stared at the strip with hopeful eyes. But there was no red line. Brooke's face fell. How could this be? We did like 3 or 4 times last night. Don't they say that healthy adults have a 20% chance of getting pregnant under normal circumstances? So 5 times should guarantee it, right? I'm already at 4. How is there nothing? Am I just that unlucky? Furious and unwilling to accept it, Brooke grabbed her phone and launched into a tirade at Dr. Lindsay Luo. Lindsay, hearing her logic, couldn't help but laugh. Honey, are you being a little naive? Did you sleep through high school biology? Even if you're pregnant, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to show up on a test. You're not like Vivien with her IVF. That's implanting an already fertilized embryo. With natural conception, you have to give the seed a little time to grow. Besides, it's a 20% chance under normal conditions. It's like playing a lottery in a video game. There's no pity system. Brooke was still confused. So how many more times will it take? I just want a baby. Why is it so hard? How did Clara do it on the first try? And she got 2. I can't just sneak over and steal one of them when she's not looking, can I? What is with you and Vivien? Why are you so obsessed with having a baby? You're perfectly healthy. Just keep at it every day. You'll definitely be pregnant in a month or 2, Lindsay said. Brooke still thought that was too long. Is there a faster way? Is there some kind of medicine? Well, there are drugs to increase frequency. If you don't think you're doing it enough, I can prescribe you some supplements. And if you and your husband aren't in harmony, I have other secret remedies. What secret remedies? Brooke asked, intrigued. Lindsay smiled mysteriously. Come find me later. You'll see when you get here. Jason, meanwhile, had driven to the hospital. Inside the private room, the matriarch was sitting with Clara, helping her with breakfast. Sunlight streamed into the sterile, warm room. Jason, you're here. Come sit. The matriarch spotted him and immediately welcomed him. Dr. Luo will be here shortly. You can wait a bit. Okay, thank you, Jason said with a smile, sitting down next to Clara, a guilty feeling gnawing at him. Clara studied his face, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Why are you so nervous? Didn't sleep well last night? By the way, have you seen Brooklyn? I haven't seen her since the yacht party. Huh? Oh no, I haven't, Jason lied instinctively. Clara looked at him, puzzled. I just asked a question. Why are you so tense? You're sweating. One might think you were cheating on me. You haven't been, have you? Her teasing, probing words sent a jolt through Jason. Of course not. Just had a couple glasses of milk, ate some seafood, that's all. Damn, why do I feel so guilty? Really? Clara watched him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Honey, you shouldn't learn a lie. If I find out, you know the consequences, don't you? The little fish in my pond have been hungry for a very long time. She was joking, but her words sent a chill down Jason's spine. The words he was about to say died in his throat. Ah, look at you so tense. I'm just kidding, Clara laughed, amused by his reaction. She took his hand and placed it on her slightly swollen belly. The babies were just kicking me. Can you feel it? Don't look so serious. She smiled, and the ice on her cold, beautiful face seemed to melt. Jason, sweating, leaned closer. Pressing his ear to her belly, he could hear the two tiny heartbeats, startlingly clear in the quiet, warm room. There really is a sound. Jason was fascinated. He gently touched her stomach, a strange sense of joy bubbling up inside him. He was going to be a father. So soon. It was proof that life and blood ties were truly miraculous. He and Clara didn't have deep feelings for each other. But touching her belly, feeling the two little lives inside, he was filled with a powerful sense of fatherly love for the children she carried. It kicked me again. Jason laughed, forgetting his guilt for a moment. Clara and the matriarch both smiled. The matriarch looked on with mock jealousy. You two little rascals. You didn't move at all when I touched you. You only like your daddy. Huh? They do say a daughter is her father's little sweetheart. As the three of them laughed, Dr. Luo appeared at the door. Matriarch, you're here as well. Dr. Luo nodded to her before turning to the couple. Dr. Luo, Jason said, removing his hand. The light-hearted atmosphere made him cough. That formula from yesterday. Have you had a chance to look at it? The matriarch and Clara both turned to the doctor, their hearts in their throats. Ah, yes, I've looked at it, Dr. Luo nodded. A look of joy crossed Jason's face. So, Clara's cryotoxin? Miss Sterling's cryotoxin can be cured. However, she was poisoned as a child. It's been nearly a decade, and the toxins are deeply embedded. We must proceed slowly. Dr. Luo's brow furrowed. And the methods in this formula, if we use them now, I'm afraid they could harm the babies in Miss Sterling's womb. So, you two will have to consider your options. He had studied it all night, but couldn't find a solution that didn't involve a sacrifice. He could only present the options to them. Harm the babies? Clara's eyes went cold. What do you mean? The matriarch was equally confused. Only Jason seemed to understand. Well, Dr. Luo was hesitant to explain. To cure the cryotoxin, we need to use certain drugs combined with marital relations. Normally, since Miss Sterling is past her first trimester, the pregnancy is stable. But because of her weak constitution, that kind of activity is out of the question. So we're at an impasse. Right now, there are only two paths. One is to terminate the pregnancy for now. After the cryotoxin is cured, you and Mr. Miller can have other children. The other option is to keep the babies and cure the poison after delivery. However, giving birth while still poisoned carries a high risk of complications. At that point, we could lose both the mother and the children. So, Miss Sterling, as a doctor, I recommend that you and Mr. Miller choose to terminate this pregnancy. Dr. Luo sighed. Clara's and Jason's faces darkened simultaneously. You're saying we can't keep the babies? Clara's voice was dangerously low. Dr. Luo looked pained. It's not that you can't keep them, but the delivery will be very dangerous. The final decision, of course, is up to you and Mr. Miller. I'm just giving you my medical advice. I'm not giving them up, Clara interrupted, her eyes blazing. Miss Sterling. Dr. Luo frowned. He was about to say more when he saw the absolute resolve in her face. I said, I will keep these 2 children. We can deal with the poison after they are born. For a mother to give up her own children, she couldn't do it. Besides, she and Jason had already chosen names for them. Her grandmother had already prepared so many little clothes and toys. For her to give up her babies now was absolutely impossible. This, Dr. Luo hesitated, looking at Jason and the matriarch. Their faces were conflicted. Clara, dear, you and Jason can still have more children. The matriarch couldn't help but say. As long as the mother was safe, they could have children anytime. What if Clara had complications during childbirth because of the poison? Clara. Jason frowned. He was about to add his own plea when he caught sight of the fierce, tear-filled determination in her eyes. You don't have to persuade me. I'm keeping these 2 children. Even if something happens to me, I will not let anything happen to them. This is my decision. It's not up for discussion. With that, she turned her back on them, her face cold, but her heart heavy. She never imagined that the price for curing her poison would be losing her children. But the babies were almost 5 months along. She was a mother. She had felt them grow, felt every one of their heartbeats. How could she, for her own sake, put her children in danger? Besides, complications during childbirth were just a probability, right? Not a certainty. And, though her grandmother said she and Jason could have more children, these 2 were already a miracle. She couldn't be sure that if she lost them, Jason would still be willing to stay by her side. Mr. Miller. This. Dr. Luo was in a difficult position. Jason waved a hand at him. Dr. Luo, thank you for your trouble. You can go for now. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Very well. Dr. Luo and the matriarch understood that he wanted to speak with Clara alone, so they left without another word. Once they were gone, Jason sat down beside Clara on the bed. Don't be angry. Have some water. Jason picked up a glass of water and offered it to her, his tone soft. I don't want it. Clara turned to look at him, then refused. Are you trying to change my mind? Of course not. Jason's mouth twitched. I just want you to hear me out, but I respect your decision. If you're determined to keep these babies, I will find you the best hospital and the best doctors. If you don't want to keep them, I will fully support you. How does that sound? He said. Clara finally turned to look at him. Really? He was suddenly being so compliant. Of course. Then what do you plan to do about Vivien's baby? Clara's eyes narrowed, her cold expression softening slightly. One of the reasons she didn't want to lose her babies was that Vivien was already carrying Jason's child. If her children were gone, but Vivien could give birth without any problems, how could she bear to watch that? Vivien, I'm going to see her today, Jason said, his throat tight. Clara's face instantly went cold. You're going to see her? What about us? Jason, you promised me you wouldn't divorce me. You remember that, don't you? A dangerous light flashed in her sharp eyes. Jason felt the threat in her gaze and was slightly annoyed. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. I'm just going with Vivien to her prenatal checkup to see what the situation is. If she's really pregnant, and if you let her keep the baby, I will never mention divorce again. How does that sound? He asked, a hint of negotiation in his tone. He was actually quite unhappy. He really didn't understand. Clara had agreed that their relationship was just a partnership, that he would be free to go once she had a child. Why was she so insistent on keeping him now? And he felt that by finding the cure for her cryotoxin, he had done her a great service. That should have balanced the scales between them, shouldn't it? It was only because Clara's attitude toward him had improved recently that their relationship had thawed. Now, they were at a stalemate. Fine, we'll do as you say, Clara nodded, but then her eyes caught a red mark on his neck. What's this? She didn't remember it being there last night. This? A mosquito bit me yesterday. Jason guiltily avoided her gaze. Clara's eyes narrowed in suspicion. There are still mosquitoes in this weather. Jason, are you hiding something from me? She squinted, her eyes raking over him. Remembering his strange behavior last night, a wild guess began to form in her mind. This guy didn't do something shameful behind my back yesterday, did he? She thought, unable to shake off Vivien's words from the day before. Of course not. Seeing her suspicion, Jason broke into a cold sweat. It was just a rude mosquito. You're pregnant. You shouldn't worry about such things. By the way, what happened with Mr. Sue? Mr. Sue. Clara raised an eyebrow. I had someone take care of him. You don't need to worry. Actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. Now that Evan and Victor are gone, and I'm pregnant, I can't manage Sterling Industries. I need you to take over the company for me until after the baby is born. Would that be all right? Take over the company? Jason's face was a picture of surprise. In his mind, Clara was a formidable, decisive CEO. Not even Victor Sterling had been able to wrestle power from her. And now she was asking him to take over? Yes. You're not willing. Clara's red lips curved into a smile. As my husband, Shouldn't you share some of the management responsibilities? In truth, she had been thinking about this since the beginning of her pregnancy. Her ideal life was to be able to spend every moment with her children and Jason. Power wasn't what she cared about. I'm okay. I can help you manage it, Jason said, his feelings complicated. He reached out and tucked the blanket around Clara, not noticing a figure standing outside the hospital room door. Vivien had come to the hospital as soon as she received Jason's message. Seeing the intimate scene between the two of them, her eyes turned red. Jason, finally, she coughed lightly and knocked on the door. Clara and Jason both looked up. You're here. Jason's expression was complex when he saw her. Well, I'll go with you to your checkup then. He got dressed and walked out. Vivien exchanged a deep, cold look with Clara. Meanwhile, on a cruise ship crossing the ocean, Mr. Sue sat fuming. That bitch Clara. As soon as I get back to Switzerland, I'll destroy her. He let his men bandage his wounds while he swirled a glass of red wine, his drunken gaze fixed on a family photo on the table. In the photo were a smiling Madame Sue, a cross-armed Julian Sue, and a pale, fragile-looking young girl in a wheelchair. That girl was his biological daughter. But now, the people in the photo, only he and his daughter were left. His only heir was gone. His wife was gone. How could he stand it? Mr. Sue gritted his teeth, his mind filled with thoughts of revenge, completely oblivious to the fact that the man bandaging his wounds had been replaced. The new man's movements were rough, causing Mr. Sue to grimace in pain. Do you even know what you're doing? Give me. Furious, Mr. Sue turned to yell at the man, but instead found himself staring into a pair of beautiful, gem-like, rose-colored eyes. But right now, the corners of those eyes were tinged with red, and beneath the drooping eyelashes was a madness and bloodlust that couldn't be contained. You're the client? Bianca tilted her head, her innocent, doll-like face sending a shiver of pure terror down Mr. Sue's spine. You, how did you get on board? He had thought he was being cautious. Fearing Clara's pursuit, he had avoided taking a plane and opted for a private yacht. But how was there someone else on his private yacht? By tracking your location, of course, Bianca said, shaking her phone. Mr. Sue's face went white. You. He stumbled back, falling off his chair. He scrambled to his feet and tried to run, but was blocked by a solid figure. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Sue? A middle-aged man, holding a baseball bat, stood in his way. A few moments later, only a pool of blood remained on the deck. News of Mr. Sue's disappearance soon reached Switzerland. Didn't Daddy say he would bring me back something nice? The Sue family's third daughter, who was being raised in a children's home, soon received the news of her parents' deaths. When Zoe Sue heard the news, her already pale face went even whiter. Does sister know? Though she had been carefully sheltered in the home due to her poor health, she knew her parents had adopted an older sister. What she didn't know was that the continuous supply of funds that had kept her alive all these years had come from that adopted sister, Vivien. Miss Vivien probably doesn't know yet, the Sue family servant said, his head bowed. Miss Zoe, Vivien is just an adopted daughter. You don't need to concern yourself with her. Zoe Sue is now the only remaining blood heir of the Sue family. Is that so? Zoe forced a weak smile, her lips pale. Book a ticket. I'm going back. Also, contact that person from Echelon for me. She didn't believe that Mr. Sue would disappear for no reason. At the very least, she had to meet Vivien in person. At the same time, in downtown NYC, Brooke stared at the instrument Lindsay Luo had brought out, along with a pair of dark red goggles. You're sure Jason will like this? She asked, puzzled. What was this thing? How did you even wear it? She had never seen anything like it. Of course, a lot of socialites in their 30s and 40s come to my salon to win back their husband hearts. I'm a professional. Don't tell me you've never done this before. Lindsay asked, looking at her strangely. Brooke was even more confused. What was she supposed to do with a pair of goggles? And they were shaped like something out of a superhero movie. Oh, I get it. Brooke's eyes lit up as she tentatively put on the goggles. You're saying that men are boys at heart, and if I cosplay a superhero, it'll awaken his inner child, and then increase the... You know. Lindsay looked at her like she was an idiot. My dear girl, this is for hair removal. Don't tell me you've never gotten a wax before. Though the service her other clients got was something else entirely, this one was also tried and true. Hair removal? Brooke wrinkled her nose. Never. Where would I even remove hair from? She didn't have any underarm or leg hair. So where? She looked down, following Lindsay's gaze. A few minutes later, Brooke was lying on a salon bed, her face bright red, as flashes of laser light filled the room. So that's what the goggles were for. To keep from going blind. Interesting. Are you sure hair removal will make him happy? She asked, still skeptical. Lindsay, a woman in her late 20s, was tired of explaining. Just trust me. Not only will it make you smoother, it'll also make your skin whiter and more radiant. This is a secret I don't just share with anyone. If you have time, you can come here often. It'll make your skin whiter too. She couldn't be bothered to explain it to a rookie like Brooke. She was a seasoned veteran. A rookie couldn't possibly understand. Though she didn't know who Brooke's boyfriend was, she assumed he was around the same age. For an expert like her, any advice she gave was like a divine revelation. How could she not handle a hot-blooded young man in his early 20s? Anyway, tonight, when you go back, just be prepared not to be able to walk straight. Lindsay whispered in Brooke's ear as she worked, making Brooke blush so hard she could barely lift her head. Fine, I'll trust you this once, she pouted, her hand drifting to her belly. Sigh, when will I ever have a baby? Right now, Jason is probably with Vivien at her checkup. This morning, when Jason told me he was going with Vivien to her appointment, if I didn't already know she wasn't pregnant, I almost would have lost it. When would Jason go with her to a checkup? The thought it was so blissful. But hearing this, Lindsay nearly jumped out of her skin. What did you say? Jason is with Vivien at her checkup? Oh crap. That meant a real hospital would definitely be able to tell that Vivien wasn't pregnant. She hadn't even finished moving her equipment out of her old clinic, and her flight wasn't for another few days. If Vivien found out, she was screwed. Brooke, dear, I'm gonna let these girls finish up for you. I have something to take care of. I'll just step out for a phone call. Lindsay was panicking. She didn't want to die just yet. She had to find an excuse to get out and come up with a plan. Sure, go ahead, Brooke said, unsuspecting. Lindsay hurried out of the room and, after a moment's thought, dialed her cousin, Dar. Alan Luo. Lindsay, what's up? Why are you calling me? Is something wrong? Alan answered quickly. Never mind that. Is Vivien Sue at your hospital right now? Lindsay asked urgently. I don't know. Why are you asking? Lindsay was embarrassed. Vivien should be at your hospital for a checkup soon. I need you to do me a favor. What is it? It's about Vivien's pregnancy. She's not actually pregnant, but because. So I was hoping, if she comes to your hospital for a checkup, you could give her a positive pregnancy report. Can you do that? Lindsay asked hesitantly. Alan took a moment to process what she was saying. You're asking me to lie? She's not pregnant. Why would you give her a fake positive? If she finds out, Lindsay, what am I going to do with you? To do something like this? Did she have no medical ethics? I won't help you with something like this. Find someone else. Alan refused without a second thought. Lindsay panicked. You have to help me. It's not like I did on purpose. She was desperate for a child. If you don't help me, I'll tell your wife about you secretly taking those pills. How do you want me to help you? Alan finally relented. Lindsay smiled. At the same time, Jason and Vivien arrived at the prenatal department of the hospital. Since he had just left Clara, he hadn't bothered to go to another hospital and had brought Vivien to the same one. Midtown General was one of the best in the city. Their tests would be reliable. He just didn't know that, Dr. Luo had already spoken with Lindsay. Ma'am, we'll just draw some blood here. A nurse politely gestured to Vivien. A look of surprise crossed Vivien's face. A blood test. When Jason had told her they were going to the hospital, she had assumed it was just for an ultrasound to check on the baby's health. But Jason had been silent the whole way here. Vivien's eyes instantly reddened. Jason, do you suspect I'm lying to you? She asked, staring at him, feeling a surge of anger for the first time. He had said they were in the past. She could accept that, but she never thought that he would have lost all trust in her. That's not what I meant, Jason said, looking at Vivien's tear-filled eyes. I just want to check on your health. You were so sick before with the bone marrow transplant and everything. I'm just worried about any lingering side effects. In truth, he felt that bringing Vivien here for a test was inappropriate. But one part was for confirmation, and the other was for her health. Vivien's expression softened slightly. All right then. She followed the nurse into the examination room, her face pale. Jason, unable to bear it, followed her. In the phlebotomy room, there were several stations. Vivien sat down and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a pale, slender arm covered in faint purple bruises. Jason knew about the bone marrow transplant, knew she had been sick, but he never imagined someone could be so thin. Her wrist was so small, not even half the size of his own, so delicate, it looked like a gust of wind could break it. And on that slender arm were the telltale purple marks of countless needle pricks. Jason's brow furrowed, a pang of pain in his heart. He remembered Vivien showing him the marks in the car, but she hadn't been this thin then. Do you ever eat? Jason asked, his tone unconsciously tinged with reproach as he helped her sit down. Clara had been thin too, but since getting pregnant, her appetite had improved, and she had gained a little weight, though she was still slim. Forget it. After the checkup, I'll go home and make something for both of them. How can they carry a baby when they're so thin? Jason's feelings were complicated. He felt like he must have owed these two women in a past life. Vivien, however, smiled at his concern, her pale lips pursed. "Jason, can I take this to mean that you're worried about me?" She smiled, a pure, innocent expression that reminded him of the gentle older sister from the children's home, but with a hint of possessiveness still hidden in her eyes. Jason's face flushed, and he turned away. "Just get the test done. We'll talk later." In the end, he wasn't heartless enough. Seeing the girl he once loved in this state, he couldn't just stand by, even if he wasn't her boyfriend anymore. Speaking of which, he thought, that bastard Mr. Sue should be dead by now. Vivien saw his reaction, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. She quietly placed her arm on the stand, watching as the crimson blood was drawn, a faint warmth spreading through her. She had never for a moment believed she wasn't pregnant, so she faced the test with ease, completely unaware of Dr. Luo slipping into the lab next door. "Take these results to me as soon as they're ready, Dr. Luo said, walking into the staff area and placing some items on the counter. "Yes, doctor. I'll bring them over as soon as I'm done." The nurse nodded, taking the items and placing Vivien's blood sample in the machine before moving on to other tasks. Dr. Luo quickly moved toward the sample and quietly swapped it. "Hey, Dr. Luo." Just as he was making the switch, Jason's voice came from behind him. "What are you doing here?" Jason smiled at the sight of the doctor holding the sample. He'd been to the hospital so many times now that he and Dr. Luo were familiar. A department head like him, delivering samples in person? And nothing, just taking care of a few things, Dr. Luo stammered, his face betraying his guilt. Jason looked at him, puzzled for a moment. "I see. Dr. Luo, if it's convenient, could I get your number? Dr. Luo Sr. is getting older, and with my wife's pregnancy, I might have some questions for you later. Not just Clara, Vivien too. He was about to be a father of 3. He had to be more responsible. Cooking for Clara and Vivien, what they could and couldn't eat, he could ask him. Sure. Dr. Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, guiltily exchanging numbers with Jason. He had already decided to submit his resignation that night. Even though he hadn't been caught, his conscience was killing him. "Great, thanks." After swapping numbers, Jason waited with Vivien outside the lab. Soon, the nurse returned with the results. According to the results, the patient is indeed pregnant, though it's less than a week. She needs plenty of rest. "Congratulations," the nurse said, handing the report to Jason. She could tell they were a newly married couple. The man was shy but very caring, a total sweetheart. It was just a shame the woman was in such poor health. This probably wasn't the best time for a pregnancy. It's real." Jason took the report, his expression disbelieving. Though he didn't think Vivien would lie to him, seeing the results was still a shock. Vivien, in her fragile state, was pregnant. Jason gripped the report, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Was his body really that potent? He'd never felt particularly virile, hitting the jackpot twice on the first try. It felt surreal. He couldn't help but think about his wild night with Brooke. Damn, if Vivien, with her poor health, could get pregnant, couldn't Brooke have hit the jackpot too? He felt something trickling down his forehead. It was sweat. Who would dare sleep with him now? "Jason, are you not happy?" Vivien asked, her eyes narrowing as she saw his reaction. When he was with Clara, he had been so joyful. He liked children, didn't he? No. Jason shook his head, pushing the thought away. He rubbed his temples and looked at Vivien. "It's nothing. You're not well. I should take you home." He glanced at Vivien's flat stomach, his feelings a tangled mess. Vivien saw that something was wrong. She hesitated for a moment, then followed him tentatively, carefully slipping her hand into the crook of his arm. Jason froze. He could feel her delicate frame, her fragility, and his expression softened. "Vivien, the baby. It wasn't my intention. I know you're not well. The choice of whether to keep it or not is yours. I will fulfill my responsibilities as a father. If you choose to have this child, I will cover all expenses. If you choose not to, I will respect your decision. What do you think?" He finally stopped and looked at her seriously. He had said so much. He had promised to be responsible for the child, but he hadn't mentioned a single word about their relationship. Vivien's gaze dimmed for a moment. "Okay," she whispered, her head bowed. She was starting to regret taking him that night. It had been an impulsive act. She had thought, after all their years together, that he loved her. Seeing him with another woman had filled her with a rage that had clouded her judgment. She had been truly wrong this time. "Jason, I was wrong to lie to you. I know you're still angry about that, but I never meant to hurt you. I was just confused. I won't do it again. You said we were in the past, so let's leave the past behind. Can we start over?" Vivien kept her head down, her small hand clutching the corner of his sleeve, her attitude softening. She knew now that if she pressed the issue of their relationship, she would get nowhere. She wouldn't ask for a commitment now. Besides, Jason's feelings for Clara were complicated too, weren't they? All she needed was for him to stay by her side to raise this child, and she believed she would have a chance to make up for her past mistakes. Start over? The words made Jason's eyelid twitch. What did she mean by start over? I misspoke. Let's just be friends, like when we were kids. Okay. Vivien quickly corrected herself. Jason frowned, but finally nodded. Fine. I'll take you home, as long as she didn't cause any more trouble. No need. The Sue family is gone. I don't have a home to go back to. The hospital seems nice. I can rest and take care of the baby here. What do you think? Vivien refused, her eyes shining as she looked up at him. Jason was about to speak when her phone rang. Ma'am, Zoe Sue has booked a flight. She says she wants to see you. Vivien frowned as she answered the call, her assistant's voice on the other end. Her brow furrowed even deeper, and she glanced instinctively at Jason. You should go, Jason nodded. Though Vivien didn't want to leave him, she knew she had to deal with Zoe. She didn't have much against the girl. Only Mr. Sue, Julian, and Madame Sue knew the true source of Zoe's bone marrow transplant. Zoe herself was unaware. Of course, Vivien didn't have any warm feelings for her either. Zoe was, after all, a beneficiary of her suffering. But with Mr. Sue gone, Zoe was the sole heir to the Sue family fortune. Her return, now, meant she must have discovered something. Vivien had to go and handle it. I'll give you a ride, Jason offered politely. He dropped Vivien off at her destination and then headed back. News of Vivien's positive test result reached Clara's ears at the same time. She's really pregnant? Clara was in her hospital room, playing with the tiny clothes the matriarch had brought for Liana and Lila. The news inevitably soured her mood. What did Jason say? All she cared about was his reaction. Mr. Miller said he would be responsible for Vivien's child, but he didn't say anything else. I also heard Vivien say she wants to be friends with him, Ava explained. Clara's eyes flickered. After 8 years of being childhood sweethearts, she'd be content with just being friends? Especially now that they had a child together. Clara was skeptical. Just then, Jason returned, carrying a small cake box and hiding a bouquet of roses behind his back. He had bought on the way back from dropping off Vivien. He knew he might be walking into a storm after accompanying Vivien to her checkup, so he came prepared. Sure enough, the moment he walked in, he was met with Clara's dangerous glare. Ahem. Honey, you must be hungry. I bought you something to eat. And roses. I want to talk to you about Vivien. Jason gave Ava a look and walked over to Clara. Clara glanced at the roses and cake, knowing he was about to say something she wouldn't like. Go on. I assume Vivien's test results are back. But for the sake of appearances, she took the cake and had a bite. Jason smiled, then continued. Vivien's results came back. She is pregnant. I hope. We can let her keep the child. But legally, we are still husband and wife, so I will only be responsible for the child. It has nothing to do with Vivien. What do you think? He asked tentatively. Clara's beautiful face hardened. It's your child. If you want to keep it, keep it. You don't need to consult me. However, I expect that after Vivien gives birth, the two of you will have no further contact. Can you do that? She popped a piece of cake into his mouth, her eyes fixed on his. Jason swallowed hard and nodded quickly. Of course. You can count on it, honey. Is there anything else you want to eat? I can make it for you. He was so surprised that Clara had agreed so easily that he became overly eager to please. He couldn't let his 2 daughters go hungry. In that case, I'd like a blueberry pie. Don't mess with me. What do you really want to eat? Jason's forehead broke out in a sweat as he tried to hide his embarrassment. Luckily, Clara didn't seem to notice. I'm not hungry right now. I'm just a little tired. I want to rest. Will you lie with me for a while? She smiled, shifting to make room for him on the bed. It was a sincere invitation, and Jason found it hard to refuse. Well, okay. His mouth twitched as he lay down beside her. The moment he did, he was enveloped in her soft, sweet scent. Before he could react, she had slipped her arm into his embrace. Jason tensed, instinctively trying to pull away, but was met with a displeased murmur from the woman in his arms. Don't move. Just like this. Let me sleep for a while. The stress of the past few days had truly exhausted her. Only in Jason's arms did she feel this sense of peace. It was a feeling of security she had never known, one that was hard to let go of. Jason's body remained stiff, but he relented, looking down at the woman in his arms. Clara was undeniably beautiful. Even at A-list university, there was no one more stunning. Her sharp, cold beauty was captivating from the first glance, and he had been captivated. Now, that cold, untouchable woman was curled up in his arms like a contented kitten, her hand resting on his chest. Jason was a man. He had to admit his heart was pounding. But then he thought of Brooke, and his brow furrowed in worry. What are you thinking about? Clara sensed his distraction. Tell me a story. Lull me to sleep. What? Jason was speechless. He hadn't realized she had this quirk. How old was she? She still needed bedtime stories. I don't care. Are you going to tell me one or not? Clara tilted her head up. Jason had no choice but to surrender. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs. I don't want to hear that one. I've heard it before. Then what do you want to hear? The 3 little lambs. Jason was baffled. Weren't the 3 little lambs and the 3 little pigs the same story? Ahem. Once upon a time, there were 3 little lambs. They lived in a beautiful forest. One day, their mother had to go out to buy food, and she told the little lambs to stay inside and not to open the door for the big bad wolf. But the big bad wolf came anyway. He mimicked the mother's voice and tricked the little lambs into opening the door, and then he ate them one by one. When a mother lamb came home and saw what had happened, she cried and cried. Jason's voice was gentle as he slowly told the story. He thought that after a while, Clara would have fallen asleep. But when he looked down, he saw her curled up in his arms, her hand on her belly, a complex expression on her face. What are you thinking about? The story's almost over and you're still awake? Jason asked, puzzled. Clara looked up, her eyes slightly red. Honey. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob. She sounded sad and worried. Jason's heart melted. What's wrong? Don't cry. You're about to be a mother. How can you cry at a story like this? It's just make-believe for little kids. He gently wiped away her tears, comforting her. Clara didn't say anything for a long moment, then looked up at him. Honey, do you think our babies will be born safely? It wasn't the story that had made her cry. It was that listening to it had inevitably made her think of her own children. Though she was a force to be reckoned with in the outside world, a woman who never showed a soft side, when it came to this, she couldn't help but reveal a uniquely feminine vulnerability and fear. Seeing her tears, Jason's heart softened completely. Don't think about that. I won't let anything happen to you or the babies. Trust me, okay? Don't cry. You'll mess up your pretty face. He patiently soothed her until she finally smiled through her tears. I never knew you were so good at comforting people. She hooked her red lips into a smile, her stunning, cold face suddenly leaning in close. Jason instinctively pulled back, but she grabbed him by the collar. What are you running from? Am I going to eat you? She narrowed her beautiful eyes, a playful, ambiguous light in them. Don't tell me you learned this little routine from Brooke too? A dangerous glint appeared in Clara's eyes. Jason's eyelid twitched. Seriously? Is her intuition really that sharp? How could you have guessed that? Of course not. You're overthinking things, Jason coughed, inching back a little more, which only annoyed Clara further. Why are you moving so far away? You seem scared of me. Did you do something wrong last night? And I seem to recall our contract stipulated that you must give me a good morning kiss every day and lull me to sleep. But as I recall, you haven't fulfilled that even once, have you? She squinted, her expression one of someone who saw right through him, which almost made Jason confess everything on the spot. And no, of course not. Isn't that so? Clara's lips curved into a smile. Then what do you plan to do about us? Since I've allowed Vivien to keep her child, that means we can't get a divorce. That's what you promised me last time, wasn't it? In reality, she hadn't noticed anything wrong with Jason. She had just been teasing him. Jason breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I won't bring up divorce again. But he was confused. There's had only been a business arrangement. Had she really developed feelings for him? Or was it just that she didn't want her children to be born without a father? Jason was conflicted. He hadn't forgotten that at their wedding, Clara had said she was willing to marry him. But he couldn't tell if she had been saying it to fool the Sterling family, to put on a show of affection, or if she truly had feelings for him. Of course, he was too embarrassed to ask. As long as you remember. Hearing his promise, Clara's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Then from now on, we are a proper husband and wife. You are not to mention the contract marriage again. Understand, honey? She tested the word, a faint blush on her cheeks. Before Jason could reply, she leaned in and kissed him. Her soft lips tasted faintly of flowers. It was just a light, butterfly-wing touch against his own, but she seemed satisfied. Good afternoon. Before Jason could process what had happened, Clara hummed softly and fell asleep in his arms. Jason touched his lips, still feeling the warmth, and was lost in thought for a moment. Damn, what am I going to do about Brooke? He had never meant to get involved with 2 women. Now he was responsible for both of them, and his conscience was screaming. How was he ever going to explain this to Clara? Mr. Miller? Ma'am has arranged for you to go to the office this afternoon to familiarize yourself with the company's operations. Okay, you can go first. I'll be there in a minute, Jason nodded. He stayed with Clara a little longer, until she was sound asleep before leaving the hospital room. Then Ava, along with Sprite, who had rushed over, took him to Sterling Industries. How have things been at the children's home? Jason asked Sprite in the car, rubbing his temples. Everything's fine. The director heard that Vivien is back in the country and was hoping you could bring her for a visit sometime. He raised her, after all. He misses her, Sprite said. Since Jason hadn't needed her recently, she had been staying at the home and had heard the old director mention it several times. Okay, Jason agreed. Soon, they arrived at Sterling Industries. The building was located on the most prosperous street in NYC, several tiers above his own company. This was, after all, the wealthiest family in the city. Jason followed Ava through a brief orientation and was soon settled in his office. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. News of his new position as Clara's husband had already spread, and everyone in the company treated him with the utmost respect. Mr. Miller, if you need anything, just let me know, one of the senior executives said respectfully. Also, Zoe Sue is arriving tonight. She has requested a meeting with Miss Sterling tomorrow morning, but we suspect Miss Sterling may not be available. Would you be willing to meet with her instead? Hearing the name Zoe Sue, Jason frowned. Zoe Sue? I haven't heard of her. She's the original second daughter of the Sue family, Mr. Sue's biological child. She was ill and was sent to a children's home. She suddenly returned to the country. We're not sure why, the executive explained. Jason hesitated, then nodded. Fine, you can arrange it. He would meet with her briefly, just to get it over with. He had no desire to be overly friendly with anyone from the Sue family. Excellent. The executive left to make the arrangements. Jason dealt with some paperwork, then looked at his phone. The time he had agreed to meet with Bianca had arrived. Sure enough, she had sent him a message with the address of a cafe. Brother, let's meet here. Along with that message was another from Brooke. Babe, come home early tonight. I have a surprise for you. Even through the screen, he could feel her excitement. Jason couldn't help but smile. A surprise? I doubt it. All right, I'll be home early tonight. Don't you dare be planning some kind of scare for me, or you'll have to answer me. When it came to Brooke, he couldn't resist teasing her. On the other end, Brooke blushed when she received his message. Get lost. She typed back, though her tone was playful. And don't come back too early. I won't be ready yet. After what happened yesterday, how could he still be teasing her? Wasn't he tired? Brooke suppressed a smile. Though she was a little worried, she was also looking forward to seeing Jason that night. She would take a nice long bath, make herself smell sweet and feel soft, then hide and jump out to surprise him. And then they could. Jason read Brooke's message, a smile playing on his lips. He could already picture her blushing face, and he felt a strange sense of anticipation. He got up, grabbed his car keys, and called out to Sprite, who was engrossed in a game on her phone. You drive? Take me to a cafe. First, he would meet Bianca. Then he would buy some dessert at the cafe to take home to Brooke. Who's the lucky lady this time? Sprite asked, her voice dripping with mock resentment. Just so, you know, this is outside of my work hours. I expect overtime pay. You're the head of the entire Sterling family now. You have to show me some love, right? Some love. Jason raised an eyebrow. Fine. You've been working hard. I'll send you a $500 bonus. Now stop complaining and drive. $500 was a major expense for him. If it weren't for the fact that he was more likely to get pulled over, and Sprite knew the roads better, he wouldn't be spending the extra cash. Sprite did not disappoint. Half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of a place called the Waterfront Cafe. Jason got out, sent Sprite the bonus, and walked inside. The cafe had a warm, cozy decor with soft yellow lighting and orange roses on the tables. It was a nice atmosphere. He just hoped the cake was good. Brooke was a picky eater. If it wasn't good, he'd never hear the end of it. Sir, do you have a reservation? The entire cafe has been booked by a young lady for the evening. If you don't have a reservation, a waiter politely approached him. Jason was a bit embarrassed. He was about to say no when a voice came from behind him. Brother, you're here. Bianca, dressed in a beautiful white dress, suddenly appeared behind him. Jason turned. A smile spread across Bianca's face. He's with me. You can go now, she told the waiter, who promptly left. Then she turned to Jason. Brother, come on. Our table is this way. You booked the whole place? Jason asked, looking around as he followed her. He hadn't noticed before, but they were indeed the only two customers. Yes, I didn't want anyone to disturb us, Bianca said simply. They sat down at a table by the window. Outside, a light snow had begun to fall, fogging up the glass. The view was beautiful and hazy. Jason, however, was on high alert. This girl was definitely up to something. This felt wrong. Bianca, is there something you want to talk to me about? Jason coughed, breaking the silence. The smile on Bianca's face froze for a moment. Then, she looked out the window, her eyes red-rimmed, and spoke softly. Brother, do you remember? When we were in the countryside, the first time we met, it was snowing just like this. She stared out the window, her eyes filled with a longing that seemed to transport her back in time. Jason didn't speak. He hadn't forgotten. Back in high school, he hadn't wanted to get involved in any trouble. But the Bianca he had seen then had reminded him so much of himself. That was one of the reasons he had helped her. He just never expected that she would turn out to be a sterling. You remember? He chuckled, trying to hide his awkwardness. Bianca smiled too. Of course I remember. That one short year. To you, it was probably just an insignificant chapter in your life. But to me, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. She smiled, but her eyes filled with tears. They were a mix of conflict, complexity, and a certain pathological emotion. She had never known her parents. She had been abandoned by the Sterling family in the countryside. To put it bluntly, with her albinism and her personality, the first half of her life had been like that of an outcast living in perpetual darkness. She couldn't even get enough to eat, which was why she had grown up so small and frail. Back then, she didn't know how to climb the social ladder, didn't know what power was. She only knew that if she had breakfast, she might not have dinner. It was Jason's appearance that had been like a ray of light in her dark, gloomy world. He was the one who taught her to fight back when she was bullied, who taught her to strive for a higher position so that no one could ever bully her again, so that she would never have to go hungry again. Bianca smiled faintly, looking at him. Brother, do you know how heartbroken I was when I heard you were marrying my aunt? He was her only family, a father and a brother to her. In a way, he had created the person she was today. So from the very beginning, she had developed a special kind of attachment to him, a mix of familial love and romantic affection. She had looked for him for so many years. But when she finally found him, he was already her aunt's husband. She couldn't bear it. She knew that if she didn't say something now, she might never have the chance to tell him everything. Bianca, calm down. Jason finally saw something in her eyes that wasn't right. A familiar look. He had seen it before, in Vivien's and Clara's eyes. This girl. He suddenly had a very bad feeling, a chill running down his spine. Damn it, is this a trap? After being held captive twice, Jason was on high alert. He scooted his chair back, not even daring to drink his coffee. Who knew what might be in it? I am calm. Bianca saw his reaction and was amused. Brother, you wouldn't want my aunt to find out about yesterday, would you? She half closed her beautiful eyes, a cunning glint in them. A cold dread washed over Jason. What are you trying to say? I'm trying to say. Bianca suddenly became shy. I know you're with my aunt because of the contract. After the babies are born, you'll get a divorce. As for Brooke, you've already broken up with her, haven't you? So what I'm trying to say is, I like MMPH. MMPH. Bianca started to speak, but Jason grabbed a cupcake from the tray beside them and shoved it into her mouth. MMPH. Cough, cough. You want a cupcake, right? I get it. Strawberry again. Jason's face was beet red. He started grabbing more cupcakes with both hands, cramming them in her mouth one after another as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't need to be a mind reader to know what she was about to say. She's not going to say she likes me, is she? Jason felt the danger closing in. Bianca's mouth was full, her small face a mask of panic. Brother, what are you doing? I was trying to say, you can say whatever you want, just don't use the L word. Not like? Bianca raised an eyebrow, her mouth finally clear. A look of sudden understanding crossed her face. Brother, I didn't realize you were so direct. She feigned coyness. I was going to say we should take things slow, since our relationship is just starting. A blush spread across her cheeks, as if she were drunk despite not having a single drink. So, you already knew. Jason scooted back in his seat, a look of sheer terror on his face. Knew what? What's she talking about? She knows something again? I don't even know what she knows. About us, of course. The truth is I've liked you for a very long time, Bianca confessed, her face crimson. The confession alone was enough to make Jason's blood run cold, but she quickly backtracked. No, you said I couldn't say like, I guess what I feel for you isn't like. She seemed to remember his warning. I'm just kidding. I like your shirt. Kidding? You're going to give me a heart attack. Phew. Jason let out a massive sigh of relief. Jesus, you could have just said that. You like the shirt? I'll take it off for you later. Anything but liking him. That was a close call. He wiped the sweat from his brow and chugged half his coffee to calm his nerves. Seeing this, Bianca let out a small laugh. You're so funny, brother. Her expression shifted, her eyes darkening with intensity. I mean, I do like your shirt, but I love you. She stared at him, her voice a low, intimate murmur. You said I couldn't say like, so I'm saying I love you. Brother, do you understand? I love you. She whispered, her gaze adoring but tinged with a terrifying madness. The tone was so intimate, so possessive. It was like a lover's secret shared in the dark. Pfft. Jason sprayed a mouthful of coffee across the table, his eyes wide with shock. You what? He was sure he'd misheard. But Bianca's expression was dead serious. I said, I love you. She thought he just hadn't heard clearly. But in the next second, the color drained from Jason's face, then flooded back in a wave of panicked red. Bianca, are you joking? His lips twitched, the smile completely gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated awkwardness. Of course not. I'm being serious. I love you. Brother, I wanted to say this for a long, long time. From the first moment she saw him, she had been captivated. Her world had been gray, and he was the first splash of color. That was why, even now that he was married to her aunt, even after all his other girlfriends, her feelings hadn't changed. Others might love him for his integrity, his kindness, his sense of responsibility. But she loved him for no reason at all. She loved him because he was her brother. Even if he was dark, even if he was broken, he would always be her brother. Bianca, you can't joke about things like this. I have to go, Jason said, his voice strained. He grabbed his coat and bolted for the door without another word. If this had been the old Jason, he might have tried to talk her down gently. But the new Jason just wanted to escape. He was afraid if he angered her, he'd wake up chained in another basement. Brother! Bianca cried out, a flash of hurt in her eyes as he turned to leave. We've barely spoken, and you're already leaving? You haven't answered my question. Her voice grew desperate. Don't you love me? Her eyes were filled with confusion. Jason had to stop. He turned back, his expression weary. Bianca, we've known each other a long time. I do care about you, but it's the way an older brother cares for his little sister. That's all. He searched his memory. Since he'd known her, he'd never done anything that crossed that line. He didn't know when she'd gotten the wrong idea, but he had to clear it up now. I don't understand. Bianca shook her head, refusing to believe it. Brother, if you love me and I love you, why can't we be together? Isn't a brother's love still love? All she knew was that love was love. She wanted Jason by her side, always. What was the difference between a brother's love and a lover's? I can't explain it to you. Jason waved a hand dismissively, his patience gone. He turned to leave again, and a shadow fell over Bianca's pale face. Brother, why? Why is it okay for Brooklyn? Her voice was a low whisper. Them at first. But you won't even sit and listen to me finish? When did everything change? Her eyes began to turn red. Is it because of my aunt? Or Brooklyn? Or is it Vivien? She was furious. His heart was already so crowded. Was there truly no room for her? Bianca, brother, she interrupted, her eyes blazing. What did you and Brooklyn do last night? I didn't see it, but I'm sure my aunt's investigators can find out. The threat hung in the air, but her voice shook, a desperate plea laced with tears. That lit Jason's fuse. Bianca, what happened between me and Brooke is my mess. If you want to tell Clara, go right ahead. His voice turned to ice. I didn't like the coffee today. I'm done here. He stalked toward the counter, not looking back at her. Brother, you stop right there. Bianca's enraged shouts followed him, but he didn't turn around. Give me one of your signature desserts to go, he said to the barista, and charge the bill for the private booking to this card. He coolly slid his credit card across the counter, took the neatly packaged dessert from the barista, and gave Bianca one last, hard look before walking out the door. Brother, Bianca watched him leave, tears finally streaming down her face as she collapsed back in her chair. She didn't understand. Why was he willing to accept Brooke? Willing to accept her aunt? Why couldn't he accept her? Bianca clutched her phone, her knuckles turning white. An idea, cold and sharp, formed in her mind. If she couldn't have him, then no one else would either. Especially not Brooklyn. Gritting her teeth, Bianca's thumb hovered over Clara's contact information. Should she tell her aunt what she knew? She hesitated. Meanwhile, Jason stormed to his car, dessert in hand, and slammed the door shut. Sprite, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced back with a curious look. Jay, weren't you meeting Bianca? How are you back so soon? She had expected to be waiting for hours. Guess she didn't do anything to you. That's not good. What? You wanted me to stay in there longer? Jason shot her a look, lighting a cigarette to calm his fraying nerves. He already regretted how he'd left things. He was worried Bianca would actually tell Clara about him and Brooke. But what was done was done. He rubbed his temples in frustration. Forget it. Just take me to Brooke's place before this cake melts. Clara would find out eventually anyway. He couldn't let himself be blackmailed forever. Okay. Sprite stuck out her tongue and started the car. Jason leaned back, typing out a quick message to Brooke. On my way back. Got you a little cake. Wait for me. Brooke's phone buzzed almost immediately. Her eyes lit up. Okay. Hurry back. I have a surprise for you. Reading her reply, Jason's mood finally lifted a little. Back in the cafe, after a moment of tortured hesitation, Bianca dialed Clara's number. Lying in her hospital bed, Clara frowned when she saw the caller ID, but answered anyway. Hello. Her tone was cool. Why was Bianca calling now? Things have been tense between them since the last incident. And Clara, where are you? Bianca asked, her voice thick. Clara's frown deepened. The hospital. Are you coming over? Yes. I'll be there soon. There's something I need to tell you, Bianca said, her eyes still red from crying. Sensing the distress in her voice, Clara sent her location. At the same time, Brooke, having just sent her text to Jason, was leaving a high-end salon. Where's Lindsay? She muttered, not seeing her cousin Dr. Luo anywhere. Anxious to get home to Jason, she didn't dwell on it. Spotting a boutique next door, she went straight in. If she'd gone to all the trouble of getting a full body wax, she needed a new outfit to go with it. Miss, can I help you find anything? A sales associate asked warmly. Brooke's eyes scanned the racks before landing on one particular outfit. Jason will definitely love this. Her heart fluttering with anticipation, she bought on the spot and rushed back to Jason's apartment. She'd been staying there ever since their first night together, especially after her recent fight with her family's advisor, Mr. Lee. As soon as she walked in the door, her phone rang. It was him. What is it now? She answered, her voice dripping with impatience. If he hadn't practically raised her, she would have blocked his number long ago. Always calling and interrupting her happiness with Jason. Young miss, where have you run off to? Have you completely forgotten about the Lin family? Mr. Lee sounded on the verge of tears. He turned his back for 1 second, and she was gone again. Being her guardian was impossible. What do you care where I am? You don't even approve of me and Jason, Brooke pouted. Mr. Lee immediately seized on that. You're with Jason? Who said that? I didn't say that. Brooke realized her slip-up and grew defensive. Anyway, stay out of it. Everything is going according to my plan. Jason is mine now. He's going to marry me. Marry you? The words gave Mr. Lee a migraine. He hasn't even divorced Clara Sterling. How is he going to marry you? Just mind your own business. Brooke snapped, angrily hanging up the phone. Clutching her new outfit, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. Jason had gone to see Clara today. What if something had changed? No, I need to be prepared. Half an hour later, Sprite's car pulled up outside the apartment building. You can head home. I'll call you in the morning, Jason said, getting out of the car. He handed Sprite a $500 bill for her trouble before heading inside. He let himself in with his key, but the apartment was pitch black. He frowned. Hadn't Brooke come back yet? Where did she go? And I want to talk about something serious, he muttered. He set the cake box on the counter and was about to take off his jacket and crash on the sofa when a pair of soft hands wrapped around his waist from behind. Babe, what are you looking for? A sultry voice whispered by his ear, carrying the faint, intoxicating scent of tuberose. Jason's breath hitched. Before he could speak, those small hands were already unbuttoning his coat, slipping it from his shoulders. Her fingers trailed lightly across his chest. His breathing grew heavier. He recognized her scent, a faint, pleasant hint of fruit tea. It was Brooke. Ahem. Brooke, why are all the lights off? He asked, his voice rough. He tried to suppress the fire igniting inside him and reach for the light switch, but his hand was caught. He tensed, about to speak, when her slender figure moved into his line of sight. Don't turn on the lights. I told you I had a surprise. Brooke stood before him, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, her chin resting sweetly on his shoulder. Her movements were gentle but possessive, and her eyes shimmered with a dangerous light. The atmosphere in the room grew thick and charged. Jason grabbed her wandering hands. Brooke, stop messing around. I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Brooke murmured, refusing to let go. It's about Clara, Jason said, his voice strained. I wanted to right by you, I do, but... Don't say but... Brooke's eyes reddened instantly. She knew what was coming. Jason, are you trying to back out of your responsibility to me? It was just as she'd feared. Did Clara or Vivien say something to you? She pouted, and Jason was at a loss for words. Brooke, it's not that I don't want to be responsible. He was trapped. How could he possibly be responsible for two women at the same time? Unless he moved to another country. Brooke, whatever you want as compensation, I'll give it to you. Just name a price, okay? He kept his back to her, holding her hands, trying to reason with her. You're young. You have a whole future ahead of you. You don't need to waste your time on me. I want to do right by you, but I'm about to be a father. I have to be responsible for my children. Just tell me what you want. Anything. How does that sound? Her eyes filled with tears, turning a deeper shade of red. It sounds terrible. Her voice cracked. I told you I don't want anything. You have to be responsible for me. Did she look like she needed money? She could have as much as she wanted. She only wanted him. Brooke. Jason's resolve wavered. He tried to say more, but she was already clinging to him, sobbing against his back. Wah, I don't care. You're not getting rid of me. You're the one who started this, she wailed. If you don't take responsibility for me, I'll kill Clara, then I'll kill you, and then I'll kill myself. Her threats were back, but mixed with her whimpering cries, they lost their edge. Besides, as if she could actually kill Clara, and he wasn't stupid enough to let her kill him. Hey, don't cry, all right? He was torn between laughter and pity. He finally steeled himself and turned around to face her, intending to comfort her, when he finally saw what she was wearing. Brooke? What in the world is that? Who told you to dress like this? Jason stared dumbfounded. She was in a ridiculously skimpy French-made outfit. His skin crawled. What monster had put this idea in her head? To him, she was still just a kid, and seeing her in something like this was deeply unsettling. Who's the sick bastard I need to kill? The salesgirl at the store said it looked good. Brooke was still rubbing her eyes, her lower lip trembling. She'd even come home and taken a shower before putting it on, thinking he would like it. Isn't it hot? Jason's jaw twitched. He glanced down, then quickly looked away. Ahem. It's a complete scandal. But, yeah, it's hot. His voice was rough. Why are you wearing this? Her lips formed a pout again. I told you I had a surprise for you. I even went and got a full body wax today, and the first thing you do when you get home is say something like that. A wax. Jason's mind snagged on that detail, ignoring the rest. A full body wax? He instinctively glanced down again. Is it the kind of wax I'm thinking of? Ahem. Why would you do something like that? How did she know he liked that? Or, who told her? Brooke followed his gaze, and her face turned scarlet. You pervert. I knew I shouldn't have bought this. Don't you dare try to change the subject. Okay. Not changing the subject. Think about what I said, all right? Jason looked away, grabbing a throw blanket to cover her with. But at his words, her expression grew even more wounded. I won't think about it. I don't want to. Brooke covered her ears, fat tears rolling down her cheeks. Jason opened his mouth to speak, but a wave of perfume hit him as she threw herself into his arms, completely breaking down. Babe, I don't want to break up. Please don't say things like that. Okay. Her voice was muffled against his chest. I really don't want anything else. I just want you. You like me too. I know you do. Why can't we be together? You like kids? I can have kids for you too. Please don't make me leave you, please. She clung to him, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. A vein throbbed in Jason's temple. Her crying twisted something in his chest. His resolve crumbled. Okay, I was just kidding. I won't say it again, all right? Stop crying. You'll give yourself a headache. He sighed, patting her trembling shoulders as he held her. I even brought you a little cake. Want some? It's blueberry, your favorite. If you don't eat it, I'm going to eat it all myself. He picked up the box and held a small spoon to her lips. But hearing him try to soothe her only made her cry harder. You jerk. You scared me to death. Why would you make a joke like that? It's not funny at all. I don't want it, wah, she wailed, a mix of anger and hurt. Jason couldn't help but chuckle. All right, my mouth's full. So you don't want this cake? Then I'll eat it. He made a show of bringing the spoon to his own mouth. Brooke immediately looked up, her eyes swollen and red, her lips pushed out in a defiant pout. No, you can't have any. You said you bought it for me, so I'm eating it. You were mean, so you don't get a single bite. She snatched the spoon from him, grabbed the cake box, and dug into the rich blueberry-studded dessert. Her eyes instantly lit up. It's so good. She hadn't had a blueberry cupcake in forever. It was still her favorite flavor. If only Jason hadn't said those awful things. Jason sat beside her, watching her devour the cake, the way her red lips moved, and then his eyes drifted down to her outfit again. His throat went dry. I'm going to take a shower. You eat. He was afraid if he kept looking, he'd lose control. It wasn't that he had no morals, but what normal man could resist this? He wasn't a saint. Seeing him get up, Brooke thought he was angry that she wouldn't share. She scrambled off the sofa, barefoot, and ran after him. I was kidding, babe, don't go. I'll share. Here, try some, it's really good. A smudge of cream clung to her lip as she chased him, worried he was mad. Jason stopped. He was about to speak when she put a spoonful of cake in his mouth. Is it good? Is it? Brooke's eyes sparkled with expectation. As she looked up at him, the blanket he'd wrapped her in slipped to the floor, revealing a breathtaking view. Jason felt a rush of heat to his face. His gaze locked onto hers, suddenly predatory. Ahem. It's very good, he said, his voice turning husky. But I know an even better way to eat it. Brooke's cheeks flushed. What way? She stammered, sensing what was coming and taking an instinctive step back. A slow smile spread across Jason's face. As she retreated, he shot out a hand, wrapped it around her slim waist, and pulled her flush against him. Ah! Brooke yelped, startled by his sudden move. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Jason chuckled, leaning in close to her lips, his eyes burning like embers. He focused on the tiny smudge of cream still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Brooke's face was on fire. She instinctively closed her eyes, expecting a kiss. Instead, he moved slowly, deliberately, and gently licked the sweet cream from her lips. A jolt of electricity shot through her. A deep crimson blush bloomed across her cheeks. She had planned to put up a token resistance, but her anticipation fell flat. He hadn't actually kissed her. Disappointed, she opened her eyes to see him watching her with a teasing smirk, as if he'd read her mind completely. Jason, you did that on purpose, she pouted. Did what on purpose? I didn't do anything, he said, his smile widening at her adorable, flustered state. I'm not playing with you anymore. Brooke huffed, trying to turn away, but he wasn't about to let her go. His hands tightened around her waist, holding her fast. Ah, she cried out again as he swept her off her feet and into his arms. Jason, what are you doing? Put me down, she gasped, looking up into his scorching gaze. You wanted to know the better way to eat cake, didn't you? I'll teach you, he murmured, his voice a low, husky rumble near her ear. The hot breath against her skin made her whole body tremble. Her face turned a shade of deep red, and she buried her head in his chest like a frightened quail. What way to eat it? It's not what I'm thinking, is it? Her reaction made him laugh. Cradling her in his arms, he kicked open the bedroom door and strode confidently toward the bed. The loud thud of the door made her heart leap. The next second, she was being lowered onto the soft mattress. Babe, we haven't finished the cake, she mumbled, trying to make a last-ditch escape in the darkness. Jason's hand shot out and caught her ankle. We can eat it now, he said, his voice thick with desire. A few minutes later, the sound from the room were no longer about dessert. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Clara was lying in her bed, eating an orange that Ava had peeled for her, when a knock came at the door. Come in, she said coolly. The door opened, and Bianca walked in, her eyes red and swollen. Clara raised an eyebrow. Bianca approached the bed, her expression dark. I confessed to Jason today, she said, her head bowed and her voice shrinking. But he turned me down. She looked up, her eyes dull and lifeless. Hearing this, a wave of satisfaction washed over Clara. Jason had kept his promise to stay away from Bianca. She was pleased, but she kept her face a placid mask. Bianca, I know you've been looking for him for a long time, she said, gently patting Bianca's shoulder. But you're still young. What you feel for him is just a sister's reliance on a brother. Let it go. When you're ready, your aunt will help you find a boy you really like. That was what she believed. Bianca was just a child. She didn't know what real love was. Bianca listened without a word, but inwardly, she rejected every syllable. She knew what she felt for Jason was nothing like a sister's affection. He was the only thing she had ever pursued, the sole focus of her life. She would never give up. However, she didn't want to argue. She had intended to tell Clara about Brooke, but instead, she changed the subject. There's something else. I heard Mr. Sue is dead, she said, her tone flat. Clara's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Mr. Sue is dead? How do you know that? How could Bianca possibly know? She had secretly hired Echelon to handle it. The entire operation was confidential. Could Bianca have some connection to the mysterious Echelon? The thought made Clara frown deeply. Faced with Clara's sharp gaze, Bianca remained calm. I just happened to come across the information. She then deftly shifted the topic to Mr. Sue's daughter, Zoe. From what I know, Mr. Sue has a daughter. Now that he's dead, his daughter, Zoe, will surely return to the country for the funeral. She'll probably start investigating the cause of her father's death. Bianca's eyes bored into Clara's. Aunt Clara, what are you going to do about that? But before Jason could push her away, Vivien spoke, her voice a soft whisper. Please, don't push me away. Jason, I'm just so tired. Let me lean on you for a minute. Just a minute. Her voice was so light, so fragile. Jason's hands froze mid-air, then fell to his sides. He couldn't bring himself to move her. If you're tired, you should go home and rest. We can come back to the children's home tomorrow, he said gently, though he knew the exhaustion she felt was deeper than physical. She needed a shoulder to lean on. It's okay. I'm fine. Let's go now. Vivien managed a faint smile, finally releasing him and getting into the car, her eyes still red. Jason followed, and a delicate silence settled between them. The tension only began to lift when he pulled up to the gates of the old children's home. Is that Brother Jason's car? He's back. He's back. Grandpa, Brother Jason is back. A group of small children playing near the entrance erupted into cheers at the sight of his car. They scattered like sparrows, rushing into the courtyard to tell the director. As soon as Jason stepped out of the car, a little girl named Nana launched herself into his arms. Brother, she squealed, rubbing her soft, pretty face against his. Vivien got out behind him, a small frown on her face. Had she really been gone that long? She didn't recognize any of these children. Well now, has her Nana put on some weight? Jason laughed, hoisting the little girl into the air. Have you been listening to Grandpa Director? If not, I'll have to give you a spanking. The little girl felt heavier. He wondered if his and Clara's daughters, Lila and Liana, would be this cute one day. I've been good. Did you bring snacks, brother? Nana chewed on her lip, her eyes darting greedily toward his car. Jason laughed and pulled out the cupcakes he brought. You little rascal. I've finally come back to visit, and all you can think about is food. Give your brother a hug first. He handed her the box. Here, go share these with the others. But don't eat too many, or your teeth will hurt. He set her back on the ground. Yay. Nana cheered, running off with the other kids. Jason watched them go with a smile before turning to Vivien. You probably don't know any of these kids. After you left, most of the older ones, the ones our age, left for work or school. These little ones, they've had it rough too. Come on, Grandpa Director is waiting for you inside. He gestured for her to follow him into the courtyard. There, under the shade of a large plane tree, an old man with graying hair was waiting. The moment Vivien saw him, her eyes filled with tears. Grandpa, I'm home. Jason watched the reunion for a moment before quietly stepping aside to give them space. On the other side of town, the moment Vivien left the hospital DR, Lindsay Luo grabbed her luggage, hailed a cab with her most trusted assistant, and made a frantic dash for the airport. Not far behind, Vivien's own assistant followed their taxi. That Lindsay has to be hiding something, the assistant thought, her expression grim. Miss Sue had just left and now DR. Luo was fleeing to the airport? Where's she running from? Lindsay's assistant was just as confused. DR. Luo, do we really need to do this? What's going on? Why was her boss acting like she was being chased by ghosts? Just drive. Faster. Lindsay urged, her face pale with anxiety. I have a bad feeling. That woman, Vivien, she definitely suspects something. We have to get out of here now. Of course I'm being chased by ghosts. If Vivien finds out, she'll kill me. The taxi driver, seeing their panic, calmly pressed the silent alarm button while pretending to comply. These two can't be fugitives, can they? Better safe than sorry. Minutes later, a report came in to Captain Davis's precinct at the NYPD, and he immediately dispatched a unit. But he was a step too late. Just as the taxi pulled up to the airport terminal, Vivien's assistant and a team of men blocked it off. DR. Luo, where are you rushing off to? Vivien's assistant said coolly, opening the car door. Our Miss Sue has invited you to dinner tonight. Please come with us. Lindsay's escape was cut off. Ahem. I'm a bit busy. Can I take a rain check? She stammered. The next second, a cloth was pressed over her mouth. Take her, the assistant ordered. They bundled Lindsay into their car, leaving her assistant and the taxi driver staring at each other in stunned silence. A few minutes later, Captain Davis arrived and took the bewildered assistant into custody. He was confused. The girl's attire didn't scream fugitive. Could she be connected to the Lynn or Sterling families? On a hunch, he decided to call Clara. Hello. Clara answered, surprised to hear from him. Is there a problem? Well, Ms. Sterling, we have someone in custody here, and I was wondering if she works for you. Could you take a look? He snapped a photo and sent it to her. Clara glanced at it. No, not mine. Oh, good. These two were in a huge hurry, looked like they were on the run. I was afraid I'd arrested the wrong person, Captain Davis said, relieved. He was about to hang up when the assistant blurted out, Captain, I haven't broken any laws. I was with Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo. The name caught Clara's attention. Captain, could you please bring her to me? She asked, her voice sharp. She remembered that the report confirming Vivien's pregnancy had come from a clinic run by a Dr. Luo. And now, this doctor was suddenly trying to leave the country? Something wasn't right. Sure. Though puzzled, Captain Davis agreed and escorted the young woman to the hospital. Back at the children's home, Jason had been playing with the kids by the gate for a while before Vivien finally emerged. She had clearly been crying. Her eyes were red and swollen. She looked fragile, as if a strong breeze could knock her over. Jason felt a pang of sympathy and went to steady her. Are you okay? If you're not feeling well, I can take you home. No, I'm fine. Vivien shook her head, wanting to spend more time with him. All right, but tell me if you feel unwell. Jason nodded and sat down on the front steps. Vivien sat beside him, watching the children play, her eyes distant. For a moment, she saw herself and Jason, back in those simpler, happier days. It would be so nice if things could go back to the way they were. She whispered, her voice thick with emotion. If I had never left, would we have ended up like this? A mix of warmth and sorrow filled her heart, and with a longing sigh, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Jason tensed, his expression darkening for a fraction of a second. Maybe, he said, not pushing her away. A flicker of memory crossed his mind. If none of that had happened, we might even be married by now. He said it as a joke, but a part of him knew it was true. He had genuinely loved her back then. He used to say he'd marry her the first chance he got, before someone else could steal her away. But life rarely goes as planned, and maybe the way things were now wasn't so bad. Yes, Vivien smiled, nuzzling against his shoulder. If none of that had happened, would you marry me? She asked, her voice soft but tinged with a desperate hope. Jason froze. He opened his mouth, but before he could answer, Nana and a few other kids came running over, crying. Wah! Brother, my ball. It's stuck in a tree. Can you get it down for me? Nana pointed to a ball wedged high in the branches. Okay, I'll get it for you, Jason said, quickly standing up. He shot Vivien an apologetic smile. I'll just go get the ball for Nana. It was a convenient escape. He didn't know how to answer her question. He had loved her, yes. But now, when she asked that question, the faces of Clara and Brooke inexplicably appeared in his mind. Okay. Vivien's sharp intuition picked up on his evasion, but she just nodded with a small smile. When she looked down, however, a tear escaped her eye. He's already fallen for Clara and Brooke, hasn't he? Maybe he didn't even realize it himself. He never used to avoid her questions, especially not about marrying her. He used to propose to her excitedly. Now, he was running away. Was even a hypothetical impossible? You guys have to be more careful when you play. Don't kick it so high next time. I can barely reach it. Jason's voice pulled Vivien from her thoughts. The ball was stuck just out of his reach. Nana pouted and looked at Vivien. Then, maybe let the pretty sister try. Jason chuckled. She's not as tall as me. If I can't get it, how can she? You can lift her up, silly, Nana said, puffing out her chest as if she were a genius. Jason's smile faltered. Well, it was a solution, but Vivien was pregnant. He was about to refuse when Vivien walked over. I think that's a great idea. We'll see if your brother is strong enough to lift me, she said, forcing a cheerful smile to hide her disappointment. Jason's competitive spirit flared. You want to try? He'd been working out for years. Of course he could lift her. Let's see what you've got. Vivien laughed, holding out her hands. Jason didn't hesitate, scooping her up and lifting her high into the air. Nana and the other kids burst into exaggerated cheers. Wow, brother is so strong. He's a weightlifter. No, he's Iron Man. You're wrong. The strong one is the Hulk. Brother is the Hulk. The kids chattered excitedly, their eyes wide with admiration. Jason, holding Vivien, almost choked with laughter. The Hulk? Why did they have to pick the green one? Am I that ugly? Vivien found it funny, too. It had been a long time since she'd felt this happy and carefree. Jason held her steady, and she could just reach the ball. Catch, she shouted, tossing it down. The children scrambled after it with joyful shrieks. Jason gently set Vivien back on her feet. They leaned against the tree, watching the kids play. I never realized when I was little how noisy kids are, Vivien said, her eyes full of longing. But they're so happy, so carefree. I wonder if our baby will be this boisterous. You'll have your hands full with 3 of them. She couldn't help but smile at the thought. 3 kids? Jason's expression flickered. Was she including Lila and Liana? His feelings were complicated, and he didn't respond. Instead, Nana popped her head up between them. Sister, you're so pretty, she said, her big eyes fixated on Vivien's gentle face. Vivien laughed. You're very cute, too. Do you want a treat? I could take you to buy some. But Nana, usually a little glutton, shook her head vigorously. I don't want a treat. I want you to hold me. Sister, what were you and brother whispering about? Are you two in love? The little girl wrapped her arms around Vivien's neck, completely ignoring Jason. Vivien and Jason both blushed. Don't be silly. Get down from there. You'll hurt your sister, Jason said, trying to pry Nana off Vivien. Nana pouted. Brother, are you dumb? I'm helping you flirt. No wonder you're so old and don't have a wife yet. Are you really going to let a pretty wife like this get away? She huffed, looking at him with disapproval. Jason was flabbergasted. Who told you I don't have a wife? He had 3 kids on the way. I don't believe you, Nana declared. Even if you have one wife, can't you have another one? When I play house with my friends, I have lots of wives. Don't tell me you only have one. Jason was floored by her logic. Who has been teaching you these things? Who taught a 6-year-old how to collect wives? Nana ignored him. So, how many wives do you have, brother? If he had fewer than her, she was going to laugh at him. Clara just smiled faintly, not overly concerned about Sue's return. She knew Zoe suffered from a rare form of leukemia and had always been in poor health. Even if she did come back to investigate, a woman that frail was unlikely to cause much of a stir. If she holds a funeral, I'll make an appearance, Clara said dismissively. She was the Sue family heir, after all. A little face-saving was required. Fine, it's your call. I'm leaving, Bianca sighed, seeing Clara's confidence, and left the room. Clara watched her go, a thoughtful expression on her face. After a long moment, she spoke. Ava, I want you to look into everyone Bianca has been in contact with recently. Also, text Jason and find out where he is. Yes, ma'am. Ava nodded and left to carry out her orders. Meanwhile, back at Jason's apartment, Jason leaned back against the headboard, lit a cigarette, and immediately felt a twinge of regret. Why did he have to be so impulsive? Still, he had to admit, the blueberry cupcake had been delicious. The blueberries were fresh, juicy, and sweet. He should have bought more. And Jason took a sharp drag from his cigarette as it hit him. Damn it, I forgot to buy condoms again. He hadn't planned on anything happening with Brooke when he got home, but life was unpredictable. He'd have to stock up. Brooke, she won't get pregnant, will she? He thought, glancing at her sleeping soundly on his arm, a satisfied smile on her face. That would be a mess. What are you looking at? Brooke mumbled, her cheeks flushing as she saw him staring. Didn't get enough of a look earlier? You were the one who started it this time. Don't even think about denying it. Her cool hand slipped under the covers and wrapped around his waist. Jesus, your hands are freezing. Jason flinched, grabbing her hand to warm it in his. Stop moving around. Oof, Brooke grunted. It's your fault for not using a blanket. And you wasted that entire cupcake. Is that really how you eat? You ate it all yourself. I didn't get a single bite. You have to buy me another one tomorrow. Jason held back a laugh. It wasn't wasted, just a different way of eating. What? You want more? What's so great about cupcakes? Fine, I'll buy you another one tomorrow. He chuckled and pinched her nose. Brooke looked indignant. Mister, Lee called me today, so I have to go back to the estate tomorrow. And you promised. After Clara gives birth, you have to take responsibility for me. Do we say that? Jason's smile froze. He thought she'd agreed that fairness didn't matter. I'm mad now. What was that supposed to mean? Just because she didn't say it, it didn't count? Was he just going to love her and leave her? All right, I never said I wouldn't, Jason relented. Appeased, Brooke snuggled contentedly into his arms. He sighed. He was in deep with these women, and there was no getting out. Okay, so I'll take you back to the Lynn estate in the morning, then I have to go to the office. Something's come up, he said. That Sue is coming back. I need to meet with her, partly to keep up appearances, and partly to see what she's made of. Fine, Brooke agreed reluctantly. But you have to come home early tonight. I get scared when I'm here alone. You? Scared? Jason scoffed, his eyes full of amusement. He was acting like a vampire just a little while ago. She was the scary one. All right, we're both tired. Let's get some sleep. He laughed, pulling her closer. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the bed in a soft glow. Brooke gazed at the man beside her, her heart filled with a happiness so complete it felt like they were the only 2 people in the world. The next morning, Jason opened his eyes to find Brooke still clinging to him like a koala, her limbs tangled with his in a bizarre, sleeping position. A smile touched his lips. Careful not to wake her, he slowly tried to slip out of bed. But just as he sat up, her eyes fluttered open. He was surprised. She was usually such a heavy sleeper. Babe, are you leaving already? She murmured, rubbing her eyes. Then, to his utter shock, she reached over and picked up his shirt, holding it for him to put on. Jason froze. He never expected her to do something like that, helping him get dressed. For a fleeting moment, it felt like they were husband and wife. A strange, warm feeling spread through his chest. Brooke's lips curved into a playful smile. Don't think I'm doing this for free. You have to come home early today. And don't forget my cupcake, she demanded, pouting. Jason laughed and agreed. She finished helping him dress, then stood on her tiptoes, her face close to his. Babe, I want a kiss, she said, her big, watery eyes full of expectation. Her flirtatiousness still felt a bit foreign to him, but he leaned in and gave her a quick, perfunctory kiss. Satisfied, she kissed him back on the lips. I'll be waiting for you then. Come home early. After getting ready, Jason grabbed his car keys and headed for the door. He glanced back at Brooke, and they shared a smile. Then he left. In the garage, he started the car. After a moment's hesitation, he set the GPS for Midtown General Hospital. As the car pulled out onto the street, his mind was a whirlwind. Had Bianca told Clara about him and Brooke? If she had, Clara would have been furious. She wouldn't have stayed quiet all night. So maybe Bianca hadn't said anything? No, that didn't seem right. She had threatened him. His stomach churning with anxiety, he stopped at a bakery and bought a selection of nutritious breakfast items for Clara. She was pregnant, after all. It was the least he could do. When he arrived at the hospital, he took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on her door. But before his knuckles could connect with the wood, the door swung open. Clara was already awake. Her grandmother, the matriarch, was struggling to position a wheelchair for her to use. "Grandma, I'm just pregnant, my legs aren't broken. I don't need a wheelchair," Clara was saying with a laugh, though her tone was weary. "Nonsense, Clara," the matriarch fretted. "You're almost 5 months along, and you're so frail. You have to be careful. A wheelchair is safer. What if you fall?" Clara hesitated, then nodded in concession. With Vivien still a threat, it was better to be safe. Just then, Jason walked in. Seeing Clara's difficulty, he rushed forward. "Don't get out of bed. I'll carry you." He scooped her up and gently placed her in the wheelchair. He was struck by how light she was, as if a strong wind could blow her away. He frowned. "Wife, why are you still so thin? Are you not eating enough? This isn't good for you or the babies. I bought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot," he said, handing her the bag. A smile touched Clara's lips. "When did you become so thoughtful?" she teased. Jason's cheeks flushed. He cleared his throat. "Wife, did Bianca come by yesterday?" "Bianca? Why are you asking about her?" Clara's eyes narrowed. "No reason," Jason said quickly. "Did she say anything to you?" "Say what?" Clara's expression was one of genuine confusion, but her eyes were sharp with suspicion. Seeing her reaction, Jason knew she was still in the dark about Brooke. "Nothing. Let's just eat before the food gets cold." He smiled, placing the breakfast on the bedside table. Clara watched him, her suspicion growing. Nothing? He wouldn't bring it up for no reason. That's not like him. She decided not to press the issue. "By the way," she said, as if just remembering, "Mr. Sue's daughter, Zoe, is returning to the country today." Jason nodded. "I know. I'm heading to the office to meet with her now. Don't you worry about company business. Just focus on resting." A flicker of warmth touched Clara's heart. "Okay," she said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. "Come home early." She was playing the part so well. But Jason didn't see it. "Of course," he promised readily. "As long as you're safe and healthy, I'll do whatever you want. Now eat." Clara smiled and began to eat, but her eyes held a dark, calculating glint. The matriarch, seeing them so harmonious, beamed with joy. After breakfast, Jason gave the nurse a few more instructions before finally leaving for the office. The moment he was gone, Clara's smile vanished. "Ava, what did you find out from tailing Jason and Bianca yesterday?" "This. Miss, I think you need to see this for yourself." Ava's face was grim as she handed Clara a tablet, displaying several photos. "So, she really is connected to Echelon." Clara's eyes went cold as she glanced at the images. What about Jason? Honestly, she didn't care much about Bianca's extracurricular activities. Everyone had secrets. What bothered her was Jason's behavior lately. He was always glowing, like a cat that had gotten into the cream. It had started right around the time he found the antidote for her cryotoxin, which was also when Brooke had suddenly gone silent. "Tonight, make the arrangements," Clara commanded. "I'm going to follow him myself and see what he's really up to." She dismissed it as a feeling before, but now she was sure something was wrong. And Bianca had been acting so strangely, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. What did she know? Meanwhile, Jason arrived at Sterling Industries. An executive assistant was already waiting for him. "Miss Zoe Sue is on her way. If you could please change into a proper suit upstairs, then you can meet her downstairs." Jason nodded and headed for the executive changing rooms. As the elevator doors were closing, a familiar figure appeared, Vivien. He froze. What is she doing here? Vivien looked just as surprised, but quickly composed herself. "Jason, did Clara send you?" He nodded. "I'm here to see Zoe, too," she explained with a small smile. Jason remembered then that Vivien was still officially Mr. Sue's adopted daughter. What a coincidence. "In that case, just wait here for a minute. I'll change, and we can go down together," he replied. Vivien agreed and waited by the elevators. A few minutes later, Jason emerged, looking sharp in a tailored black suit. Vivien's eyes softened. She stepped forward and began to adjust his tie, her movements gentle and focused. Jason stood stiffly, a ripple of warmth spreading through him at her touch. "Thanks," he murmured. He followed her back into the elevator. "You don't have to thank me," Vivien said with a soft smile. "You don't need to be so formal with me. Jason, even if we can't be a couple, we can still be friends, right?" she said, her smile gentle. Her words eased some of the pressure he felt. "Yeah, how've you been feeling?" After all, she was carrying his child. It would be a lie to say he wasn't concerned. A glimmer of joy lit up Vivien's eyes. "I'm fine. I have a prenatal appointment with Dr. Luo this afternoon. Could you come with me? It's my first one, and I'm a little scared to go alone." She played the part of the vulnerable woman, her slender fingers weakly clutching the edge of his jacket. Jason's heart softened, but his resolve held firm. "All right, after we meet with Zoe, I'll take you to your appointment. Don't worry, it's my responsibility as a father. I won't abandon you." But that was all it would be. He carefully helped Vivien into the elevator, and they descended to the lobby. A discreet luxury car pulled up to the entrance. Jason watched as a young woman was helped from the car into a wheelchair. Her face was ashen, her eyes dull, and her features bore a striking resemblance to her brother, Julian. She looked fragile, like a flower about to wilt. "Vivien, sister." Zoe's face flickered with surprise when she saw Vivien. Then she lowered her head timidly. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Her voice was barely a whisper, as if she were terrified of Vivien. Jason studied her. She couldn't have been more than 17 or 18. Though she acted frightened, he didn't think for a second that she was simple. Weakness, he knew, could be a form of control. "Sister, who is this?" Zoe asked, trembling slightly under his gaze. Vivien's tone was icy. "You don't have to call me sister. Mr. Sue." She stopped herself before she could say he was dead. "This is the husband of Ms. Sterling from Sterling Industries, Jason Miller." She introduced him with obvious reluctance. "Mr. Miller," Zoe said, forcing a weak smile. "Since you're here, Miss Sue, there's a nice cafe next door. Shall we?" Jason said, breaking the tension. He led them to the cafe, discreetly pulling out his phone to text Ava. "Zoe has arrived. You can release the news about her father now." He had no intention of wasting his day playing games with her. "Roger that," Ava replied instantly. Jason put his phone away. Zoe looked exhausted just from being moved from the car to the cafe. She stared at the coffee in front of her with a worried expression. "Sister, have you heard anything about father? They still haven't found his body. What are we going to do?" She sounded helpless. Vivien's lip curled. "I don't know." Of course she knew. Mr. Sue's body was at the bottom of the ocean, but she couldn't be bothered. All she cared about now was having this baby. Ring, ring, ring. Jason's phone, lying on the table, buzzed insistently. The screen read Captain Davis. Perfect timing. He answered, and the captain's official-sounding voice came through the speaker. "Mr. Miller, this is the NYPD. We have an important update. After an extensive search, we have located the body of Mr. Sue." Zoe's face went white. Mr. Miller," she stammered, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Miss Sue, you should go immediately. We can reschedule," Jason said, playing his part. "Okay," Zoe agreed, turning to her bodyguards. "To the precinct. Take me there now." They quickly wheeled her out of the cafe. Jason let out a sigh of relief. "Come on, I'll take you to your appointment." "Okay." Vivien smiled, her mood instantly brightening. They drove to the address she gave him, a private clinic. "This is a private clinic?" Jason frowned. Was this place reliable? "Don't worry. This is where I had my last checkup. The head doctor, Lindsay Luo, is Kenzie's cousin. She's very good," Vivien explained, holding out a hand for him to help her out of the car. Jason relented and helped her inside. As they entered, they nearly collided with Dr. Luo herself, who was directing movers. "Yes, put that over there. Hey, be careful with that." "Dr. Luo was saying, not looking where she was going. Jason steadied Vivien just in time. "Dr. Luo, where are you going?" Vivien asked, her tone sharp. It looked like she was moving her entire office out. "Oh, where else?" "Going abroad for a couple of days. Otherwise, Dr. Luo said distractedly, before she finally saw who she was talking to. Her face went pale. "Oh, Miss Sue, you should have told me you were coming. Look at this mess I've made." She'd almost blurted everything out. Her heart was pounding. Vivien's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Didn't you tell me to come for a checkup every 3 days? And from the sound of it, you're leaving the country? Why the sudden rush?" As far as she knew, Dr. Luo had no family abroad. This looked more like she was running from someone. "Ahem." Dr. Luo stammered under Vivien's intense questioning. "Oh, I misspoke. Not me. A friend is going abroad. This is all just old equipment we're replacing. I can't believe I forgot about your appointment. Come, I'll take you in now. Dr. Luo tried to change the subject, reaching out to help Vivien. It was only then that she noticed the man standing beside her. Her eyes widened in recognition. Oh, is this your boyfriend? The word boyfriend died on her lips when she saw Jason's face. She nearly fainted on the spot. Mr. Miller. You know me? Jason asked, surprised. Who didn't know him? He was Clara Sterling's husband, and he was here with his arm around Vivien. Were they together? Dr. Luo felt a chill run down her spine. This was getting dangerous. Vivien's gaze turned cold. He's a friend of mine, Dr. Luo. Let's just proceed with the examination. Our personal affairs are none of your concern. She had a feeling something was very wrong with Lindsay. Of course. Lindsay's eyes darted around nervously as she led them to the examination room. Vivien's suspicions grew. She noticed the clinic seemed much emptier than the last time she was here. Dr. Luo, she began as she lay down on the examination table. I've noticed my morning sickness has lessened recently, and my appetite isn't great. Is everything okay with my health? Dr. Luo froze for a second. No, everything's fine. Your health has improved a lot. Then why are my symptoms different from other pregnant women? Clara was constantly sick, and her appetite had changed drastically. Her belly was even starting to show. Vivien felt nothing. Ahem. Every pregnancy is different. You have nothing to worry about. You haven't seen any other doctors besides Dr. Alan Luo, have you? Dr. Luo asked, try to sound casual. Vivien was puzzled. Dr. Luo, how did you know I saw Dr. Alan Luo? She didn't remember telling her. Lindsay realized her mistake. Oh, I just happened to run into him yesterday, and he mentioned it. Is that so? Vivien's eyes narrowed. She let Lindsay finish the examination without another word, but her mind was racing. She was naturally detail-oriented, and she knew Lindsay was hiding something. But she never considered the possibility that she wasn't pregnant at all. She just assumed Lindsay had been bribed by someone. As Lindsay finished, Vivien subtly signaled her assistant. Everything looks fine. Just go home and rest. You don't need to come back for a couple of days. It's better for you to rest at home, Lindsay said, relieved. She had a flight to catch that night. If Vivien came back in the next few days, her whole scheme would unravel. Fine, Vivien said dismissively. Jason stood by, frowning at the ultrasound monitor. He couldn't see anything that looked like a fetus. Was the baby just too small? Jason, what are you thinking about? Vivien held out a hand for him to help her up. Jason took her hand. Nothing. I was just thinking about what to name the baby. Lila and Liana already had names. This baby needed one too. Any name you choose will be perfect. Vivien smiled, a wave of warmth spreading through her. She had been afraid that with Clara's twins, he would neglect her baby. But it seemed he cared after all. Maybe. He still had feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he have let her keep the child? I'll think of something good. Are you hungry? Jason said, his tone lighter. He didn't hate Vivien. Maybe when he thought she had betrayed him, there was some resentment. But now that the truth was out, if she hadn't locked him in that basement, all he would feel was guilt. Seeing her like this, calm and gentle, his heart softened. Yes, I'm starving. I saw a street vendor selling roasted chestnuts on the way here. Can we buy some and take them to Grandpa and the kids? Vivien's voice was soft, her eyes welling up. She looked at him, and for a moment, he was the same boy who had looked at her with nothing but love in his eyes all those years ago. By mentioning the director, she was also hinting that she wanted Jason to go back with her. Jason glanced at his watch. There was still time. Sure, I haven't been back in a couple of weeks. Nana and the others must miss me. They'll be thrilled with the roasted chestnuts. He smiled, taking her arm. Be careful. I'll go buy them. You wait in the car. Do you want anything else? Vivien felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in years. Tears streamed down her face. No, whatever you get is fine. As long as it was from him. It had been so long. So long since anyone had cared for her like this. After he had rejected her, she thought they could never go back to the way they were. But now, it felt like nothing had been lost. He was still her Jason. Was it because of the baby? Or was it because of her? Vivien's hand instinctively went to her flat stomach, a painful lump forming in her throat. Jason finally noticed her tears. Vivien, what's wrong? Why are you crying? He hadn't said anything wrong, had he? You're pregnant. You can't get too emotional. Please don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. Are you not feeling well? She shook her head, biting her lip, and threw her arms around him. I'm fine. I just don't feel well. Just hold me for a minute, please. Her voice was a hoarse whisper. Her thin frame trembled in his arms. Jason was taken aback by her sudden embrace. Vivien, he wanted to say this wasn't right. Jason was speechless, glancing nervously at Vivien. Could he really answer that question? What's wrong, brother? Cat got your tongue. Nana tilted her head. I thought someone as handsome as you would have lots of wives. What a waste of good face. Pretty sister, why don't you be my brother's wife? Please? Look how pathetic he is. He doesn't have a single wife to keep his bed warm at night. Will you do it, pretty sister? Nana batted her eyelashes at Vivien. Ahem. Ahem. Jason nearly choked. Nana, don't talk nonsense, or I'll spank you. His face was beet red as he grabbed the back of her shirt to pull her away from Vivien. But Vivien just laughed. Why are you scolding her? She's not wrong. Come here, Nana. Let's not play with your mean brother. She scooped the little girl into her arms. Nana's eyes lit up. So you'll be my brother's wife? Of course I will, Vivien smiled, then looked up, her gaze locking with Jason's. I've agreed. Now we just have to see if your brother will. He won't agree? Nana was shocked. He turned down a pretty wife, like you? My brother must be really dumb. Nana. Jason finally snapped, pulling the girl out of Vivien's arms. Go play with the other kids. And stop causing trouble. He turned to Vivien, embarrassed. She's just a kid. She doesn't know what she's saying. Don't take it seriously. He subtly shifted away from her, trying to create some distance. But Vivien just moved closer. I know, she said, but sometimes kids are the most honest. A little too honest, Jason muttered. Vivien looked at him, her expression suddenly serious. Jason, I wasn't joking just now. My feelings for you, they've never changed. If you're willing, I'm ready to be your bride anytime. Her eyes were sincere, her voice trembling slightly as she waited for his answer. Jason's smile froze. He hesitated. He thought of Clara. He thought of Brooke. He couldn't say yes. Vivien saw the answer in his hesitation. Ahem. I was just kidding, Jason. Don't be so tense. Just lightening the mood, she said, forcing a laugh and swallowing the tears that threatened to fall. But as she looked at his silent face, the knot of grief in her chest tightened until she couldn't breathe. Her forced laughter turned into quiet sobs. Jason, this world is so strange. We were the ones who spent 5 years together. We were the ones who grew up together, who knew each other best. I watched you grow from a naive boy into a passionate young man. And in the end, you became someone else's husband. She had left the country to keep them both safe. But now, she regretted it. If she had been more selfish, if she had stayed with him, maybe they wouldn't have survived. But at least he wouldn't have fallen in love with someone else. But the truth was, even if she could do it all over again, knowing everything that would happen, she still couldn't let him die with her. She just couldn't. Jason sat beside her, watching her cry, a heavy weight pressing down on his own chest. Vivien, don't think about it. What's past is past. It was all he could say. He wasn't his own man anymore. He had a responsibility to her child, but also to Clara and Brooke. He didn't know what to do. He gently patted her shoulder. Dinner should be ready soon. Let's eat here before we go. I'll drive you home later. Vivien managed a bitter smile. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. It was her assistant. She frowned and answered. Hello, miss. Her assistant's voice was laced with worry. What is it? Vivien's assistant knew better than to disturb her without a good reason. A sense of unease crept over her. Miss, I think you need to come here in person. Vivien understood the gravity of the situation. Fine, I'm on my way. She hung up and looked at Jason. Before she could speak, he said, It's okay, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll eat here and leave later. All right. Vivien nodded. After saying goodbye, she drove to the location her assistant had sent. A heavy feeling settled in her gut. She had sent her assistant to watch Lindsay Luo. Why did she sound so serious? Had Lindsay done something to her? A terrible suspicion began to form in her mind, but she refused to believe it. Back at the children's home, Jason returned to the dining hall. The director had prepared a huge meal. Seeing Jason return alone, he understood. Wash your hands and eat, he said, wiping his hands on his apron before disappearing back into the kitchen. Sprite, who had been sitting at the table, shot Jason a cold look. Where's Vivien? She had to leave, Jason said, not meeting her eyes. Oomph. Sprite scoffed. Grandpa cooked all this food just for her, and she just leaves? Give it a rest, Jason said, rubbing his temples. It's the truth, Sprite retorted. The least she could have done was stay for a few bites. And I saw her playing the victim with you earlier. Don't tell me you're falling for it again. Besides the director, she had known Jason the longest. She knew him better than Vivien, better than Clara. She had seen the look on his face. He was going soft. What's gotten into you? Jason frowned. What if I am? Why are you so hostile towards Vivien? She was getting out of line, not even calling him by his proper call sign anymore. He'd have to dock her pay. Sprite was at a loss for words. She didn't know why. She just hated seeing Vivien with Jason. She had abandoned him. Before she came back, he and Sprite were a team, a family. But now, she felt like she didn't matter to him anymore. She poked at her rice, sulking. I'm just trying to warn you. Don't be ungrateful. I found out today that Clara has people watching you. She probably suspects something. You'd better be careful. Suspects what? Sprite glared at him. What do you think? Do I have to spell it out for you? 3 days ago, you went to the old Miller estate to get the antidote for the cryotoxin. The chip detected your heart rate spiking to over 200. The max for aerobic exercise is 160. And the day after you left, Brooklyn also left the estate and went to Lindsay Luo's clinic for a checkup. At the gynecology department. Do I really need to tell you what you were doing? And it wasn't just one spike. There were 2 that night. What else could it be? You. Jason's face turned bright red. You're spying on me? That time his heart rate was at 200. Was that the first or second time? Damn, was it really that high? I'm not spying on you. You're the one who forgot. You wanted the chip installed. I'm monitoring your vitals for your safety. And you accuse me of spying? Sprite scoffed. You weren't complaining when I was helping you escape from that basement, were you? Jason was speechless. He had forgotten about that. So while she was watching his heart rate monitor, he suddenly felt naked. He never should have agreed to the heart rate monitor. He forgot that Sprite was a world-class hacker. Ahem, don't be mad. I just forgot, he said, trying to smooth things over. I'm sorry, okay? I'll send you a bonus. $1,000. How's that? 1,000. Sprite laughed. You think you can buy me off for $1,000? Am I a beggar? Do you know how much Clara would pay me if I told her? 10 million. You wouldn't. Jason's face darkened. Fine, I'll take 10,000. Now tell me what Clara knows. First, answer my question. If Vivien and I were both drowning, who would you save first? Sprite asked, taking a bite of food. Jason's eye twitched. Lucy, are you crazy? Vivien's pregnant. I'd save her, obviously. 1 life versus 2. And one of them was his child. Lucy's nose twitched. What if she wasn't pregnant? Not pregnant. Jason frowned. How could she not be pregnant? It's a hypothetical. A hypothetical? Jason raised an eyebrow. Well, you know how to swim, don't you? He said it with a grin, not realizing his words would soon become prophetic. Get lost. Lucy punched his arm. Just be careful. Clara hasn't found anything concrete yet. But when she finds out about you and Brooke, I'll be waiting to collect your corpse. My corpse? That was a bit dramatic. He was the father of her children. After all, he was torn. He had promised Clara he would go back to the hospital, and he had promised Brooke he would go back to her place. Where's he supposed to go? Meanwhile, Vivien arrived at the hotel where her assistant was waiting. Miss Lindsay is inside. It's better if you ask her yourself. Her assistant met her at the door, her expression grim. She had already found the real medical reports on Lindsay. She just couldn't bring herself to tell Vivien the truth. Fine, Vivien said coldly, heading up to the room. She pushed open the door to find Lindsay looking terrified. Miss Sue. Lindsay shot up from the sofa, taking a step back. Vivien's gaze was like ice. Dr. Luo, we had an appointment in 2 days. Why the sudden trip abroad? Are you hiding something from me? She stalked into the room, her eyes landing on a stack of papers beside Lindsay. She moved to grab them. Lindsay lunged for them. Miss Sue, you can't look at those. But Vivien's bodyguards held her back. I can't. Vivien's voice was dangerously low. Seeing Lindsay's panic, she knew she had been betrayed. A cold dread filled her. Dr. Luo, I trusted you. I thought I treated you well. Money, power, whatever you wanted, you could have just asked. This is very disappointing. But don't worry. I'm not ungrateful. You helped me. I won't kill you, but I want the truth. You don't mind, do you? She picked up the top report. Her eyes scanned the page until they landed on the words. No signs of pregnancy detected. Her heart gave a painful lurch. A chill crept up her spine. Lindsay, tell me the truth. Whose report is this? Why do you have this? The corner of the report had been torn, obscuring the name. But a dark premonition was already taking root in her heart. Lindsay had been helping her exclusively. There were no other patients. And her own pregnancy had been confirmed at this very clinic. Vivien's face was a mask of ice. Her lips were numb. The report slipped from her fingers. When she looked at Lindsay again, her eyes were blood red. Seeing that she could no longer hide the truth, Lindsay's shoulders slumped in defeat. Miss Sue, I can't keep up the act anymore. The truth is, you were never pregnant. It was all a lie. Vivien's expression turned arctic. What did you say? Her voice was a raw, murderous whisper. Lindsay flinched. I'm not lying, Miss Sue. You're not pregnant. That test result, I faked it. I never meant to deceive you. I told you from the beginning that your body wasn't ready for a pregnancy. But you were so insistent. You threatened me, she thought. I had no choice. Vivien's face was ashen. She clutched her stomach, refusing to believe it. You're lying. How would the baby just be gone? Even if your report was fake, Dr. Alan Luo also confirmed the pregnancy. How do you explain that? Her eyes were blazing. Did someone pay you to say this? She would rather believe someone was trying to harm her child than accept that there was never a child to begin with. Lindsay was dumbfounded. She was telling her the truth, and she wouldn't believe it? Miss Sue, I'm not lying. I asked Luo to fake that report for me. If you don't believe me, I have the call logs right here. You can see for yourself. She reached for her phone. Before she could pull it out, Vivien snatched it from her. She stared at the call history, and the world tilted on its axis. She stumbled back, nearly collapsing onto the sofa. Miss, are you all right? Her assistant cried, rushing to support her. Lindsay, what? Why would you do this? Vivien screamed, her body trembling with rage. She was truly panicking now. She wasn't pregnant? How was she going to face Jason? What would she say? If he found out, would he think she had deliberately tricked him? The thought sent her spiraling into despair. She had thought the baby would be her trump card against Clara, but it was all a dream. She had never even been pregnant. The desire to kill Lindsay was overwhelming. Miss Sue, I tried to warn you. Your body can't handle pregnancy right now. Even if you conceived, you wouldn't be able to carry the baby to term. You wouldn't listen. Lindsay cried, shrinking away from her. I don't believe you. Vivien finally broke. Why? Am I never going to have a child with Jason? Why could Clara have his children, but she couldn't? All she wanted was a baby, a piece of him. Why was even that being taken from her? Her face contorted in a mask of anguish and twisted determination. I don't believe you. You must be lying. Tell me you're lying. She grabbed Lindsay's collar, shaking her. Lindsay was speechless. Vivien threw her aside and ran out of the room. Miss, where are you going? Her assistant shouted, running after her. To see Luo Sr. Vivien's voice was filled with a desperate resolve. She wouldn't believe Lindsay. She had to hear it from the man himself. At the city morgue, Sue stared at the disfigured body of her father. Her face was paler than a corpse on the slab. How did my father die? She whispered. Captain Davis cleared his throat. Miss Sue, the yacht your father was on sank unexpectedly. The coroner has ruled his death an accidental drowning. Please accept my condolences. He rubbed his nose guiltily. There were some suspicious bruises on the body, but he had his orders from Clara. Besides, they weren't enough to prove anything. Miss Sue, it's cold in here. Let's go outside. He didn't think a girl like her would notice anything amiss. But as she turned to leave, a shadow crossed her face. All right, she said, her voice even. Captain Davis, please pass a message to Miss Sterling for me. I'd like to bury my father here in 7 days. Please invite her and Mr. Miller to attend. The captain nodded. I'll pass on the message. Whether they come or not is up to them. If there's nothing else, Miss Sue, I have to get back to my duties. Thank you for your trouble, she said. As soon as she was back in her car, her fragile demeanor vanished. Find out who my father met with before he boarded that yacht, she ordered her bodyguard. He paid a fortune for that boat. It didn't just sink. After dinner at the children's home, Jason texted Brooke. Hey, I can't make it over tonight. I have something to take care of. I'll see you tomorrow. Brooke, lying on her sofa with a face mask on, immediately called him, pouting. Are you going to see Clara again? Jason couldn't help but laugh at the cute cat pattern mask she was wearing. You were the one complaining your back hurt yesterday. Now you're mad. I'm not coming over. Even a workhorse needs a day off. This is called self-care. And just because my back hurts doesn't mean I don't want you here. You promised you'd come back early tonight. You're a liar. If you go to her place, you have to promise me one thing. What's that? You have to take me shopping tomorrow. I bought movie tickets. We're going on a date. A date? A wave of anxiety washed over Jason. Sprite had just warned him that Clara was suspicious. Going on a date with Brooke was asking for trouble. Don't tell me you won't even do this one little thing for me. Brooke whined. He had children with Clara. Couldn't he at least take her to a movie? All right, we'll go to the movies tomorrow. But you have to go to bed now, Jason sighed. I want a kiss first. A kiss? How? Like this, moi, she said, making a kissing sound. Jason laughed, a fond expression on his face. Fine. Moi. Happy now? Go to sleep. Okay. Good night, babe. Don't forget to think of me. I will. After a few more minutes of coaxing, he hung up and started driving toward the hospital. Inside, Clara was interrogating Lindsay's young assistant. Tell me, why was Lindsay trying to leave the country? She asked, her voice dangerously quiet as she toyed with a baby rattle. The assistant was trembling. Ms. Sterling, I really don't know. I just do what Luo tells me to. She knew a little, but she was afraid telling the truth would be a death sentence. Oh, you don't know. Clara's eyes turned to ice. Ava, take her downstairs and help her remember. Ms. Sterling, wait. I'll talk, the assistant cried. I don't know all the details, but I know it has to do with Vivien's pregnancy. Dr. Luo kept muttering that it was impossible for Vivien to be pregnant. That's all I know. Impossible for her to be pregnant? Clara's eyes narrowed. Do you know the price for lying to me? Vivien is pregnant. Are you telling me she can't be? Do you take me for a fool? I don't know. That's just what Dr. Luo said, the assistant sobbed. Maybe Vivien found some other way? Or maybe she's not pregnant at all. The words hit Clara like a lightning bolt. Not pregnant? Could it be? But she had been tested by Dr. Luo. Unless. Ava, have you noticed anything unusual about Vivien lately? Not really, but she went to see Dr. Luo Sr. earlier tonight. Dr. Luo Sr. Clara frowned. Why would she do that? Was it possible she really wasn't pregnant? But that didn't fit with what she knew of Vivien's character. Let's go see him, she said, swinging her legs out of bed. Just then, they heard footsteps in the hallway. Miss, it's Mr. Miller, Ava whispered. Jason. Clara quickly scrambled back into bed. Take her downstairs now, and don't say a word about this. She pulled the covers up to her chin and pretended to be asleep just as Jason walked in. Wife. He saw her lying in bed. You're asleep already? It was only 7 o'clock. When did she develop the bedtime habits of a senior citizen? He glanced at Ava, then walked over to the bed and tucked the blankets around her. As he did, he noticed her shoes were crookedly placed by the bed. She, with her obsessive need for order, would never leave her shoes like that. She's faking. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Ahem. Well, since you're asleep, I'll just go. Vivien said she bought some fresh seafood. I think I'll go get some. Claire shot up in bed. Come back here. Where do you think you're going? Jason laughed. Oh, you're awake? I thought you were asleep. If I didn't wake up, you'd be off with another woman, wouldn't you? She huffed. I was just joking. How are you feeling today? Were the babies behaving? He playfully placed a hand on her stomach. Ava discreetly slipped out of the room, closing the door behind her. Clara looked at him, her cheeks flushing. Which baby are you talking about? There are 2 in here. Her serious expression made him want to tease her more. One baby? He grinned, reaching out to gently pinch her nose. Or are you forgetting that you're a baby, too? He knew the line was cheesy, but he wanted to see her reaction. As he'd hoped, Clara's face turned a deep shade of red. What are you talking about? She grumbled, swatting at his chest. But her cheeks were still flushed. He had called her babe. No one had ever called her that before. It was a little corny, but she had to admit it was also sweet. Seeing that she wasn't angry, Jason laughed. So, you didn't answer my question. Have you been a good girl today? He felt a sense of victory. Usually, she was the one asking him that question. Clara met his teasing gaze with a sly smile of her own. Why don't you find out for yourself? She grabbed his wrist and pulled his hand lower on her stomach. Jason's eyes widened. He snatched his hand back as if he'd been burned. Ahem, don't mess around. She was pregnant, for one thing. And for another, he'd had his fill with Brooke last night. He wasn't hungry. Clara's lips curved into a smirk. I was just teasing you. Why are you back so soon? Weren't you staying at the old Miller estate? The estate. A flicker of guilt crossed his face. Oh, I was just worried about you being here all by yourself. I came to keep you company. Really? She asked, her voice dripping with skepticism, though she was secretly pleased. Of course. Just then, her phone rang. It was Captain Davis. Hello, she answered, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Ms. Sterling, I've just finished with the arrangements for Mr. Sue. His daughter, Zoe, is planning a funeral in 7 days. She would like to invite you and Mr. Miller to attend. A funeral? The Sue and Sterling families had business ties, so it was an understandable, if perfunctory, invitation. But Clara had no desire to go. She was supposed to be avoiding stress. Please inform Miss Sue that due to my health, I will be unable to attend. I will send my assistant in my place. Of course, Ms. Sterling. The captain began, but Clara interrupted him. Wait, will Vivien be there? Yes, as Mr. Sue's adopted daughter, she will be. In that case, please tell Miss Sue that I will be there. Hearing that Vivien would be at the funeral changed everything. She needed a way to confirm her suspicions about the pregnancy. A funeral would be the perfect opportunity to get a DNA sample. Okay, the captain said, bewildered. Jason, who had overheard the conversation, felt a sense of unease. Why was Clara so interested in whether Vivien would be at the funeral? Husband, what are you thinking about? Clara asked, turning to him. Nothing. You want to go to Mr. Sue's funeral? Yes. And you're coming with me. We have to keep up appearances for the media, she said, her eyes sparkling with a look he couldn't quite decipher. He wanted to argue, but he knew it was pointless. All right, I'll go with you, he sighed. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Meanwhile, Vivien was sitting in the living room of Dr. Luo Sr.'s brownstone. Miss Sue, what brings you here so late? The old doctor asked, yawning as he emerged from his lab. He had been so focused on Clara's case that he had completely forgotten about Vivien. Vivien, her eyes red and raw, rushed towards him. Dr. Luo, please, you have to check my pulse. I think I might be pregnant. Can you see? The doctor's brow furrowed. Pregnant, he said, his tone dismissive. His single word shattered the last of her hope. Miss Sue, it's cold outside. Don't play jokes on an old man. Your body is in no condition to be pregnant. You should go home. He turned to leave. Vivien froze. It was true. No, I don't believe it, she whispered. The old doctor sighed and took her wrist. Your pulse is much stronger than before. If you continue with this treatment, you should be able to conceive within a year. But you're not pregnant now. Someone used medication to delay your period and create the illusion of pregnancy. Fortunately, the medicine was harmless, and whoever administered it also took measures to heal your body. In short, you're much healthier than you were before. His words faded into a dull roar in Vivien's ears. She slumped onto the sofa, all the strength gone from her body. She wasn't pregnant. It was all a lie. What was she going to tell Jason? How could she explain that she had deceived him again? Their entire reconciliation was built on this child. Without it, would he ever speak to her with such gentleness again? Would he believe her if she said she hadn't meant to trick him? Dr. Luo Sr. motioned for Kenzie, who had been peeking around the corner, to follow him back into his study, leaving Vivien alone in the silent living room. Miss, her assistant said, her heart aching for her. Why don't you just explain to Mr. Miller? You were deceived too. Vivien let out a bitter laugh. Explain? Explain that I used IVF and it still didn't work? He hates being lied to. And IVF, that's just another way of forcing him to be responsible for me. More importantly, without this baby, there's nothing tying him to me anymore. She couldn't admit it. Not now. Take me back. I need to see Lindsay. Inside the study, Kenzie's expression was troubled. Miss, her assistant said, her heart aching for her. Why don't you just explain to Mr. Miller? You were deceived too. Vivien let out a bitter laugh. Explain? Explain that I used IVF and it still didn't work? He hates being lied to. And IVF, that's just another way of forcing him to be responsible for me. More importantly, without this baby, there's nothing tying him to me anymore. She couldn't admit it. Not now. Take me back. I need to see Lindsay. Inside the study, Kenzie's expression was troubled. Grandpa, do you think we went too far? The old doctor shot up from his chair. What did you two do? Was it you who told Vivien she was pregnant? Kenzie looked guilty. It wasn't just me. It was Brooke too. Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? He thundered. It's not our fault. Her body is too weak. She couldn't have gotten pregnant even if we hadn't intervened. You insolent girl. I taught you to heal, to do good. Is this what you do with your knowledge? Go to your room and reflect on what you've done. Kenzie, knowing she was in the wrong, pouted and left. She got in her car and drove straight to the Lynn estate. If Vivien knew the truth, she had to warn Brooke. Brooke was in her walk-in closet, humming to herself as she picked out an outfit for her date the next day. She had just gotten out of the shower and was wearing only a towel. Kenzie found her holding up a ridiculously short sailor girl outfit, a dreamy expression on her face. She's going to wear that, Brooke was muttering to herself. Jason liked the schoolgirl uniform last time. If I wear this under a coat, I can surprise him and use the coat to block the wind when he lights a cigarette. It's perfect. Kenzie finally couldn't take it anymore. Are you planning to destroy the world in that thing? Or just a small planet? Brooke shrieked, startled, and tried to hide the outfit behind her back. What did you get here? Are you a ghost? I saw it, Kenzie said, rolling her eyes. And I made plenty of noise. You were just too busy fantasizing. Are you really going on a date with Jason tomorrow? I thought you two broke up. Broke up? Who said that? Brooke retorted, refusing to admit it. Wasn't it you who said, if I ever like Jason again, I'm a dog? So what? What's wrong with being a dog? Dogs are happy. He's a married man, Brooke. Can you really live with that? Has he said anything about when he's going to be responsible for you? Aren't you afraid he's just stringing you along? Kenzie was seriously worried her friend had been replaced by an alien. Brooke frowned. Stringing me along? Why would he string me along and not anyone else? It's because he loves me. It was like a revelation. He's not stringing along Vivien, is he? Or that Professor Chen. He really does love me best. She threw her arms around Kenzie. I know what you're trying to say. You're telling me to seize the day and be even better to him. You're such a good friend. Kenzie stood frozen in her embrace. That is not what I was saying at all. Wait, hold on. What did you understand? Kenzie asked, completely baffled. That is not what I meant. I was going to say a woman should have some self-respect. Self-respect? What's that? Brooke waved a dismissive hand. You don't get it. If I had self-respect, would Jason be with me right now? Let me tell you, the other night. She leaned in and whispered a series of graphic details into Kenzie's ear. Kenzie's face turned bright red. What? You two already? Did Clara know? She would go insane. A wave of disappointment washed over Kenzie. So it was really over for her. She didn't understand. How had Brooke succeeded where she had failed? She wasn't any less attractive than Brooke. I don't feel well. I have to go, she said, unable to listen to any more of Brooke's blissful recounting of her night with Jason. Hey, don't go. You said you had something to tell me. Brooke called after her. All right. I almost forgot, Kenzie said, turning back. Vivien was at our house today. She knows about the fake pregnancy. She's probably going to investigate. Just be careful. Vivien was in a very bad state. If she saw Brooke and Jason together, she might snap. She found out that quickly. Brooke frowned, but she wasn't worried. It wasn't her fault Vivien couldn't get pregnant. She shrugged and went back to planning her date outfit. The next morning, Jason woke up early. The matriarch had arrived, and they all went with Clara for a 5-month checkup. The ultrasound showed 2 healthy baby girls. Jason watched, mesmerized, as one of them sucked on her thumb. Is your hand that tasty? He chuckled. The baby seemed to respond by sucking more vigorously. The nurses laughed, and even Clara's face softened with a maternal glow. Wife, what if we call one of them Thumbelina? Jason suggested. Clara raised an eyebrow. Where did you come up with such a strange name? It just popped into my head. I'll think about it. Okay, whatever you say. Jason's heart melted. He thought of Vivien. She was in poor health, too. She should probably be getting checkups every day. He couldn't be with her every time, but he could at least send her a message. He pulled out his phone and sent her a quick text. Are you texting Vivien? Clara asked, her eyes sharp. Jason didn't try to hide it. Yes. I was just reminding her to go for a checkup. Nothing else. Why are you so nervous? Clara's expression was unreadable. We have an agreement. You can be involved in Vivien's pregnancy. You don't have to hide it. But if you cross any other lines, you know what will happen, don't you? She smiled, her fingers lightly trailing along his neck. A cold sweat broke out on his back. It wasn't fear. It was guilt. Okay, he mumbled. Fortunately, Clara's attention was still focused on Vivien. When Jason said he had to go to the office, she readily agreed. He drove to a different parking garage, switched cars, and texted Brooke. Leaving now. I'll pick you up. In a hotel room thick with the smell of stale wine, Vivien lay on a velvet sofa, surrounded by empty bottles. She was a broken doll, all hope gone from her eyes. Her baby was gone. In a hotel room thick with the smell of stale wine, Vivien lay on a velvet sofa, surrounded by empty bottles. She was a broken doll, all hope gone from her eyes. Her baby was gone. Miss, please stop drinking. Ms. Sterling has requested a meeting with you. Will you go? Her assistant pleaded. Vivien's eyes were dull. No. She knew Clara must have suspected something after her visit to Dr. Luo Sr. Tell her if she wants to see me, she can come to Mr. Sue's funeral in 7 days. I'll tell her everything she wants to know then. Her voice was a hoarse whisper. She curled up on the sofa, trying to find some semblance of warmth. Jason's phone buzzed. It was Brooke. Okay, I'll be downstairs, he smiled. I'm still 15 minutes away. You'll freeze. Go back inside, you idiot. No, I want to see you as soon as possible. Fine, I'll drive faster. He was about to put his phone away when he noticed Vivien hadn't replied to his text. That was unusual. She wasn't a morning person, but it was almost noon. A sense of unease settled over him. What if something had happened? He checked his GPS. Her hotel was on the way to Brooke's place. He decided to make a quick stop. 10 minutes later, he pulled up to the hotel and called her. No answer. Now, he was really worried. He went up to her floor and saw her assistant coming out of the room. Is your miss in there? He asked. The assistant hesitated. Mr. Miller, she's not doing well. I think you should go in and see for yourself. Jason pushed open the door and was hit by the stench of alcohol. The room was a wreck, and on the sofa, amidst the empty bottles, was Vivien. She didn't move, a fragile, broken figure. Jason's face hardened. What happened to her? The Vivien he knew was never this weak. I think you should ask her yourself, Mr. Miller. I have to go. Vivien, he said, stepping into the room. She stirred. I told you to leave me alone. It's me, Jason. At the sound of his name, she shot up. Jason. She scrambled off the sofa and threw herself into his arms. Jason, I thought you weren't coming back. Her voice was thick with tears and alcohol. She clung to him as if he were a dream she was afraid would vanish. Vivien, what's wrong? Let go of me. I never said I wasn't coming back, he said, gently patting her back. But she only held on tighter. No, don't go. She was afraid if she let go, he would disappear forever. Jason, I don't understand why we ended up like this. I never wanted this. She looked up at him, her eyes swollen and red, and before he could react, she pressed her tear-stained lips to his. Vivien, what are you doing? The soft touch sent a jolt through him. He tried to push her away, but she wrapped her arms around his neck. Jason, please don't push me away. I just want to be with you. She sobbed, kissing him desperately. A wave of anger washed over him. Vivien, do you have any idea what you're doing? He finally managed to pull her away. He wasn't angry because she had kissed him. He was angry because the doctor said you can't get emotional. You can't drink. What the hell are you doing? His harsh words made her laugh, a bitter, broken sound. The baby? Of course. You're so worried about the baby. If it weren't for the baby, would you even be here? What baby? There was no baby. Jason was speechless. Why would you think that? I'm worried about the baby, but I'm worried about you too. If you don't want this child, we don't have to have it. Your health is more important. He sighed and wrapped a blanket around her. Get some rest. And no more drinking. Call me if you need anything. I have to go. He turned to leave. Vivien grabbed his arm. Don't go. Jason, please don't go, she begged, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Please, just stay with me for a little while. I don't want to be alone. Just for a minute. Please. Her voice was so small, so broken, it extinguished his anger completely. Vivien, you don't have to do this to yourself. He had a date, but he couldn't tell her that. His hesitation was all the answer she needed. A look of utter despair crossed her face. Jason, I'm just asking you to stay. Was he really going to deny her this one small request? If he left, what was the point of living? Without him, what reason did she have to go on? Vivien's eyes took on a desperate, wild edge. Jason finally realized something was deeply wrong. Vivien, don't think like that. I'll stay with you, okay? Just, please stop crying. You'll make yourself sick. He spoke softly, trying to soothe her, but sighed internally. It looked like he wasn't going anywhere tonight. He had no idea what had happened to her, but leaving her alone like this felt dangerous. He was afraid of what she might do. As for Brooke, he'd just have to text her and explain. Really? You're really not leaving? Vivien's big, tear-filled eyes blinked, as if she couldn't believe it. He was actually willing to stay and keep her company? Wasn't he afraid she might try something? What? You're not happy I'm staying? Jason teased gently, try to lighten the mood. Because I can still go. No, don't. Vivien cried out, reaching for him. Then, can you carry me to bed? To bed? Jason looked shocked. Hey, I only agreed to stay. Anything else costs extra. What are you thinking? Vivien's face flushed. I'm not wearing any shoes. The floor is freezing. Oh. Jason glanced down and saw her bare feet on the cold hotel floor. He relented. Fine, I'll carry you. He scooped her up in his arms and walked toward the bed. After setting her down on the soft mattress, he reached for his phone to text Brooke. But before he could even unlock it, Vivien rolled over and threw her arms around him. What are you doing? She asked, her expression a mask of wounded betrayal. Nothing, Jason said quickly. He had already unlocked the phone, and he didn't want her to see he was messaging Brooke. The fragile peace he'd just negotiated would shatter. He tried to hide the phone. Seeing his furtive movement, Vivien's temper flared. You promised you'd stay with me. No phones, she pouted, snatching the phone from his hand and dropping it directly into a glass of red wine on the nightstand. What the hell? My phone. That was $1,000. Jason yelped. Vivien, however, was unconcerned. She burrowed into his arms. I'll buy you 10 new ones. Jason was speechless. The most important thing was that Brooke was still waiting for him. But looking at Vivien clinging to him so tightly, he knew he had to calm her down first. He subtly caught the eye of Vivien's assistant, who was hovering by the door, and beckoned her over. Mr. Miller, is there something you need? The assistant asked, looking confused. Jason lowered his voice. Do me a favor. Call Brooke Lynn and tell her I can't make it tonight. He paused, adding a crucial instruction. But don't tell her you work for Vivien. Right, I understand, the assistant replied, her expression flickering for a moment before she gave a perfunctory nod. But once she left the hotel, she didn't call Brooke. Her loyalty was to Vivien. Seeing Vivien so heartbroken, and knowing it was all because of Clara Sterling and Brooke Lynn, she felt a surge of resentment toward them. What harm could it do, she thought, to just not call? Because of that decision, on the other side of the city, Brooke Lynn was putting the finishing touches on her makeup. She wrapped herself in a khaki trench coat, the thin fabric doing little to ward off the December chill, and stood at the gates of her family's estate, her heart fluttering with anticipation. 10 minutes passed. Jason didn't arrive. A knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach. It was freezing out. She started to shiver, but told herself he was probably just stuck in traffic. Another half-hour crawled by. Still no Jason. Brooke's face was flushed red from the cold, and her expression began to sour. He said he'd be here in 10 minutes. He wouldn't just not show up. She stubbornly refused to move, her eyes fixed on the end of the long, winding road. Upstairs, Mr. Lee watched from a window. He saw her wait for 30 minutes. He saw Jason still hadn't come. He saw her call his phone, only for it to go unanswered. Light snowflakes began to drift from the gray sky. Mr. Lee's patience finally snapped. Go and bring the young miss inside, he ordered a maid. I'm afraid Mr. Miller won't be coming today. It was obvious to a blind man, yet his brilliant young miss couldn't see it. Perhaps he had been too lenient with her all these years. Yes, sir. The maid hurried downstairs with an umbrella and approached Brooke. Miss Lynn, Mr. Lee asked that you come back inside. By now, a fine dusting of snow had collected on Brooke's hair and shoulders, but she remained rooted to the spot. Leave me alone. I'm waiting for him, she snapped, shoving the umbrella away. Her eyes were rimmed with red. Miss you. The maid stumbled back, helpless. Just then, Mr. Lee, unable to watch any longer, came out himself. Miss, it's been over half an hour. If Jason Miller were coming, he would have been here by now. He hasn't even sent a text. His voice was sharp. Isn't it obvious he's making a fool of you? Brooke refused to believe it. Impossible. He promised me. He wouldn't break his word. She searched for an explanation. Something must have happened to him. Yes, that's it. Her face lit up with a frantic energy. You tracked the last known location of his phone number. Now, she commanded. Mr. Lee looked at her, exasperated. Miss, just do it, she cut him off. Left with no choice, he grimly complied. The result came back quickly. Jason's phone last pinged at a hotel. We're going there now, Brooke declared, ready to storm out with her bodyguards. Mr. Lee grabbed her arm, his voice laced with fury. Miss, have you lost your mind? It's a hotel. Do you really need to see it for yourself? It's obvious that boy is up to no good. Are you prepared to walk in on something you'll regret seeing for the rest of your life? Regret seeing? Brooke frowned. I don't believe it. He wouldn't do that to me. You, Mr. Lee was apoplectic. The elders of the family are already pressuring you to cut ties with him and accept the marriage they've arranged. If this proves that boy is the scumbag I think he is, you'll come back with me and agree to the engagement. Never. They can forget it. Jason would never lie to me, and he's the only one I'll ever marry. If they wanted to marry someone else, they can do it over my dead body. With that cold declaration, she tore away from him and left with her guards. But despite her defiant words, a cold dread began to seep into her heart. Jason had never been like this before. Was he really in danger? Or was he truly deceiving her? The entire drive was a torment of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Jason had finally managed to lull Vivien to sleep. He tiptoed to the door, still worried about Brooke. Mr. Miller, why are you out here? The assistant saw him and hurried over. Did you make that call for me? To Brooke Lynn, Jason asked directly. The assistant's eyes darted away. Don't you worry, Mr. Miller. I took care of it. Here, this is the medication Miss Vivien needs to take today. Could you please make sure she takes it? She changed the subject, handing him a small bottle of pills. Jason frowned, took the medication, and went back to Vivien's side. But something felt wrong. He quietly sent a message to Sprite. Hey, can you tell Brooklyn something came up and I can't make it? Why can't you text her yourself? Jason started to type that he was with Vivien, then deleted it. Just do it, and I'll send you a bonus. Now you're talking, Sprite shot back. She turned to message Brooke, but it was too late. Brooke was already standing in the hotel lobby. Before Sprite's message could even arrive, she was in the elevator, ascending to Jason's floor. The first thing she saw when the doors opened was Vivien's assistant and bodyguards standing guard outside a room. A sickening feeling washed over her. What are you doing here? She demanded, marching toward them. She recognized the assistant instantly. The assistant was just as surprised to see Brooke. Our miss is in there. So, naturally, I'm here too. Where's Jason? Brooke's face was like stone. The assistant feigned confusion. Mr. Miller is in there as well. Do you need something? He was really in there? He was supposed to be on a date with her. Their first real date. And instead, he was in a hotel room with Vivien? He was lying to her. He was really, truly lying to her. Let me in. I want to see him. Brooke's voice was dangerously calm as she and her bodyguards started forward. Vivien's team moved to block them. Hey, Brooke Lynn, what do you think you're doing? Our miss is resting. You can't just barge in. Get out of here before we call the police, the assistant warned sternly. Brooke's control snapped. She raised her hand and slapped the assistant across the face, the sound echoing in the quiet hallway. Who the hell do you think you are to speak to me? She hissed. Get out of my way. She shoved the assistant aside and yanked open the hotel room door. Inside, Jason was lying on his side on the bed, murmuring something to a sleeping Vivien, trying to soothe her. His mind was on Brooke. And then the door burst open. The moment Brooke saw them, her vision went red. Jason. He was here. He was really, truly here, in bed with her. Brooke's face was crimson with rage, a hot surge of blood rushing to her head. Fury, betrayal, and confusion twisted inside her. She could accept his arrangement with Clara, but Vivien. Vivien was the one person she could never tolerate. He had used Brooke as her replacement, and even though he swore he was over Vivien, here he was, in her bed. On the day of their first date, the emotions she had suppressed all morning finally exploded. Jason, what the hell do you think I am? If he didn't want to go on a date, he could have at least called. Was this his plan, all along? To not message her, to let her chase him down, to make her see this? Brooke, what are you doing here? Jason's expression changed instantly. Let me explain. He scrambled off the bed, trying to reach her. But Brooke was beyond reason. She lunged toward the bed, aiming for Vivien. Jason caught her, holding her back. Brooke, calm down, he pleaded. Vivien is pregnant. Calm down? Brooke shrieked, her voice cracking with pain. Being restrained by him only made it worse. Jason, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to hurt me. Why? If he wanted to be with Vivien, why couldn't he have done it without her knowing? No, I didn't. His voice grew smaller as he tried to explain. I was on my way to meet you, but Vivien wasn't answering my texts. I was worried something happened, so I just came to check. She'd been drinking, and she wasn't in a good state. She begged me to stay for a while. I only stayed because she's pregnant. As he spoke, he could feel the atmosphere behind him grow colder. Vivien's eyes, now open, were dimming with a profound sadness. At the mention of the word child, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Of course, the only reason he'd stay was because of the baby. You think I'm going to believe that? Brooke's eyes were wild. His explanation only fueled her rage. Why hadn't he messaged her? Why'd he let her freeze outside for so long? And besides, she's not even. That's right. I wasn't trying to hurt myself. I did it on purpose to keep you here. Before Brooke could expose the lie, Vivien cut her off. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she looked down, a broken smile playing on her lips. It was as if the words were tearing her apart. I didn't know you had other plans today, she whispered. I'm sorry, Jason. I'm the one who disrupted your life. I'm so sorry. But she couldn't find the courage. She couldn't bring herself to admit she wasn't pregnant. She was too afraid of his anger, too afraid of his cold indifference, too afraid of losing the only piece of his concern she had left. Vivien, you did this deliberately. Why don't you dare tell him the truth? Say it. Brooke was incandescent with rage at Vivien's performance. She tried to lunge at her again. Jason stepped between them. Brooke, please just stop for a second. We can talk about this calmly. He couldn't let her attack Vivien. But to Brooke, his action was a final, devastating blow. You're protecting her? She whispered, her face a mask of disbelief. He was protecting Vivien. From her. Fine. Then you can have her. She bit her lip, spun around, and stalked out of the room, silently cursing him 1,000 times over in her head. Even as she left, a traitorous part of her couldn't help but look back to see if he was following. Brooke, seeing her leave, Jason panicked. He let go of Vivien and started after her. Miss, are you all right? Vivien had fainted. Jason froze, his feet rooted to the floor. He glanced from Brooke's retreating back to Vivien's still form. Vivien was pale, the combination of alcohol and her already fragile health causing her to go into shock. He saw the flicker of genuine fear in her assistant's eyes. This wasn't a game. Her health was truly precarious. He cursed under his breath. A wave of panic washed over him. He couldn't leave Vivien like this. Gritting his teeth, he turned back, scooped her into his arms, and rushed out of the room. Call 911. Now, he yelled. Vivien's condition could actually be life-threatening. You, Jason Miller, you get back here. Brooke's furious scream echoed down the hall, but he didn't stop. Hashtag, Jason sprinted out of the hotel after Brooke. But she was seething, a storm of hurt and anger brewing inside her. You were so busy protecting Vivien. What are you doing chasing me? She yelled, her eyes red as she jumped in her car and sped toward her family's estate. Brooke, let me explain, Jason shouted, getting into his own car and following close behind. But Brooke was in no mood to listen. She clenched her jaw, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. Seeing him pursue her was a small, bitter comfort, but it didn't extinguish her rage. When she reached the estate, she slammed the heavy iron gates shut with a resounding clang. leaving him locked outside. Jason pulled up to the closed gates, frustrated. He got out of his car and shouted toward the house. "Brooke, listen to me. I really was on my way to meet you, but Vivien wasn't answering my messages. I was worried something had happened, so I just want to check on her. I found her drunk out of her mind, and I was afraid she'd do something stupid. And she's pregnant. I couldn't just leave her. Brooke, I know I messed up. I'm sorry. Whatever you want, just tell me. I'll make it up to you, okay?" He stood in the cold, rubbing his hands together. It was below freezing, and the snow was coming down harder now. He was only wearing a thin overcoat, and he shivered in the biting wind. He thought of Brooke waiting for him and felt a pang of guilt. "Brooke, I did have someone try to notify you," he admitted, "but it was my mistake." He'd overlooked the fact that Vivien's people and Brooke were enemies. He never should have stayed. Just 2 days ago, he finally felt like he was making progress with her, and now all that was gone. He had no one to blame but himself. Inside, listening to Jason's explanation, Brooke's anger began to cool, though she'd never admit it. "You're still talking?" she muttered to herself. "All you do is protect that Vivien. If you don't have feelings for her, then why do you defend her?" She peeked through the window and saw him standing in the snow. His hair, shoulders, and even his eyelashes were dusted with white. His ears and nose were bright red from the cold. She bit her lip, her resolve starting to soften. She had acted impulsively. The reason she hadn't blurted out that Vivien wasn't pregnant was because she and Kinsey had played a part in that mess, and a small part of her felt guilty. But now, she couldn't hold back anymore. She looked out at Jason, took a deep breath, and shouted through the closed door. "Jason, I have to tell you something. Vivien isn't pregnant." Hearing this, Jason's face darkened instantly. "Brooke, you can say what you want about me, but don't make things up about her." His tone was hard. "Vivien told me herself she was pregnant with my child. I took her to the hospital for a checkup. How could that be a lie?" And yet, even as he said it, a seed of doubt took root in his mind. Vivien had been drinking heavily. If she was really pregnant, why would she be so reckless with the baby's health? He frowned, lost in thought. Brooke's voice was firm. "Why would I lie to you? Vivien is not pregnant. If you don't believe me, take her to a hospital and get a Rayall test done." She sounded so certain. Jason fell silent. After a long moment, he looked up. "How do you know she's not pregnant?" Brooke hesitated, not meeting his gaze through the gate. "A few days ago, I happened to see Vivien at the hospital where Dr. Lindsay Luo works. I was there, I saw the whole thing. I know for a fact she's not pregnant." She bit her lip, worried he still wouldn't believe her. Jason didn't respond right away. He'd had his own suspicions. The idea that he'd gotten 2 different women pregnant on the first try seemed too improbable. But for now, he needed to smooth things over with Brooke. "I'll deal with the Vivien situation later," he said, his voice patient again. "Brooke, please just let me in so I can explain. Whatever you want, I promise I'll make it up to you." "Okay." Brooke watched him, his desperate expression sending a ripple through her. She remembered the good times they'd shared, the sweet moments that flashed through her mind. He stood outside, braving the freezing wind, and her eyes welled up. "Really? You'll really agree to anything?" "Anything you say, I promise," Jason said, sensing a breakthrough. Brooke's expression turned sly. She lifted her chin, testing him. Then, "Call me baby." That was it. Jason felt it was a little childish. "Baby, don't be mad, okay? It's all my fault. It won't happen again. Now, please open the gate. Baby, you're the best. We still have that movie to see, right? How can I get in if you don't open the gate?" He felt like he was talking to a toddler. Brooke blushed. "What are you talking about? Stop being ridiculous." "So, you don't like it when I call you that?" Jason asked, amused. It was her idea, after all. Brooke's face was on fire. "Whatever. I'm still mad. You have to keep trying." All right. Jason took a deep breath and called out again. "Brooke, I really am sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Please, just forgive me this once, okay?" Inside the house, Mr. Lee had been watching the whole exchange and couldn't take it anymore. "Miss, you can't forgive him so easily. That man is nothing but a 2-timing player. If you let him fool you again, you'll only get hurt more." He walked over, his face stern. This was supposed to be a fight? It had turned into some kind of bizarre, flirty negotiation. Were they treating his employer's estate like their own private suite? What about his dignity as an old, third-wheeling retainer? "Mr. Lee, would you please be quiet?" Brooke shot him a cold glance, then turned her attention back to the window, her eyes sparkling. "You say it yourself. You'll promise me anything, and you won't lie to me?" "Why would I lie to you?" Jason thought. What could she possibly ask for that he couldn't provide? A cunning light danced in Brooke's eyes. She tilted her chin up. Then, she began, her voice turning syrupy sweet. Marry me, and we'll have 2 little babies, and then I'll forgive you." Jason nearly choked. Brooke, are you kidding me? I'm already married. How can I marry you? This was insane. If you won't marry me, then you can't come in. Brooke bit her lip, deeply unsatisfied. Jason stood outside for a while longer, but the gates remained shut. He figured she was serious about not letting him in. He sighed. Brooke, I can give you anything else, but I can't give you that. The law doesn't exactly allow it. Since you're still angry, I'll go. Call me whenever you've cooled down, and we can talk. He turned to leave. Seeing him actually walk away was more than Brooke could bear. She burst through the front door and ran out, blocking his path. She was like a whirlwind, planting herself directly in front of him. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face, a picture of heartbreaking sorrow. Jason, all I asked was for you to marry me. Is that really so hard? She sobbed, her voice thick with misery and resentment. She glared at him, her words tumbling out in a torrent of grief. I don't open the gate, and you're really just going to leave? You can't even wait a little longer? I waited for you in the freezing cold for half an hour. Jason, you know what you are? You're a huge jerk. You don't care about me at all. Wah! She cried and cursed him, but even as she did, her body moved on its own, launching itself at him. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, as if afraid he would vanish if she let go. At that moment, Brooke didn't care about anything else. She just needed to let it all out. She loved this man deeply. Even when he was cold and distant, that love never wavered. All her drama, all her tantrums, it was all just to get his attention, to make him see her as someone important, someone he couldn't just abandon. But she never thought he'd be this impatient. Couldn't he have just tried a little harder? Looking at Brooke, so pitiful and crying her heart out, Jason's resolve melted. He instinctively opened his arms and pulled her into an embrace, whispering softly, Brooke, it's okay, don't cry. Even if he was developing different feelings for her now, he couldn't escape reality. He was a married man. Being with Brooke was already a betrayal of every social norm. Brooke, I really can't marry you right now, he said, taking a deep breath. This relationship, it isn't right. If I insisted on marrying you, you'd have to endure endless criticism and ridicule from everyone. His voice was gentle, but his words landed like hammer blows on her heart. Brooke looked up at him, her vision blurred by tears. I don't care, she choked out. I'm not afraid of what people will say. I'm only afraid of you leaving me. As long as I can be with you, I'll endure anything. The tears flowed freely again. Jason held her tighter. Brooke, trust me, I'm not going to leave you. Please stop crying, okay? Hearing that, Brooke's sobs gradually subsided, but her arms remained locked around him. After a moment, once she had calmed down a bit, she looked up at him, her gaze direct. Then tell me, in your heart, who's more important, me or Vivien? The question was a dagger aimed straight at his heart. Jason hesitated for a second before answering softly. Brooke, if Vivien is pregnant, then from the perspective of life itself, she's more important. That's 2 lives and one of them is my child. But if Vivien isn't pregnant, then of course you're the most important person to me. A small smile finally broke through Brooke's tears. Mr. Lee, who had been watching from the doorway, could not stand it any longer. Miss, please, listen to an old man's advice and come home. Jason Miller is not right for you, he pleaded, hurrying over to her. He then turned to Jason, his tone stern. Mr. Miller, please, do us all a favor and stop entangling our young miss in your affairs. Brooke didn't even flinch. Mr. Lee, I respect that you raised me, but she shot him a cold look. Stay out of my business. I will not marry someone else. My parents left the Lynn fortune to me, and those old fossils on the board can't use marriage to blackmail me. Her voice was ice. Baby, let's go. Without another glance, she pulled open the door to Jason's car and got in. Sensing her foul mood, Jason started the engine and drove toward his house. They had barely pulled away when a sharp ringtone broke the silence. Jason picked up his phone. The caller ID showed Vivien's assistant. He glanced at Brooke, who didn't look angry, and answered the call. Hello, he said coolly. Mr. Miller, hello. It's Vivien's assistant. Miss Vivien just woke up, but her mental state is very fragile. We were wondering if you could possibly come over. The voice on the other end was frantic. Jason kept his eyes on the road, but he could feel Brooke next to him, her ears perked up. She was biting her lip, her eyes filled with a nervous tension that was almost cute. He found it strangely endearing. After a moment's thought, he spoke into the phone. Sorry, I can't make it. I'm with Brooke Lynn right now. I'll cover the medical expenses. As for everything else, contact me when you get her test results back later tonight. He hung up without waiting for a reply. Hearing him turn down Vivien's request, the knot of anxiety in Brooke's chest finally loosened. A radiant smile spread across her face. She leaned over and planted a playful kiss on his cheek. You better be. You promised to take me on a date today, and now most of the day is gone. How are you going to make it up to me? Jason glanced at the time. The movie theaters would be closing soon. He thought for a moment. I have a projector at my place. How about a movie night at home? Then tomorrow, wherever you want to go, I'll take you. The idea of drinking some wine, watching the snow fall outside, and cuddling up to watch a movie sounded pretty good. Okay, but you'd better not back out tomorrow. Brooke agreed cheerfully. When they arrived at his house, Jason got out first. We're here. But Brooke stayed in the car, pouting. You have to carry me out. I waited for you for half an hour. My legs are frozen numb. I can't walk. I need to be carried, she declared, holding her arms out to him with a mischievous little smirk. Jason sighed, defeated, and lifted her out of the car. Brooke's smile turned triumphant. As he carried her, she deliberately let her coat fall open, revealing the sexy sailor girl outfit underneath. Jason finally noticed how little she was wearing and frowned. No wonder your legs are numb. Aren't you freezing in that? Don't do this again, he scolded. Brooke pouted and snuggled against his chest. Why are you being so mean? I didn't know you were going to run off with another woman. Besides, didn't you say you like this? Don't you like it when I wear this? She looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Jason cleared his throat, suddenly feeling warm. He glanced at the setting sun over the distant hills. Ahem, liking it is one thing, but you should wear it at home. It's too cold to wear outside. But damn, you really did like that sailor outfit. An electric, heated tension filled the air between them, seeming to warm the very space they occupied. Jason looked down at the woman in his arms, his breath coming out in hot puffs. Darling, he murmured, his voice low as he leaned close to her ear, his gaze fixed on her flushed cheeks. So, are we starting with dinner? Or dessert? The heat of his breath on her skin made Brooke blush even deeper, her cheeks the color of a sunset. She slowly pressed herself closer to him, resting her head on his broad shoulder like a contented kitten. Let's start with dinner, she whispered, her voice barely audible. She tilted her head up and quickly planted a sweet kiss on his cheek. Jason's lips curved into a fond smile. All right, whatever you say. He grinned, then scooped her up and kicked the front door open, striding inside. The sudden movement made Brooke gasp. As he carried her up the stairs, she could feel her heart pounding against her ribs, a frantic rhythm that threatened to break free. Her face felt like it was on fire. A wicked thought crossed her mind. He was going to kiss her now, right? Should she be direct? Or play hard to get, build the atmosphere? It was so confusing. Jason walked into the bedroom and gently placed her on the large, soft bed. He looked down at her. She was staring up at him, her eyes wide with anticipation, glistening with moisture, her blush almost impossibly deep. As he leaned in closer, she instinctively closed her eyes, her heart racing. She was sure this was it, the moment he would kiss her deeply, and they would finally tumble into passion together. Instead, Jason proved once again that he was the master of the unexpected. He simply watched her for a moment, his eyes filled with affection, then turned away. Baby, you wait here for me, okay? I'm going to go make you a spectacular dinner. With that, he turned to leave for the kitchen. The abrupt change left Brooke completely stunned. Dinner? What the hell? Was he being serious? She was dressed in a sailor outfit, and he wanted to go make dinner? Was he joking? Baby, that's not what I meant, she said, trying to stop him as he started to walk away. He was really leaving. The dinner I was talking about wasn't real dinner. I mean, I wanted to, sleep with you first. She blurted out, scrambling up from the bed and wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Her voice was a mix of exasperation and playful pleading. Jason turned, feigning ignorance. He blinked innocently and smiled. Oh, so that's what you meant. I had no idea. Seeing him play dumb, Brooke couldn't hold back any longer. She shot up on her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips to his in a deep, demanding kiss. Jason was completely taken by surprise. But as her soft, warm lips met his, an irresistible force surged through him, making it impossible to push her away. Especially not this woman, whose eyes were filled with nothing but him. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight, and began to return her passionate kiss with equal fervor. Their lips intertwined, and the world around them seemed to meld away, leaving only the sound of their ragged breaths and pounding hearts. Outside, the snow began to fall more heavily. Their kiss grew more intense, a raging fire that could not be quenched. Suddenly, Brooke pulled back slightly, breathing heavily. Jason looked at her, confused. Her eyes were serious. Jason, I have to ask you something. What? What are your feelings for me right now? Do you love me? It was the one thing she could never quite figure out. The question made Jason pause and reflect. He thought back to when he first pursued her. Back then, he had genuinely liked her. But her arrogant, willful personality had been exhausting, and it had slowly eroded that initial affection. But then, after he was poisoned by the cryotoxin and they had unexpectedly slept together, things had changed. He had seen her transform. The bratty, spoiled girl was gone, replaced by someone gentle and considerate who had stood by his side through so much. He had seen the change, and he liked it. "Brooke," he said softly, "I do have feelings for you, and I promise I will take responsibility for what happened between us. It's just, I need some time. Clara's health is fragile. I have to wait until she safely delivers the babies. Then, I'll find the right time to tell her everything, and the three of us can sit down and figure it all out." He knew it wasn't fair to Clara. He had promised her he wouldn't divorce her. But if Brooke hadn't saved his life back then, Clara would never have gotten the antidote for the cryotoxin. He was trapped in the middle. When Brooke heard him say, "I will take responsibility for you," her heart was flooded with a wave of intense emotion, and her eyes welled up. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. The next moment, she was on her toes again, kissing his lips gently. It was a kiss full of love and deep affection, as if she was trying to pour all her feelings in him. I never expected you to say you'd wait until after Clara has the babies to talk," she whispered, her voice trembling as more tears fell. "Honestly, I just wanted to hear you say you like me. That would have been enough." Looking at this sincere, vulnerable woman, Jason felt a surge of emotion himself. He pulled her into a tight hug and comforted her. "Don't cry, baby. Your eyes will get all puffy, and you won't be pretty anymore." He gently raised a hand and wiped the tears from her cheeks. As his fingers brushed her skin, he realized how cold she was. She must have caught a chill waiting for him in the snow. He frowned with concern. "Brooke, you must have gotten cold this morning. Go take a hot bath and warm up." "But then we can't." "I don't want to," she pouted, reluctant. Jason gently pinched her nose. "Be good. You don't want to catch a cold." "Okay." Brooke finally agreed. She reluctantly pulled away from his warm embrace and nodded. "Then, you have to carry me in there," she added playfully. Seeing her adorable, shy expression, Jason's lips curved into a fond smile. He swept her up into his arms and strode toward the bathroom. "Here we are. Now go on. Take your bath." He walked into the bathroom and placed her in the large tub, then turned to leave. Seeing him actually start to go, Brooke panicked. You're just leaving." Jason glanced back at her and saw the heat in her eyes. He chuckled. "What else? Are we supposed to take a bath together? Go on, be a good girl and wash up. I'll take one after you." He smiled and turned to leave again. Brooke finally couldn't take it anymore. She reached out and grabbed the corner of his shirt. Jason frowned and turned back. He saw her cheeks were flushed crimson. She looked down, her voice a shy whisper. "Well, it's not like we can't. What if we took a bath together?" He had never heard such a request before. But faced with Brooke's sincere invitation, how could he possibly refuse? "You're the one who said it," he grinned. "Then I'm closing the door." He laughed, his eyes fixed on her blushing face as he slowly closed the bathroom door. Be gentle. When you close it," Brooke murmured, biting her lip and shrinking back a little. She watched as Jason turned on the water, and the entire bathroom filled with a warm, steamy haze. Outside, the snow began to fall again. It came down in soft, fluttering flakes, sometimes like delicate feathers, other times like a heavy blanket. At first, the flakes danced lazily in the air, graceful and slow. But soon, they seemed to grow excited, tumbling from the sky in a chaotic, beautiful rush, painting the world white. The storm was unpredictable, at times gentle, at times fierce, a testament to nature's fickle beauty. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Vivien slowly opened her eyes. As her vision cleared, she realized she was lying in a sterile white bed. The faint scent of disinfectant hung in the air, and her body felt weak, as if all her strength had been drained away. She turned her head and saw her assistant sitting quietly by the bed, her eyes filled with concern. But Jason was gone. Vivien's lips parted, and she asked in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible, "Jason, where did he go?" At the question, the assistant's face fell, and she looked down guiltily. "Mr. Miller. He left with Brooklyn." The word struck Vivien like a physical blow. A sense of profound loss washed over her. She was supposed to be the one carrying his child, yet at this critical moment, he had still chosen Brooke over her. It seemed he was finally disappointed in her. At the same time, a question formed in her mind. How had Brooke known to show up? She turned to her assistant, her voice growing stronger. "What happened? Why was Brooklyn there?" Faced with Vivien's questioning, The assistant grew even more flustered. Actually, Mr. Miller asked me to send a message to Brooke to tell her he couldn't make it. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, hesitating before she spoke. But I was worried that if she knew he was with you, she would rush over and drag him away. You so rarely get to see him, so I made the decision not to send a message. I was only trying to help you, but I never thought she would actually track him down. She had snow on her when she arrived. I heard she had been waiting for him in the snow for a long time. I really didn't know. After her confession, the assistant looked at Vivien like a child who had done something terribly wrong. Vivien's face turned to stone, and a chilling aura radiated from her. You fool. Do you have any idea what you've done? Who gave you permission to make decisions for me? Huh? Did I tell you to do that? Her voice was cold as she raised her hand. With a sharp crack, she slapped her assistant across the face. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The assistant bowed her head, her cheeks stinging. Vivien's chest heaved with fury, her voice laced with rage and disappointment. Get back to country right now, and don't ever let me see you again. I don't need someone on my team who thinks they're smarter than me and can't follow a simple order, she snarled, pointing a trembling finger toward the door. Her own heart ached with a bitter sorrow. The fragile bridge she had started to rebuild with Jason had just been burned to the ground. She had thought she had a chance, but now Jason had been pushed straight into Brooke's arms, and she didn't even have the baby anymore. Yes, miss, the assistant whispered, shakily backing out of the room. Vivien stared at the empty hospital room, at the space where her assistant had been, and her eyes finally filled with tears. It was only now that she truly understood. Perhaps she had been wrong from the very beginning. She had thought that if she had Jason's child, he would come back to her, just like he had for Clara. So she had twisted herself into someone she didn't recognize, stooping to any means necessary, even blackmailing Dr. Luo to help her. But now, she had ruined everything. Now she saw the truth. Brooke didn't have a child. She had no leverage at all. And yet, Jason was treating her better than he ever treated Clara. Brooke didn't even seem to have a manipulative bone in her body. Meanwhile, Vivien had fought with everything she had, and she had lost it all. She curled up on the cold hospital bed, staring out at the bleak winter landscape, and a profound exhaustion washed over her. She was so tired. It felt as if all the energy had been siphoned from her body, leaving her too weak to even move. She wished she could go back in time, back to her youth, back to when it was just her, Jason, and the kind director at the children's home. She didn't want to lie anymore. She was tired of being this person. She finally understood that a relationship built on a lie could only end in lies, that one fabrication required 100 more to sustain it. She was just so tired. You send a message to Jason for me, she said to the remaining bodyguards, her voice thick with unshed tears. Tell him, a few days from now, at Sue Tai's funeral, I have something I need to tell him in person. Until then, tell him not to come see me. With that, she pushed herself up from the bed and walked toward the window, her gaze fixed on the falling snow. Get the car ready, she said softly. I want to go to the children's home. I need to see Grandpa. At the same time, Clara sat in her own hospital room, watching the sky darken outside. A familiar anxiety crept in. Jason still hadn't returned. She picked up her phone and dialed his number. Jason was tangled up with Brooke, deep in sleep. The ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Seeing Clara's name on the screen, he quickly and gently nudged Brooke, signaling her to be quiet. He answered the phone. Hey, honey, the sky's getting dark. Why aren't you back yet? Clara's voice was laced with concern. Jason forced his eyes open, rubbing them. I was just so exhausted today. I got home and passed out immediately. That's why I didn't make it over to see you. Just then, Brooke, disturbed by the noise, shifted in her sleep, letting out a soft, sleepy sound. Clara's senses sharpened instantly. Jason, is there another woman there with you? Her tone was sharp with suspicion. Jason's heart leaped into his throat, but he kept his voice steady. What? No, of course not, my love. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just at home, sleeping. Clara, though still doubtful, didn't press the issue. Instead, she switched tactics, her voice turning playfully pouty. All right then. You must be working so hard, honey. You need to get your rest, or else I'll start to worry. She then launched into a string of sweet nothings. I love you, hubby, and good night, hubby. Each hubby was like a needle pricking at Brooke's heart, filling her with a sour jealousy. Brooke couldn't take it anymore. She reached out and pinched Jason hard on his side. Ouch, what are you pinching me for? The sudden pain almost made Jason cry out. Jason, Clara's suspicion flared again on the other end of the line. I'm here, Jason said quickly. His rational mind screamed at him not to get caught. He grit his teeth against the pain, trying to keep his voice even, terrified Clara wouldn't notice something was wrong. Thankfully, she seemed to have missed it. She chatted for a few more moments, then said gently, "Good night, my love. Get some rest." Of course, she was faking it, testing to see if anyone was with him. After reminding him to take care of himself, she was about to hang up. Jason felt a wave of relief. "Okay, babe, good night." But just as he was about to end the call, Clara's voice came through again, playful and coy. "Hey, honey, aren't you forgetting something?" Jason froze, confused. He heard Clara giggle. "Silly, you forgot to give me my goodnight kiss. We always do that, don't you remember? Always? When had they ever done that?" Jason's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to play along. He made a soft kissing sound into the phone. "A good night kiss for my little baby. Go to sleep now." Finally, the ordeal was over. Jason quickly hung up the phone. But by then, Brooke was fuming, her face red with anger. "Jason, you disgusting cheater. 1 minute you're here being all sweet and loving with me, and the next you turn around and start cooing at Clara." She scrambled out of his arms, her eyes blazing as she pointed a finger at his nose. "You said you didn't have feelings for her. Then why was she talking about kissing you? You too. I, at least, have the decency to do it behind my back. You don't even care if I'm right here. Jason, what is wrong with you?" Her voice cracked, and tears started to well up in her eyes. Jason sighed, rubbing his temples. He knew he had really set her off this time. He reached for her, tried to explain. She was just talking nonsense. "We're not usually like that." He explained, exasperated. She must have suspected something, so she said that on purpose. "Couldn't you tell? Come on, baby, don't be mad. Give me a kiss, just one kiss." He leaned in and pecked her on the cheek, feeling a little ridiculous at how sappy he sounded. He had just managed to calm her down, and one phone call from Clara had undone it all. Luckily, Brooke was relatively easy to appease. "I don't want your stupid kisses. Stop kissing me." She struggled for a moment, more out of pride than real anger, before finally giving in. "Fine, but from now on, you're not allowed to talk to her on the phone in front of me, or else I'll get really mad." Okay. No more calls in front of you." He could always just call her when Brooke wasn't around, he thought. He was pleased with this compromise, and Brooke finally looked satisfied. But then another call came in. Jason and Brooke both frowned as they looked at the caller ID. "Viv, Ian." The moment Brooke saw that name on the screen, her anger flared anew. First Clara, now Vivien. "Are you really that busy?" "Oomph. If you dare answer that call from Vivien, I'm going to be seriously mad." She pouted, her lips trembling as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. It was an expression of pure, adorable indignation. Jason couldn't help but laugh a little at her childish display. He scratched his head, a helpless smile on his face, and said softly, "Don't be mad, baby. We're not answering it. Today is all about you." He gently stroked her hair. Brooke's pout softened. That's more like it." To change the subject, Jason smiled and asked, "So, my love, what are you hungry for? Tell me, and I'll go cook it for you right now." At the mention of food, Brooke's frown melted away completely. She leaned in, her voice a playful purr. "I want steak." She was utterly charming. Jason chuckled and nodded. He turned and went into the kitchen to prepare the meal. On the other side of town, Vivien's bodyguard, seeing that Jason wasn't answering his phone, sent him a text message. "Mr. Miller, Miss Vivien would like to speak with you in person in a few days. She wants to arrange a meeting at Sue Ty's funeral. Please be sure to attend." Jason was in the middle of searing a steak when his phone buzzed. He picked it up and read the message. His mind immediately went back to what Brooke had told him, that Vivien wasn't pregnant. He had been skeptical at the time, but now Vivien was asking to meet him. Could it be true? Was she finally going to tell him? He had no intention of going to that funeral. But this he had to take seriously. After a moment of hesitation, he typed a reply. Okay, pregnant or not. He had to get to the bottom of this. He had a feeling he already knew the answer, but he couldn't say for sure whether he hoped she was pregnant or hoped she had been lying to him all along. Just then, he felt a pair of arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Brooke had appeared in the kitchen doorway without a sound. Her eyes were fixed on Jason, who was staring at his phone while distractedly flipping the steak. He seemed to be texting someone back. Brooke's expression darkened. She narrowed her eyes and, silent as a butterfly, crept up behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist and rested her head on his broad back. "Darling, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought," she purred, her voice a mix of curiosity and affection. Jason flinched slightly, but quickly recovered. He certainly wasn't going to mention Vivien. He came up with a quick excuse. Nothing special, just trying to figure out how to make this steak even more delicious. He turned his head and smiled at her gently. "Baby, why don't you go set up the projector in the bedroom? The steak is almost ready. I'll bring it in for you. Brooke's smile was tight. Searing steak? Did he really think she believed that? But since she had no proof, she just nodded sweetly, unwrapped her arms, and went back to the bedroom. She quickly set up the projector as he'd asked. Outside, a light snow had started to fall again. A few minutes later, Jason came in with 2 plates of fragrant steak. He set them on the small table by the bed and sat down next to her. They looked at each other, their eyes shining with happiness. Brooke opened a bottle of red wine and poured them each a glass. She took a small sip, savoring the rich flavor. So, my love, what are we watching tonight? She asked, leaning against him. Whatever you want. You pick, Jason said casually. Brooke's eyes twinkled as a mischievous idea formed in her mind. Let's watch this one. The Mountain Ghost. She deliberately chose a horror movie, hoping to scare him so she could have an excuse to cuddle up in his arms. It was a brilliant plan, but as the movie started, with its eerie music and terrifying visuals, she felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. Ah! She shrieked, grabbing his arm and burying her face in his chest. Her body trembled, and she let out a few more terrified yelps. She had just picked it at random. This was way too scary. She had assumed Jason would be scared too, or at least a little unsettled. But he was completely unfazed, his expression calm. He gently patted her on the back. It's okay, it's all fake. Jason, are you really not scared of horror movies at all? Brooke asked, blinking her big, curious eyes. Jason looked at her, so cute and innocent, and couldn't help but smile. He gently flicked her nose. It's just you who's a scaredy cat. Brooke was not pleased. She pouted, crossed her arms, and put on a brave face. Oomph. I am not a scaredy cat. Who's scared? I'm not scared. I can totally watch this. I was just playing along, to give you a chance to be the hero and save me. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. She talked a big game, but her eyes were squeezed shut, not daring to even peek at the screen. Jason couldn't help but laugh. He gently ruffled her hair. All right, if you're really too scared to watch, you don't have to force yourself. That only fueled Brooke's competitive spirit. She snapped her eyes open and stared defiantly at the screen. Who said I'm scared? I'm going to finish this stupid ghost movie if it kills me. Jason shook his head, a fond smile playing on his lips, and turned his attention back to the film. Just then, Brooke turned to him, her expression suddenly serious. Jason, how are you so brave? You're not even scared of ghosts. Jason paused, a shadow of old sadness crossing his face. It's not that I was born fearless, he began slowly. When I was a kid, my parents died in a sudden fire. I was hidden away in a dark attic and I watched. I watched them get swallowed by the flames. That scene, it was far more terrifying than any ghost movie could ever be. Hearing his story, a sharp pain pierced Brooke's heart. She reached out and took his hand. Jason, why did you never tell me any of this before? He managed a small smile and squeezed her hand back. It's all in the past. There's no need to dwell on it. Besides, I didn't want you to worry about me. But Brooke shook her head stubbornly, her gaze fixed on him. No, it's not in the past. I want to know everything about you. Your past, your joys, your sorrows. Please, tell me more about when you were a kid. Faced with such a sincere and heartfelt plea, Jason finally nodded and began to unearth the memories he had buried for so long. I was 5 when it happened, he said, his voice quiet. There was a fire at our house. My parents died saving me. But it wasn't an accident. It was arson. The man behind it was my uncle, Robert Miller. He was consumed by greed, desperate for the Miller family fortune. So he set the fire, intending to kill all of us. He just didn't expect me to survive. After that, I lost both my parents. I had no one, and I ended up on the streets, begging for food. But fate was kind to me in a way. The director of a local children's home found me and took me in. That's where I met Vivien. But even in the relative safety of the home, Robert Miller didn't give up. He tried to have me killed multiple times, but I always managed to escape. I was just a kid, too weak to fight back, so I learned to endure it, to hide my anger and wait for my chance. Then, just before I started high school, Vivien was suddenly adopted by the Sue family and left the home. For the first time, I truly understood what it meant to be powerless. That was the moment I swore to myself that I would change my fate, that I would never be a pawn in someone else's game again. So I planned. I used every trick I could think of until I finally forced my uncle to take me in and acknowledge me. And that's how I got back into the Miller family, he finished. Even though I was officially back, I was just living on his charity, constantly being looked down on and bullied. It wasn't until much later that I met Clara and we got married. But even before I married her, my plan to make Robert pay for what he did was already in place. I just hadn't put it into motion yet. As Jason finished his story, Brooke sat beside him, her shoulders trembling. She was crying like a child, tears streaming down her face. Jason, I had no idea, she sobbed. I didn't know you had suffered so much. I didn't know how hard you've had to fight just to survive. And the way I used to treat you. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into his arms, clinging to him tightly. I'm never, ever going to fight with you again, I swear. She wept, her arms wrapped around his waist, as if trying to pour all her warmth and comfort into him. Jason was moved by her raw emotion, but seeing her so distraught was also a little amusing. What are you crying for? He teased gently. I didn't tell you all that to make you bawl your eyes out. Besides, it's all in the past. I didn't even cry when I was telling it. And here you are, a total mess. He gently pushed her back and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Brooke looked up at him, her eyes still swimming with tears. It's because I care about you, you idiot. But she paused, glaring at him through her tears. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and asked, Jason, how can you be so sure your parents are really gone? Isn't there even a small chance that they're still alive somewhere? Her eyes were locked on his pale, resolute face, and an unnameable emotion welled up inside her. According to him, he was just a child when the fire happened. His parents had hidden him in the attic for his own safety, telling him not to make a sound. He had watched his home burn from a small window, but he had never actually seen his parents die in the flames. Afterward, the police conducted an investigation but announced that they could find no remains. The result was baffling. How could two bodies completely disappear in a fire like that? Jason had asked the police about it countless times. Their explanation was that the fire was so intense, survival was impossible. As for the missing bodies, Jason had always suspected that his uncle had hidden them. Brooke frowned and sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and tenderness. Jason, I'm not trying to upset you. I just want to see you smile more, to be happy. Maybe I'm going about it the wrong way, but I promise my intentions are good. She looked down, a little embarrassed, like a child who had misbehaved. Then, she looked up, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She threw her arms around him like a playful butterfly, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore, all right? Let's just let all the unhappy things drift away. For now, let's just go to sleep. Her sweet, caring words melted Jason's heart. He smiled and nodded, pulling her closer, as if trying to merge their bodies into one. In the quiet of the night, they held each other, basking in the warmth and temporary bliss. Moonlight streamed through the window, draping them in a silvery veil, adding a touch of magic to the moment. On the other side of the city, Vivien arrived at the familiar, yet strangely foreign children's home, her heart heavy. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her steps were unsteady. Finally, she stood before the director's door and raised a hand to knock. Who is it? A kind, elderly voice called from within. It's me, Grandpa. Vivien's voice trembled. The director opened the door and saw her state. His heart ached for her. Child, what's wrong? Come in, come in. He quickly pulled her inside and guided her to the sofa. What happened? Did someone hurt you? He asked, his voice full of concern. Vivien bit her lip, fresh tears welling in her eyes. Seeing the only real family she had ever known, she could no longer hold back her pain. Grandpa, I'm not really pregnant, but Jason thinks I am, and he already told you. Her beautiful face was clouded with a deep sorrow, tears threatening to spill over. Grandpa, what should I do? She asked, her voice cracking. With that, the dam broke, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The director sighed softly and went into the kitchen. He returned a few moments later with a steaming bowl of noodles and placed it in front of her. Eat something first. We can talk after. Vivien gave him a grateful look and slowly began to eat. After a while, she set down her chopsticks. Grandpa, I didn't mean to lie to Jason. I really thought I was pregnant at first. It wasn't until I went to the hospital that I found out I wasn't. But I didn't know how to tell him. I was afraid he would be angry with me, that he wouldn't want to see me anymore. At this, she began to cry again, tears falling like broken pearls. The director reached out and gently stroked her hair. Silly child, don't think like that. I still remember when I first found you, just a tiny baby, wrapped in a blanket and crying your little heart out. All these years, I've watched you and Jason grow up together. That boy, Jason, he has a good heart. He's an honest man. I'm sure if you just tell him the truth, he will understand. He sighed again. Child, I've seen everything that's happened between you two. My heart is as clear as a mirror. You two, you shouldn't have ended up like this. It was so much better when you were kids, so innocent and carefree. But once people grow up, they change. They stop being so honest with each other. He looked at her with kind, knowing eyes. But child, I have always believed in one thing. Sincerity is the most powerful weapon of all. No matter how the world changes, as long as you have a sincere heart, you can always find a solution. So, my girl, listen to your old grandpa. Let go of this obsession you have with keeping Jason by your side. Vivien's eyes filled with tears again. She shook her head stubbornly. Grandpa, I can't. I love Jason. That love is rooted so deep in my heart. I can't just cut it out. She couldn't live without him. The director patted her shoulder, his heart aching for her. Child, there is nothing wrong with love itself. But when you love someone too extremely, it often backfires. Maybe you could try loving him in a different way. Give him some space, and give yourself a chance too. Who knows? Maybe one day, he will turn around and see how good you are. Vivien looked up, her vision blurred by tears. His words brought a small measure of peace to her troubled heart. Though the sadness was still there, she started to realize that she had been too extreme. She began to question her own actions. If she changed, would Jason really come back to her? The question swirled in her mind, a torment of uncertainty. But regardless of the outcome, at that moment, the director's words were like a beacon of light in the darkness of her heart. She looked up, her eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. You've helped me understand so much. I feel like a weight has been lifted. After speaking, she bowed deeply to show her respect. As long as you've thought it through, that's all that matters. The director smiled, his heart filled with relief to see the sensible girl he knew returning. He arranged for her to rest in one of the home's spare rooms, telling her to get a good night's sleep, that everything would slowly get better. Once Vivien was settled, the director walked outside and sat on a stone bench under a large tree. He sighed softly, his gaze distant as his mind drifted back in time. Vivien had been abandoned by her birth parents, a pitiful orphan. Then the Sue family had adopted her and taken her abroad, tearing her and Jason apart. He knew the whole story, the hidden reasons behind it all. But Vivien had made him promise never to tell Jason, perhaps out of some fear or concern. But now, if Jason really blew up at her over this fake pregnancy, he couldn't just stand by. In his heart, Vivien was his own granddaughter. He let out another long sigh, his face etched with weariness. Those two children, Vivien and Jason, he murmured to himself, they're going to be the death of me. Shaking his head, he slowly walked back inside. Meanwhile, Clara hung up the phone with Jason, but a seed of doubt had been planted. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something, that there was someone else in the room with him. Once the thought took root, it grew like a weed, choking out all reason. She tossed and turned in her hospital bed, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she pictured Jason's strange behavior. Am I just overthinking this? She whispered to herself, but the unease lingered. She had to see him. First thing in the morning, she would go to his house herself. Ava, she said to her assistant, wake me up early tomorrow. I'm going to Jason's place. Yes, ma'am, Ava replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Clara was already up. She sat at her vanity, applying a simple yet elegant makeup, wanting to look her best for Jason. Ava was busy in the small kitchenette, preparing a lavish breakfast as instructed, steaming buns, rich soy milk, and a sandwich with a heart drawn on it in strawberry jam. Clara saw the lovingly prepared meal, and a rare smile touched her lips. Not bad, she praised. I didn't know you had it in you. Jason would be so happy to see this. With a heart full of anticipation, she took the breakfast bag and got in the car. On the way, she called him, her voice bright and cheerful. Hubby, I just got discharged. I'm on my way to you now. At that moment, Jason was still fast asleep, wrapped around Brooke. The phone call startled him awake, his eyes flying open. What? Honey, why are you coming over so suddenly? Wait, hold on, my place is a mess. He scrambled to untangle himself from Brooke, gently shaking her shoulder and whispering her name. But she remained limp and unresponsive. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. He pressed a hand to her forehead. It was burning hot. This girl, she has a fever. Jason was stunned, his mind racing. Clara was on her way, but his gaze was fixed on Brooke, his heart torn. Her face was flushed, and she was muttering incomprehensibly. She looked pale and fragile, nestled in his arms as she whispered a single word. Baby. The soft call was filled with a desperate dependence. Jason held her tighter, his own panic rising. In her feverish state, Brooke had lost all her usual poise. Her brows were furrowed in pain. Baby, don't leave me. Her voice was fragmented. Brooke, don't be scared. I'm here. I won't leave you, he soothed. She didn't seem to hear him, lost in her delirium. Baby, I love you. I've always loved you. The words she would normally never say poured out of her unfiltered. Jason's brow furrowed. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry. I'm taking you to the hospital. He gritted his teeth. After a moment of agonizing indecision, he made his choice. He scooped Brooke into his arms and headed for the car, intending to take her to the emergency room. But as he was about to start the engine, a thought struck him. If he went to the hospital, he might run into Clara. He changed his plan and drove straight to Dr. Luo's residence instead. Kinsey Luo had just woken up when she heard frantic knocking at the door. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she opened it to find Jason standing there, holding someone in his arms. A surprised, happy smile bloomed on her face. "Jason, what are you doing here?" Jason didn't have time for pleasantries. "Miss Luo, Brooke has a fever. I know your grandfather is a brilliant doctor, so I came here for help." Kinsey's expression shifted to concern. "Oh, Grandpa's in his lab right now. He might be a while. But it's okay, I know some medicine. I can help her first. Bring her inside quickly." She stepped aside, and Jason rushed in. "Okay." He carefully carried Brooke inside. Kinsey took her from him and gently laid her on the sofa. She skillfully placed her fingers on Brooke's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, she frowned and looked up at Jason. "What happened?" "She has a fever from exposure to the cold. Weren't you two on a date yesterday? How did this happen?" Faced with Kinsey's barrage of questions, Jason was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to explain, but he knew a few sentences wouldn't cover it. Finally, he just said urgently, "Now is not the time for that. Please, just help her." Seeing his distress, Kinsey didn't press further. She hurried to the medicine cabinet and quickly found a fever reducer. She poured a glass of warm water and brought it to Brooke. "Brooke, here, take this." But Brooke was completely unconscious. Her eyes were shut tight, her face ashen. She couldn't swallow the pill on her own. Kinsey looked from the pill in her hand to the unconscious Brooke, then back at Jason. Helpless. "What do we do? She can't take the medicine like this." Jason's jaw tightened, his eyes filled with worry. He gently took the small pill from Kinsey's hand. The air in the room grew thick, time slowing to a crawl. He took a deep breath, placed the pill in his own mouth, and prepared to feed it to Brooke. As he leaned over her, their faces were so close they could feel each other's breath. Kinsey, watching from the side, felt her own heart race, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She instinctively looked away, but her eyes kept darting back. Jason was completely focused on Brooke. He carefully tilted her head back, gently parted her lips, and passed the medicine from his mouth to hers. The whole process was over in seconds, but for Kinsey, it felt like an eternity. Afterward, Jason looked down at Brooke with deep concern. He then turned to Kinsey, his expression resolute. "I'm counting on you. You have to make her better." Kinsey nodded, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. "Don't worry. I'll do my best." She then went to get in 4 kit to administer fluids. Throughout the process, Brooke remained unconscious, her face pale as a sheet. But her right hand was clutching Jason's, as if that was the only thing anchoring her to the world. Jason looked down at her hand in his, feeling a sense of weary resignation. He couldn't bring himself to pull away, so he simply sat by her side as the 4 dripped. Just then, Kinsey came back into the room and saw them. A pang of indescribable sadness and loss shot through her. She had never imagined Jason could care so much for Brooke. It was completely unexpected. Not long ago, he had been so cold to her. Clearly, she had been wrong. She had underestimated Brooke's place in his heart. He didn't even show this level of concern for Clara. Jason noticed sweat beading on Brooke's forehead. He got up, poured a glass of cool water, and gently wiped her brow with a damp cloth. At that moment, Clara arrived at Jason's house as planned. But when she opened the door, the house was empty. A sense of unease and suspicion crept over her. "I just called him. How can he not be home?" she muttered, a familiar irritation rising in her chest. Suppressing her annoyance, she dialed his number again. Jason was in the middle of tending to Brooke when his phone rang. He quickly put down the cloth and stepped out of the room to answer. "Hello, Clara." He could immediately sense her displeasure. "Jason, where are you?" she demanded. Jason faked a few hurried breaths. "The office called with an emergency. I had to rush out." Clara's tone softened slightly, but she was still annoyed. "Well, you can't be so reckless. Don't forget, we have to go to Sue Ty's funeral tomorrow." I know, my love. I'm on my way back now," he promised. "I'll be there soon. What do you want to eat? I can bring something." "No need. I already brought you breakfast," she said, and he could almost hear her gesturing with the elaborate lunchbox. Her voice held a dark undertone. "Just get back here. The food will get cold." With that, she hung up. Jason let out a breath of relief. He turned to Kinsey, his expression serious. "Miss Luo, please take care of Brooke for me. She's not well, physically or emotionally, and I'm worried about leaving her. If anything happens, or if she needs anything at all, please let me know immediately. He squeezed her hand, his eyes conveying the weight of his trust. Then he turned and left. A short while later, he arrived home. The moment he opened the door, he saw Clara sitting on the sofa, her face a thundercloud. He quickly plastered on a charming smile and hurried over. "Honey, I'm back." Clara glanced at him, her gaze sharp and cold. She didn't return his cheerful greeting. Instead, she reached out and plucked a single, long strand of hair from his shoulder. "Are you sure," she asked, her voice dripping with ice, "that you were at the office?" Jason's blood ran cold, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. That's Sprite's hair. She's my sister from the children's home. She came by to see me today, and it must have gotten on me by accident." Clara's brow furrowed, her gaze skeptical, but she eventually chose to accept his explanation. "For now, you'd better be telling the truth." She sighed, then picked up the heart-shaped lunchbox from the table and handed it to him. "Forget everything else for a minute. Just eat." Jason, who had been exhausted moments before, felt his spirits lift as he saw the box. A genuine smile spread across his face. "Thanks, honey. You're the best." As he took the box, his eyes fell on her slightly rounded belly, and a wave of joy washed over him. He reached out a hand and gently rested it on her stomach, as if he could feel the two tiny lives growing inside. "My love," he said, his voice full of wonder, "I think your belly has gotten a little bigger. Our babies are growing healthy and strong." He looked up at her, his face alight with happiness. "Honey, did you eat this morning? You can't let yourself or the babies go hungry. Here, let's eat together." Clara shook her head. "I'm not hungry." Jason didn't give up. He coaxed her patiently, his voice soft. "Come on, just a little bite. It's good for you, and the babies need their nutrients." He picked up a spoon, filled it, and brought it to her lips, his eyes full of affection. Clara contentedly ate each spoonful Jason offered. "Tomorrow is Sue Ty's funeral," she said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him expectantly. "Don't worry about any of that other business. Just stay with me." Jason's thoughts immediately flew to Brooke, still burning with a fever. But faced with Clara's request, he had no choice but to nod. "Okay, whatever you say. I'll stay home with you tonight." A flicker of anxiety crossed his face, but he hoped she didn't notice. Clara seemed to sense his distraction. "By the way," she asked casually, "do you know what Vivien plans to say at the funeral? She called me earlier, said she had something important to tell me." Jason's heart skipped a beat. He quickly shook his head. "I have no idea. Probably just something about her adoptive father." He stood up abruptly and started clearing the dishes, using the chore to hide his nervousness. Clara sat at the table, watching his retreating back with a thoughtful, suspicious glint in her eyes. Just then, her assistant, Ava, came over and whispered, "Miss Sterling, we just got word. Dr. Lindsay Luo has been found. She was taken by someone, but she's at the police precinct now," giving a statement. "Should we go see her?" Jason had just finished rinsing the last plate when he overheard their hushed conversation. He stopped what he was doing and listened intently. At the sound of Ava's voice, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. "Lindsay Luo? What's going on?" Clara looked at his curious expression, hesitated for a moment, and then decided to tell him what she knew. "Jason, there's something I need to tell you, but you should prepare yourself." She took a deep breath. "A little while ago, I saw Vivien go to Dr. Luo's residence. Soon after, she left with Dr. Luo. It seemed very strange to me. Vivien looked frantic, and as I watched her, I noticed something else suspicious. She doesn't carry herself like a pregnant woman. It's almost as if she's not pregnant at all, but Dr. Luo is the only one who knows for sure. I was going to question Dr. Luo myself, but Vivien got to her first. But now, she's back at the precinct. If you want to know the truth, you can go see her yourself." As she spoke, she watched his face carefully. Jason's brow furrowed, his expression growing darker with every word. Could it be true? Was Vivien not really pregnant? If so, why would she lie? What was her secret? 1,000 questions flooded his mind, and he fell into a deep, troubled silence. Finally, he looked up, his gaze resolute. "Then let's go to the precinct and see Dr. Luo." He had to find out. Clara nodded. They quickly got their coats and headed for the police station. When they arrived, the precinct was a hive of activity. They were eventually directed to an interrogation room deep inside the building. Lindsay Luo was sitting at a table across from a stern-faced Captain Davis. "Dr. Luo," the captain's voice was low and severe. "Who took you?" "Was a woman named Vivien Sue." Lindsay hesitated, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She remembered what had happened just a few hours ago. For reasons she didn't understand, Vivien had ordered her release that morning. Even though Vivien had kidnapped her, Lindsay knew she was the one who had lied first. Now that Vivien had let her go, she felt a pang of guilt and sympathy. She knew that protecting Vivien might complicate the investigation, but she couldn't bring herself to betray the woman who had shown her mercy. All Vivien wanted was a child. If Lindsay could get out of this, she wanted to see Vivien again, to help her properly this time, to help her body heal, so she could have the child she so desperately wanted. After a fierce internal struggle, she bit her lip and made her decision. She shook her head and whispered, "No, it wasn't Vivien who took me." The words felt like a heavy weight lifting off her shoulders. Captain Davis slammed his hand on the table, his face a mask of disbelief. "I saw her take you with my own eyes. Are you telling me I'm lying?" But Lindsay held his gaze, her own unwavering. "It wasn't her. You must have been mistaken." Just as the standoff reached its peak, Clara and Jason walked in. They immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. After a quick glance at Lindsay, Clara addressed the captain. "Captain Davis, what's with all the shouting?" He shook his head in frustration, gesturing toward Lindsay. "This woman refuses to admit the facts. It's giving me a headache." Clara nodded in understanding. "Captain, why don't you take a break? Let's handle this." He hesitated for a moment, then left the room. Clara pulled up a chair and sat opposite Lindsay. Jason quietly sat down beside her, his gaze intense and unwavering. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice direct. "Lindsay, I'm just going to ask you straight out. Is Vivien pregnant or not?" Lindsay's eyes darted around the room, her heart pounding with indecision. Finally, she grit her teeth and lied. "Vivien, she's pregnant." The lie was transparent. Jason's brow furrowed. He could see from her expression that something was wrong. Claire saw it too. She sighed and leaned forward, her voice gentle but firm. "Lindsay, I can see there's more to this story. Even if you don't tell us the truth now, I have my ways of finding it out eventually. And a fake pregnancy is not something that can be hidden for long. It would be better for everyone if you just told us the truth now. Perhaps if we understood Vivien's situation, we could even help her. That's better than hiding it, don't you think?" Lindsay's heart sank. From Clara's knowing words and piercing gaze, she realized the truth was already out. She had just been trying to confirm it. Continuing to lie would only make things worse. But telling the truth, she didn't know what the consequences would be. After another moment of agonizing indecision, she finally broke. She took a deep breath and confessed. "Actually, Vivien isn't pregnant. She never was. But she doesn't even know that. It was all my doing. I tricked her into believing she was pregnant." She sighed heavily. "I had no choice." She then recounted the entire story of how Vivien had come to her. Fearing Jason wouldn't believe her, she added, "Vivien is a really good person. She was just desperate. When she found out I had deceived her, she didn't blame me. She actually forgave me and let me go. Honestly, she never intended to lie to you, Jason. She was misled by me." With that, she lowered her head, ashamed. Jason listened to her story, his face completely devoid of expression. His mind was a chaotic jumble of emotions. "I see," he said quietly. "Thank you for telling me the truth." He stood up, took Clara's hand, and they left the precinct. They walked in silence, the air thick with unspoken tension. Jason stared straight ahead, his steps heavy. Clara watched his face, and after a while, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Jason, are you sad about losing the child you thought you had?" He just shook his head slightly. "I don't know. My feelings are just too strange right now. I need some time to think." He quickened his pace, and they walked the rest of the way home in silence. As soon as they were inside, he went straight to the bedroom and collapsed on the bed, his eyes squeezed shut, his brow furrowed in turmoil. Clara watched him, her own brow creased with worry. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes and looked at her. "I'm exhausted. Let's just rest for now. Tomorrow morning, at the funeral, I'll talk to Vivien and get this sorted out." He sighed, rolled over, and turned his back to her. In another part of the city, Kinsey was diligently tending to Brooke. She repeatedly wiped her feverish brow with a cool, damp cloth and changed the ice pack on her forehead, trying to bring her temperature down. The hours ticked by, and Kinsey never left her side. Finally, after a long and anxious wait, Brooke's temperature began to drop, returning to normal. Kinsey was overjoyed. She immediately texted Jason. "Good news. Brooke's fever broke." Jason, seeing the message, felt a small measure of relief. He quickly replied, "Thank you, Miss Luo. I appreciate you taking care of her." The message stung Kinsey. She didn't like his formal, distant tone. She wanted him to see her as a close friend, not just some outsider helping out. "Miss Luo, don't I have a name?" She grumbled to herself, putting her phone down. Her gaze fell on the still sleeping Brooke, and for some reason, she felt a pang of jealousy. Seeing Brooke's peaceful, beautiful face and remembering Jason's concerned words, Kinsey's mind began to wander. She was actually a little envious of Brooke. The level of care Jason showed her. She had never seen him like that with anyone else. But despite her complicated feelings, she couldn't help but continue to watch over her friend. If she didn't have a bit of a crush on Jason herself, she'd almost be rooting for the two of them. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Jason slowly opened his eyes, his mind still a tangled mess. Hashtag, 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 he tossed, and turned for a long time before finally getting out of bed. Clara was already awake, sitting at her vanity, brushing her long hair. Seeing his troubled expression, she asked softly, "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a very good mood." Jason was silent for a moment before answering, "I was thinking about Vivien all night, and today we have to go to her father's funeral." Clara nodded in understanding. "If you really don't want to go, then don't. You don't have to force yourself." But Jason shook his head firmly. "No, I have to go. There are some things I need to say to her face to face." Clara didn't press him further. They quickly got ready and left for the funeral. The car ride was tense and silent. Jason stared out the window at the passing city, his mind a whirlwind. A part of him was genuinely grieving the loss of a child that was never real, a child that should have been a part of his life. But if it was true that Vivien had been deceived, that she didn't know the truth, then he couldn't be angry with her. She was a victim too, but she still hadn't told him, and he hated being lied to, especially about something so important. He kept turning it over in his mind. What was her real reason for asking him to meet today? Was she finally going to tell him the truth, to admit she wasn't pregnant? Or was this just another layer of a carefully constructed lie? His heart grew heavier with each passing moment. Clara kept glancing over at him. "Jason, are you really okay?" she asked, her eyes full of worry. He forced a smile. "I'm fine, really. Don't worry." But inside, he was making a decision. When he saw her at the funeral, if she confessed everything honestly, he could let it go. He could pretend she simply didn't know. They had known each other too long to let a misunderstanding ruin everything. But if she continued to lie, if she refused to be honest with him, then he didn't think they could even be friends anymore. He couldn't tolerate that kind of deception from someone he was supposed to trust. At the children's home, Vivien slowly woke up. She was in the spare room off the director's main office. The soft morning light, streaming through the window, eased some of the tension in her heart. She sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, and tried to tame her messy hair. She looked at her reflection in the bedside mirror and saw a woman she barely recognized. A wave of despair washed over her. "Jason, is this really how it has to end for us?" she whispered, shaking her head. "No, it can't be hidden forever. I'm tired." She sighed, went into the bathroom, and washed her face with cool water. She carefully applied a light makeup, wanted to look her best. Then, she opened the closet and took out a simple white dress. It was the style Jason had loved most when they were young. She put it on carefully, as if it held all their shared memories. Thinking back to their childhood, a sad smile touched her lips. Finally ready, she took a deep breath and went out to the main room. The director was sitting there, quietly reading the newspaper. He looked up as she approached and smiled. "Vivien, you're up. How are you feeling?" She sat down beside him and took his hand. "Much better, Grandpa. I've thought about what you said. I've decided to tell Jason the truth, that I'm not pregnant." The director was surprised for a moment, but then he nodded, his eyes full of understanding and support. "You just worry about yourself," he said with a smile. "And if I hear that rascal dares to get angry with my sweet Vivien, you just see what I do to him." Vivien let out a small laugh, a clear, bell-like sound that seemed to cut through the heavy atmosphere. After saying goodbye to the director, she got in her car and drove toward the funeral. In another part of the city, in a dark, damp, secret room, Zoe Sue sat in her wheelchair, her face deathly pale. Her eyes were dull, and her breathing was shallow. She was listening to a subordinate's report. "Miss, our investigation has confirmed it. The deaths of Chairman Sue and the young master were not accidents. They were deliberate." Though Zoe had suspected as much, hearing the words spoken aloud sent a jolt of pain through her. She bit her lip, fighting to keep her composure. After a moment of silence, she asked, her voice trembling but firm, "Have you found out who was bold enough to go after my family?" The subordinate bowed his head. "Miss, we have tried every possible means, but we cannot find out who killed the chairman and the young master. However, we are certain that it is connected to Clara Sterling." At the mention of that name, a tide of hatred washed over Zoe, drowning all reason. "Keep looking. I don't care what it takes. Find out everything. I want no stone left unturned," she commanded, her voice like ice. from a distance. She could hear the mournful music of the funeral. Despite her grief and rage, she knew she had to be there. She allowed her attendants to wheel her toward the service, her mind replaying images of her father and brother, their kindness, their love. Now they were gone, murdered. How could she not be consumed by a desire for revenge? Her mind made up, she took out her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed a number for Echelon. After a few rings, a low, cold voice answered. Hello. Zoe took a deep breath, a murderous glint in her eyes. I want to know, how much does it cost to kill someone? Her heart hammered against her ribs, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. The man on the other end raised an eyebrow. That depends on who you want to eliminate. If it's a public figure or someone with the NYPD, the price goes up considerably. I want to kill Clara Sterling, Zoe said without hesitation. The man's eyes widened in shock. Clara Sterling was one of the most powerful people in New York City. This girl had some nerve. One moment, miss. He silently handed the phone to Echelon, who was standing nearby. Echelon took the phone and listened for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry, miss. Clara Sterling's price is too high. Echelon cannot afford to take that kind of risk. We cannot accept this job. Zoe was not one to give up easily. I will give you the entire Sue family fortune if you kill her for me. The Sue family? Echelon was stunned. She had been out of the country for years and knew little about what had been happening back home, especially regarding the feud between Clara and the Sue family. Clara was always so aloof. She barely interacted with the Sue family. How could they have developed such a deep-seated hatred to the point of offering a fortune for her death? The offer was tempting. The Sue family's wealth was legendary, but headquarters had strict rules. She was forbidden from returning to the country, and she was not allowed to investigate any domestic affairs. She had no idea how powerful the Sterling family had become, but she had met Clara once before. The girl was sharp, meticulous, and not someone to be trifled with. To act rashly without knowing the full picture would be suicidal. After a moment of consideration, she grit her teeth and refused. No, it's not about the money. Even for all the wealth you could offer, we would not dare to move against Clara Sterling. Zoe sighed a cold, hard sound. Fine, then forget it. She hung up. Her face was a mask of pure fury. Clara was connected to the deaths of her father and brother, yet she was untouchable. The injustice of it was unbearable. She would find a way to make her pay. She turned to her subordinate. Contact the other organizations immediately. Find me someone who can take care of Clara Sterling. Yes, miss. The man bowed and quickly left. Zoe took a deep breath, forced a serene smile onto her face, and wheeled herself into the funeral service. Jason and Clara were already there, going through the motions. But Jason's mind was elsewhere, consumed with thoughts of Vivien. Just then, Zoe approached them, a warm smile on her face. Jason, Miss Sterling, hello. Her voice was weak but clear, with a strange, captivating quality. Clara and Jason exchanged a look, their own smiles a little stiff. Miss Sue, it's been a while. They said in unison. Clara cleared her throat. Zoe, we were so sorry to hear the news. Please accept our condolences. I'm sure your father and brother would want you to be strong. She sighed, her expression one of deep sympathy. Jason added, Yes, Miss Sue. If you ever need anything here in New York, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. He gave her shoulder a perfunctory pat. Zoe's eyes welled with tears. You're both so kind. Actually, there is something, a little secret. I just found out. There seems to be something wrong with my father's autopsy report. She watched Clara's reaction carefully. Clara's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained impassive. Is that so? How strange. Jason found himself re-evaluating the frail-looking girl before him. She might look weak, but her mind was sharp. By the way, where is Vivien? I haven't seen her, he asked, changing the subject. Just as he spoke, all eyes turned to the entrance. A white car had pulled up, and Vivien was getting out. She was wearing a pure white dress, her makeup simple and elegant. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, giving her a pitiful, heart-wrenching appearance. She walked slowly into the funeral hall, her eyes full of a deep sadness, though she tried to maintain a gentle expression. When she saw Jason, Clara, and Zoe, she gave a small nod of greeting. Jason's face immediately became a mask of awkwardness. He was desperate to ask her about the pregnancy, but he didn't know how to begin, and suffocating silence fell between them. Zoe, like a frightened bird, rushed to Vivien and threw her arms around her. Sister, she cried, her voice full of a desperate need for comfort. Vivien frowned slightly and gently patted Zoe's back. It's all right. Go and rest for a bit. Then, taking a deep breath, Vivien tried to take charge of the funeral arrangements. but her mind was a tangled mess. She couldn't focus. Her eyes kept drifting back to Jason. He sat off to the side, watching her. She still hadn't said anything about the pregnancy, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. She's really not going to say anything? Is she planning to keep this lie going forever? Does she really think I'm that petty? His mood soured. He picked up a glass of wine and downed it, then another and another, trying to numb the chaos in his mind. Soon his face was flushed and his head was spinning. He staggered to his feet. Honey, you stay here. I'm going to find a room and lie down for a bit. He stumbled toward one of the private rooms off the main hall. After checking to make sure it was secure, he fell onto the bed and was instantly asleep. Clara started to follow him, wanting to comfort him, but he closed the door before she could reach it. She stood there, staring at the closed door, a worried expression on her face. He always did this, shouldering everything alone. From a distance, Vivien saw Jason disappear into the room. Her heart clenched, and she found herself following him. But when she reached the door, she found Clara standing there. Clara saw her too and frowned. Vivien's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. She hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage. Clara, can I go in and see Jason? Just for a moment. She expected Clara to refuse, to shut her down completely. After all, their relationship was complicated. But to her astonishment, Clara just nodded, as if she had been expecting her. She looked at Vivien, her gaze intense. Go on in, but I hope you two can finally talk things through. Vivien was stunned. A wave of unexpected gratitude washed over her. This was her rival, yet she was being so gracious. Thank you, Clara. Thank you. But Clara cut her off. Don't thank me. It's nothing to be grateful for. I just don't want to see Jason in so much pain. With a soft sigh, she turned and walked away. Vivien gently pushed open the door and saw Jason sprawled on the sofa, his face flushed, reeking of alcohol. A sharp pain shot through her heart, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. She walked over to him, picked up a towel, wet it with warm water, and gently wiped his hot forehead. She poured him a glass of water and placed it on the table beside him. But Jason wasn't really asleep. He had heard her come in and had kept his eyes closed, pretending. His emotions were in turmoil. He was fairly certain he knew the truth about the pregnancy, but he didn't know how to face this situation or the woman standing before him. Vivien, with her keen intuition, knew he was awake. She stared at his familiar yet distant face. After a moment of silence, she finally whispered, Jason, you already know, don't you? That I'm not pregnant. Her voice trembled as she spoke. She clutched the water glass in her hand, as if it were a lifeline. After everything that had happened, she knew he must have figured it out. But why hadn't he confronted her? Jason knew he couldn't pretend any longer. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. After a long pause, he said softly, This time, I was hoping you would be the one to tell me. At his words, Vivien's head snapped up, her eyes instantly filling with tears. She fought to hold him back, but it was a losing battle. She took a deep, shaky breath. I'm sorry. Jason, I'm so sorry. I'm not pregnant. I never meant to deceive you. It's just, things were so complicated. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to lose you. But now I've finally let it go. I understand that you can't force something like a child. I love you. I've always loved you, but I finally understand now. Real love, real responsibility, it can't be built on a child that doesn't even exist. And I was so wrong to try and trap you with that. The dam finally broke, and tears streamed down her face. I know I made an unforgivable mistake, that I caused so much trouble and pain for both of us. But please believe me from this moment on, I truly never meant to lie to you. She sobbed, her voice choked with grief. Seeing her so heartbroken, Jason's anger softened. I always hoped that child would come into the world safely, he said gently. But seeing how unwell you are, how could I possibly force that on you? I understand your situation, and I know that you were deceived about the pregnancy too. You were a victim in all this. So, I was never going to blame you. Not for a second. He sighed. I hate being lied to. This time we can let it go. But please, don't ever do something so foolish again. Whatever problems you have, just tell me, okay? Even if we're not together anymore, we can at least be friends. I would never be angry with you. I would just be worried about you. Do you understand? His voice was earnest, his face still flushed from the alcohol. Vivien stared at him, stunned. More tears welled in her eyes. He was letting it go. She had lied to him, and he wasn't angry? She had expected a storm of rage, but instead, he was comforting her. The whiplash was dizzying. After a moment, she recovered, and the tears started again, but this time, they were tears of gratitude. Thank you, Jason. She couldn't stop herself. She threw her arms around him, her body trembling. Jason, why? You're still the same. You haven't changed at all. If only you weren't so good. Maybe I wouldn't have been so stubborn about loving you. A bitter smile touched her lips. Her already fragile body seemed even more delicate as she wept. Jason felt a pang of pity. Stop crying. What's between us is in the past. Don't dwell on it. Just go home and rest. Taking care of your health is the most important thing now. He gently patted her back. But this was all my fault. You're really not mad at me? She asked, her voice still thick with tears. Of course I'm not mad. If you had deliberately lied to me, I might have been angry. But this was an accident. No one wanted this to happen. And if you feel like it's too much for you here, you don't have to force yourself to stay with the Sue family. You can always go back to the children's home to recover. Vivien nodded, and after a moment's hesitation, she looked up at him, her eyes red and swollen. Then, can we still be friends? Of course. But right now, your top priority is taking care of yourself. We can talk about everything else after you've recovered. His immediate, unwavering reply filled her with a dizzying joy, and fresh tears sprang to her eyes. The director was right. He hadn't changed at all. It was her own stubbornness that had created this mess. She looked at him, her voice hoarse. Jason, I finally realize how stubborn and foolish I've been. If I start a change right now, is it too late? Her eyes were wide with a desperate hope, as if his answer was the only thing that mattered in the world. But Jason was silent. He just looked at her, his expression unreadable. The silence stretched on, thick and heavy. Finally, he sighed. Don't overthink it. Just get some rest. He gently patted her shoulder and, without another word, turned and left the room. Vivien stood there, frozen, watching his retreating back as tears streamed down her face. A short while earlier, Clara had been standing not far from the room, watching Vivien go inside. As the door closed, the confident expression on her face slowly faded, replaced by a subtle sadness. She bit her lip, imagining the conversation happening inside. Would he blame her? They were childhood sweethearts, after all, with a bond forged over years of shared memories. Even though Vivien had clearly lied to him, Clara knew Jason. If Vivien was truly sorry, he would likely forgive her. But even knowing that, the thought of them reconciling, of him forgiving her, filled her with a strange unease. She didn't hate Vivien. In fact, when she found out that Vivien had been deceived by Dr. Luo, she had even felt a flicker of sympathy for her. As a soon-to-be mother herself, she could understand that kind of desperation. But selfishly, she didn't want their relationship to heal. Give me a glass of water, she said to Sprite, rubbing her temples, her emotions a tangled mess. From a distance, Sue saw Clara enter the private room. She narrowed her eyes, a dark, unreadable expression on her face, and quickly wheeled herself over. Miss Sterling? What are you doing here? She asked, her face instantly transforming into a mask of warm concern. Are you all right? You look a little pale. Clara was not in the mood for small talk. She was exhausted, and her pregnancy had been taking a toll on her. Miss, you don't look well. Should you take some medicine? Ava asked, noticing Clara's discomfort. Clara seized the opportunity. I'm sorry, Miss Sue, she said, turning to Zoe. I'm not feeling well. I need to take my medication. If you'll excuse me. Of course. You should get some rest, Zoe said, her smile never wavering. She turned and calmly wheeled herself out of the room. But the moment she was out of sight, her face contorted into a dark scowl. What do you know about Clara Sterling's health? She demanded of her subordinate, her voice as cold as ice. The man bowed his head, not daring to meet her gaze. Miss, she's pregnant, with twins. It's common knowledge in the city. Since you've been abroad, you wouldn't have heard. Zoe's expression grew even darker. She grit her teeth, a furious fire igniting in her chest. How dare she? Her father and brother were dead, and Clara was living happily, carrying a new generation. The injustice was unbearable. She clenched her fists, a venomous plan forming in her mind. If Clara had destroyed her family, she would return the favor. Contact that rival organization to Echelon immediately, she commanded. Tell them I will give them the entire Sue family fortune in exchange for the lives of the 2 children in Clara Sterling's womb. She would make Clara know the pain of losing the ones she loved most. Jason left Vivien and rushed back to the room where he'd left Clara. He found her sitting quietly, a worried look in her eyes. Is everything taken care of? She asked. Yes, it's done, he replied. But you don't look well. Did something happen? He sat down beside her, his brow furrowed with concern. Clara frowned. Zoe Sue is just here. I don't know why, but I get a very strange feeling from her. I feel the same way, Jason agreed. That girl is more than she seems. From now on, you should stay away from her. I'm worried she might try to harm you. He took out his phone and sent a quick message to Sprite. Sprite, do a full background check on Zoe Sue. I want to know everything about her recent activities. A moment later, his phone buzzed with a reply. He put on speaker. Boss, you've got me chasing after a new person every single day. I'm gonna need a raise for all this emotional labor. Sprite's voice was full of mock complaint. Jason's face turned red. He was acutely aware of Clara sitting next to him. What are you talking about? This is different. My wife is the most important person in the world to me, he retorted, a little too loudly. Oh, is that so? Sprite's voice was dripping with sarcasm. Is your heart a hotel? So many people checked in. You. Jason was speechless. Less talk, more work. Get it done. Yes, yes, sir. You're the boss. So I guess I have to do your dirty work, she grumbled, but he knew she was already on it. He turned to Clara and patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, honey. Once Sprite gets back to us, we'll know more about Zoe. For now, just rest here for a bit. They sat in silence for a while. Clara looked at him with a strange expression, but she didn't say anything, apparently not picking up on the hidden meaning in Sprite's words. Jason breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After a while, when Clara seemed a little calmer, he stood up and took her hand. Come on, I'm taking you back to the hospital. You've been through enough today. You need to rest. Clara nodded obediently and let him lead her out of the funeral. Half an hour later, at the hospital, Dr. Luo was already waiting for them, his expression grave. As Jason helped Clara into the room, the old doctor stood up and hurried over, gently placing his fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he frowned, his face filled with disapproval. Miss Sterling, why are you so careless with your health? Your pulse is weak. It's clear you are suffering from extreme exhaustion. Combined with the cryotoxin that hasn't been fully purged from your system, you cannot afford to push yourself like this. He had been against her leaving the hospital in the first place. One morning out, and her condition had already deteriorated. Clara's heart sank, but her own health was the last thing on her mind. Dr. Luo, my babies, are they okay? That's all I care about. Jason, standing beside her, felt a surge of frustration. Honey, would you worry about yourself for a minute? He said, his voice tight. Of course the babies are important, but you are more important. You can't keep sacrificing your own health for them. Listen to Dr. Luo. Take care of yourself. No more overthinking things. He turned to the doctor, his voice pleading. Dr. Luo, please, you have to help her. Whatever it takes to get her body stronger. If her health is really at risk, then we won't have the babies. Hearing him say those words without a moment's hesitation, we won't have the babies, sent a wave of warmth through Clara's heart. She knew it came from a place of deep concern for her, but as a mother, she couldn't bear the thought of giving up the lives inside her. No, I am keeping these babies, she said, her voice firm, her expression resolute. Dr. Luo sighed, looking at the two of them. I've already prepared the antidote for the cryotoxin, he said slowly, but we must wait for the right time. As long as Miss Sterling can safely deliver the children, she can take the antidote and be completely cured. But until then, she must be extremely careful. No more overexertion, or she will risk her own life and the lives of the babies. Clara nodded solemnly. Hearing that the antidote was ready, the heavy weight on Jason's heart finally lifted. He instinctively squeezed Clara's hands, and for a rare moment, a feeling of warmth and peace settled between them. Looking at her pale, exhausted face, he sighed. Honey, I'm staying here with you tonight. You need to get some real rest, okay? As for Brooke, he would have to let Kinsey take care of her for now. Okay, Clara whispered, holding out her hand to him. He gently lifted her into his arms and placed her on the soft hospital bed. At Kinsey's house, Brooke slowly woke up. Her head was still fuzzy, but the feverish heat was gone. She opened her eyes to see Kinsey, looking exhausted, sitting by her bed. How long was I asleep? Brooke asked, her voice hoarse. A whole night, Kinsey replied, her own voice full of relief. But your fever finally broke. How are you feeling? Brooke shook her head slightly. Then, as if remembering something, she grabbed Kinsey's hand. Where's Jason? Where'd he go? Kinsey hesitated. He went with Clara to Sue Ty's funeral. A flicker of disappointment crossed Brooke's face, but she quickly pushed it away. So, what do I do now? Forget about Jason for a minute, Kinsey said, gently patting her shoulder and gesturing toward the door. Right now, you need to worry about your family. Mister, Lee knows you were sick. He's been waiting outside for you. Brooke followed her gaze and saw Mr. Lee standing silently by the door. He looked at her, so pale and thin, and his heart ached. Miss, that Jason Miller is truly not right for you. Please listen to me. Come home and accept the marriage arrangement. The pressure from the family elders was immense. He had been holding them off, but he was just a retainer. He couldn't fight the entire Lynn family council forever. But Brooke's heart wasn't with her family. He was so tired. But Brooke shook her head, her gaze stubborn and defiant. Mr. Lee, I will not marry anyone else. That will never change. She turned and walked back into Kenzie's house. Mr. Lee watched her go, his heart full of a desperate frustration. Miss, please stop being so stubborn. If you continue like this, what will become of you? He stood outside, pleading, hoping to change her mind. He could protect her for a time, but not forever. But no matter what he said, she wouldn't listen. Kenzie watched the whole exchange, her own heart heavy. She wanted to help Mr. Lee, to convince Brooke that he was only trying to protect her. But faced with Brooke's iron will, she didn't know what to say. Finally, Mr. Lee sighed in defeat and returned to the Lynn estate. The family elders were waiting for him in the grand hall. Well, did you bring her back? One of them demanded the moment he walked in. Mr. Lee shook his head. Elders, I have failed. I could not bring the young miss home. He looked at them, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, perhaps we should give up on this arranged marriage. Even without it, the Lynn family is strong enough to maintain our financial standing. We don't need to force her to marry a stranger. It isn't fair to her. He had watched her grow up. He had thought the marriage might make her finally settle down and take the company seriously. But seeing her so resolute, he couldn't bear to force her. The elders' faces darkened. Give up on it? Do you think this is a game? One of them thundered. This marriage is crucial for the future of the Lynn family. We made these arrangements for the long-term benefit of the family, another added. As the heir to the Lynn group, it is her duty to protect the family's honor and interests. This marriage is her responsibility. That's right, a third chimed in. We all hold shares in this company. We will not allow any action that could cause us to suffer losses. We have already negotiated a deal with the Carrington Group in M Country. If this marriage succeeds, our business can expand overseas. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be if Brooke backs out now? If the Carringtons become angry, who will bear the responsibility? Faced with their aggressive accusations, Mr. Lee's own face grew grim. If it weren't for him, tirelessly working to build this company after the old chairman passed away, would the Lynn family still be so prosperous? And still, these greedy old men were never satisfied. I have made my decision. I will not force Miss Brooke to marry, he said, his voice cold and resolute. If you wish to find a replacement for her, then do as you please. But I will no longer be involved in this matter. With that, he turned and stormed out, leaving the elders sputtering in his wake. One of them, Mr. Jennings, watched him go, his face turning a shade of purple. The other elders gathered around him. Mr. Jennings, what do we do now? Mr. Jennings stared at Mr. Lee's retreating back, his eyes filled with a venomous hatred. For years, Lee had held all the real power in the company, while they, the elders, had been sidelined and ignored. Their resentment had been festering for a long, long time.